Hello, hello, hello. Nope, that's not working. I don't see my mic. Oh, that's no good. Oh, hello, hello. Hello? What the fuck? That's... Hello? Testing. Why is there no audio? Testing. Okay, let's just switch to testing. Okay, that works. I don't know why my audio wasn't working on the other setup, but we'll roll with it. We'll roll. This is how we're going now. Why wouldn't my audio... Let me just flip back to that. Scenes? Testing. There's no... Yeah. Well, fuck that. Okay. Well, that's not the way I wanted to start the stream, but that doesn't matter because today is a big day. I went and set up a whole bunch of different scene transitions to make it focus on the show instead of on all my side graphics and stuff, but that's fine. That's fine because today's Betty and nothing can go wrong because it is Betty Broderick all day, all night on today's stream. Let me get myself rolling, make sure that I'm connected through the YouTubes. See myself. Today is day 9. It says it's live. There's the sound. So, okay, you guys can hear me. I wonder why it won't allow. Okay, that's as it should be. I was going to brag about how prepared I was, but the only thing I've prepared is snacks. I can hear you, but look, okay, the courtroom video is paused. Hold on, let me just go back. People in the chat, because we're not quite started yet. We're just getting in sorts. I'm a little out of sorts. I'm going to go to my main scene. You tell me. No, there's something wrong because the mic isn't picking up. When I go to... Okay, we'll try it. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I don't think you can. I don't think you can. You can. Well, why am I not getting audio input then? That's another problem. Look at my filters. It says I have no filters applied. I copy the filters? I definitely want my filters. Okay, you guys can hear me. Huh. Because that's the media, that's not my mic. My mic is down here with the bar that's moving up and down. Okay, never mind. Well, that's our first technical hiccup of the day. I have 3 media sources and I could only see 2 on my screen, and I was like, doesn't make sense. I usually see the bars going green to yellow to red. Okay, the bars are good. And we can continue. Got the slideshow going. Yep, the video is paused. I just wanted to make sure anyone who clicked in knew immediately that this was a Betty Takes the Stand day, so that nobody would click out looking at just the basic setup screen. So it's not basic today. Today is Betty from the start to the end, from the window to the wall. I'm just going to show off all of my snacks because I've totally over-prepared. This is a lovely dragon fruit and clementine salad. So it has dragon fruit, clementine oranges, strawberries, blueberries. That's very healthy. I have lovely spinach dip on ice so that it will last through the broadcast. I have a big bowl of popcorn because I think there's going to be a lot of popcorn moments. I have a full urn of coffee in addition to a full large cup of coffee. I have a thermos full of cold tea. We know Betty's going to be giving us the tea today. It's 35 years old, so I thought cold tea was appropriate. Got a few napkins so that I'm not getting butter all over my bloody keyboard. So, and I've got some medical smokes. All of that said, I think that we're in a good spot. Let's have a look at who's here in the chat. Who's very busy chat, my goodness. Holy fuck. Is this yesterday's chat? LZB's at work, but will be listening in. Ocean Sounds is here. Beth of a Salesman's here. Billie Jean's here, but we'll be right back. Kelya just woke up. Well, welcome. Did you know that Satori Hasu, who also joins this chat, Satori means awakening. So Kelya has experienced her Satori for the day. Oh yeah, big anticipation. We've got A to B here. We got Super Kelly G. Woohoo! A notification is in effect. Something I've learned about notifications, it says that I have 18% of my viewers that are signed up for notifications, but 12.5% that are signed up for notifications and have them enabled, which can only mean, I think there's a secondary setting that if you really want a notification to come to you when you're not watching YouTube, you need to set that in the settings for your phone as opposed to just within YouTube. So if you feel like you've signed up for notifications, yet you're never notified unless you're on YouTube, that may be your issue. Another issue, make sure that you're on all messages so that you can enjoy everybody's messages. Kitten Pushers here. Oh yeah, Super Kill. Okay, Victoria Carmen, welcome to the crew. Glad to see you here today. Oh yeah, referencing Prince William. So everyone could hear me, and I just was... My goodness, there's a lot of chat. You guys are excited. You're as excited as I am. I don't have any champagne in that. I'm going to save champagne for the final day, the trial and sentencing and verdict and all of that. But I'm not a huge drinker, so it's more of I have more fun with it the less often I do it. So I want to have fun, and I'll be doing it at the end. All right. I think we're ready to start. So let's just go. I've cut down on my graphics so that we can really focus in on the testimony today. So this is my clean screen. And let's... Oh, what did I... Before we start... I feel like I'm teasing now too, but just so we know, this is 1991. What were the top 10 singles in the year 1991? Baby Baby by Amy Grant. The First Time by Surface. I Like the Way, The Kissing Game by High Five. Here's one of my favorites. More Than Words, Extreme. More than words could ever say. But I needed you to... It's a really high-pitched one. Unbelievable. That I tried to sing it. Unbelievable from EMF. One More Try. Timmy T was the number 5 single. Never heard of that. Rush Rush by Paula Abdul. Number 3. Gonna Make You Sweat. Everybody dance now. Move. CNC Music Factory. I wanna sex you up. Color Me Bad, 2 Ds in Bad, and the number 1 song, and it relates to what we're doing here today. Everything I do it for you. Bryan Adams. Everything I do I do it for you. All right, we're pressing play. I'll see you in the chats. We'll do some rewinds today too. Lots of pauses, lots of rewinds, and let's enjoy the show. Betty on the stand.
VR.
Oh. Rewind it immediately. Just let them set up. Here we go.
Elizabeth Ann Broderick. Broderick.
I wasn't expecting that voice. I was expecting... It sounds a little bit more like the little girl voice. That's interesting.
Maybe pull that microphone down a little towards you, actually. Yeah. Okay. Ms. Broderick, when were you born?
November 7th, 1947,
And where were you born?
in New York City,
And what area were you raised in? Your younger area?
in the suburbs in Westchester County, New York.
And at your birth, what was your name?
Elizabeth Ann Bisceglia,
And,
Bisceglia.
and how was Elizabeth spelled on your birth certificate?
Elizabeth.
And have you been known by any other names as you grew up and got older?
Yes, my family called me Bootsy when I was little, and then Betty Ann later.
Aw, little Bootsy. If you guys didn't see, I put up a new Betty Broderick short last night. I was considering doing it to Black Betty. I was very much considering doing a Black Betty Ram Jam with allusions towards Black Widow and Black Betty. But then I found I was corrected. The forensic term for a Black Widow wife, or not necessarily wife, but a Black Widow killer, is one who continually kills for money. So Betty could, if you stretch the description of a Black Widow spider killing its mate, then yes, she fits in there, but doesn't fit the classical description. I think Jodi Arias maybe would be closer to that Black Widow type forensic description. In any case, I will try and find a way, but she's clearly a white Betty, but we can find something black about her. It's a good song. Lambda, 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 whoa, Black Betty, lambda, lamb.
And then when I met Dan, he started calling me
Damn
Bets.
thing went wild. Dorgan's here.
Have you had any other nicknames?
People thought my name was Betsy because he called me Bets. And when I took French in high school, I changed the Z to an S on Elizabeth because I thought that was cool.
It is pretty cool. Long live Canada and our French spellings with our S's where the Z's could be.
And did you also be known by Betty people?
Sometimes, yes.
And could you tell me a little bit about your education?
You're right, Kelia.
I was one of 6 children, and we all went to Catholic schools all the way through. I went to Immaculate Conception first, and then Maria Regina High School, and then the College of Mount St. Vincent. And the high school and college were all girls' establishments at that time.
Just so people are aware that are listening with headsets on, the cracks and pops are part of the original audio. It looks like they've done as much as they could to even stuff out, but if you are hearing artifacts from the past, that's what they are.
And
maybe instead of doing Black Betty, instead of trying to force her into a black, I could turn it into a sing-along as Bad Betty, but then I would actually have to sing it. Whoa, Bad Betty, whamda, whamda, whoa. That'd be a tougher one. Not quite in my range, but we could find a way.
now you went to Catholic girls' schools. Was that also in the lower grades, or was it when you got in the upper grades?
High school and college.
And they were all, I take it, on the East Coast in the New York area.
Correct.
And where were you in relationship to your brothers and sisters? What
I'm
age?
third of the 6.
Her voice really sounds more helium-y than I expected.
Overall, it's just foundational. Go ahead.
When you were going to school, were you involved in any sports or hobbies?
Yes, we had very full childhoods. We did every sport imaginable. We did
Every
horseback
sport.
riding and rowing and snow skiing and water skiing and tennis and badminton and croquet and horseshoes and everything. Golf, everything.
Did you take at any point in time? or one of the
Welcome,
things
Tam Tam.
you did it involve shooting?
Yes, and I think it was 8th grade, a summer program at the Catholic Youth Organization. That was one of the activities that we did with Father McHale at our parish.
And what did you shoot at that time?
22 rifles,
Was that-
single shot, bolt action rifles.
Sure, I learned to shoot, but it was part of my church group. Come up with a more wholesome way to learn how to shoot.
Was that with your whole family? I mean, was that with the whole class, individual lessons?
It was a group of teenagers, young teenagers. My brother was in it.
Did you work during the time that you were in high school and college?
Yes.
And what kind of jobs did you do?
I had 3 basic categories of jobs. I had fashion jobs, I had children jobs, and I had hostessing jobs.
Did you do, was there any retail work that you did with the fashion jobs?
Yes.
Excuse me, this is, talking about high
Beyond the
school.
scope.
It's the same. Come on, something else.
Did you, at some point, meet somebody by the name of Dan Broderick?
Yes, when I just started college.
And how did you come to meet Dan Broderick?
I went out to Notre Dame in South Bend, Indiana for a football weekend.
And
The football
was that something
weekend.
that was planned that you were going to meet him? Accident?
No, I didn't know I was going to meet him. He was sitting across from me at the table at a party, and he asked to borrow a pen, and I had a pen, so I lent him my pen.
And what,
Saw a guy sitting across, and I went over to borrow a cigarette, and then I borrowed a cigarette, and he freaked out. I love how Sarah, I don't know why that immediately made me think of the Sarah cigarette story, but how that story even changed to the point where I think somebody asked me for a cigarette. I can't remember. Like, she's already trying to downplay the fact that she's just a bum that walked around the bar asking for cigarettes from people.
what happened?
He wrote on the tablecloth, I found out
Hey,
was
Lola.
his name, and it said Daniel Thomas Broderick III.
You going on the bed?
A, and the A was in parentheses. And so I asked him, I said, what's that? What is that? And he said, I just got into medical school. So it's Daniel Thomas Broderick III, MD, almost. It was
MDA.
funny.
And how did you find him to be at that time?
A nice person. It was a very, very loud, very rowdy party. It was the senior class of Notre Dame, and Jerry Lee Lewis himself was right to the right, and it was really noisy.
I'm hoping they
Really
fix that.
crowded. And
It feels like they've got like a patch cord that's not quite in, or there's definitely something scratchy, and it's when Betty's talking.
it was hard to have any kind of a conversation at all.
Okay, now did you make arrangements from that time?
Maybe you see this mic setup they have here, where they have 3 microphones and some duct tape. If one of them is causing, I don't know, interference, or that doesn't seem like the most techie setup anyway.
To meet Mr. Broderick sometime in the future?
Not the night I met him. The rest of the weekend, that was Friday night of the weekend.
Do you want the answer?
It's the same. She asked another question.
And I object to relevance.
Overruled. Mr. Earl, go ahead.
Did, at some point in time, did you communicate either in writing?
Sorry, I missed that. Did she say Jerry Lee Lewis was there? Jerry Lee Lewis, famous for Great Balls of Fire and for, I think, marrying a 15-year-old cousin or something. Goodness gracious, Great Balls of Fire.
Or over the
Back a
phone
half
with
second.
Mr. Broderick after that?
We're doing
Yes, he
rewinds
wrote to me
today.
a lot of times. Right, and it was really noisy, and it really crowded, and it was hard to have any kind of a conversation at all.
Okay, now did you make arrangements from that time to meet Mr. Broderick sometime in the future?
Not the night I met him. The rest of the weekend, that was Friday night of the weekend.
Do you want the answer?
It's the same. She asked another question.
And I object to relevance.
Overruled. Mr. Earl, go ahead.
Did, at some point in time,
There's the
did
duct
you,
tape I'm talking about.
communicate either in writing or over the phone with Mr. Broderick after that?
Yes, he wrote to me a lot of times.
Okay. And how would you describe did you write back to him?
The first thing I heard from him was
Objection, you're non-responsive.
Same.
Did you write back to him at all?
they were telegrams in the beginning, so I didn't write back. It was just telegrams, a bunch of telegrams. But then when he wrote letters, yes, I wrote back.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you have an arrangement to meet anywhere?
As a joke, the weekend that I met him, as a joke, we said that when he came to New York the following September, which would have been September 1966, that I would show him around New York because I'm from New York. And so there's a clock in the Biltmore Hotel, which is part of Grand Central Station, where it's a famous meeting place. So I said I'd meet him at the clock
Okay.
on a certain day at a certain time, and that was the weekend that I met him.
Was he supposed to be in, was there a reason he was going to be in New York?
To attend,
Excuse me, I object on relevance grounds.
No.
1966.
Overruled. Let's see, sustained as to the reason he was going to be in New York, Mr. Broderick. Go ahead.
Did you meet him?
no, I was scared. I didn't go.
When did he establish some kind of residency at New York at that time?
Yes, he moved to New York in September 66 to attend a 4-year medical school program at Cornell.
And
Cornell's good.
did you start having more contact with him at that time?
Yes, after I didn't show up at the clock, he called, and I agreed to come down and go out with him once.
Cornell is where Andy went to school on The Office, if I remember correctly. He used to show off his Cornell tie.
And he was going to medical school at that time?
Yes, just begun.
Now, during the time that and did you two start dating regularly at that time?
Hey, Nicole.
Yes,
Seriously,
During
good to
the,
see you.
Time, was there any discussion?
Twisted Crime, welcome back.
The time that you were dating,
yes, a lot.
and what were those discussions?
I didn't find this out until years later, but supposedly the
Objection, Your Honor. The question is, what were the discussions at the time?
Cornell, ever heard of it? Yeah, that's Andy. As liable
What
to
were
break
the-
into song as he is to punch a hole in the drywall.
Discussions that you had with Mr. Broderick about being married, about getting married,
as soon as I started going out with him, he wanted to get married.
and was that something that both of you talked about?
Yes, we talked about it a lot.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that, I wasn't even thinking about marriage. I had to get my college degree. And at that point, I was only starting my second year of college. And he said that,
Now that's interesting because all testimony that I've heard about Betty is how she was raised from a child to be a mom, to be a homemaker, and she was always thinking of marriage. Even when she went to college, it was to get her Mrs. degree, her MRS degree. So interesting now she's trying to play off, I was really busy. I had a lot of things going on. I wasn't ready to get married then. See how that develops.
I could do both, that I could marry him and finish my college degree. But I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do it one at a time because I thought each thing was rather a full-time job.
And during the time that the two of you were dating, were you working?
Yes, I always worked.
And was Mr. Broderick working at that time?
No, he was mostly going to school and studying.
Okay. And were you in any way supporting that relationship monetarily with Mr. Broderick?
I had a lot of spending money because I had a lot of jobs and stuff. So I had social spending money. Dan only had tuition money and, his school money. So yeah, I had a lot. Yes, I had a car and I had disposable income, and it was my turf. He'd never been to New York before. So I knew everyone and where to go and what to do. And yeah, I used my money.
She was in control when they were in New York. I think that's going to be part of what this story is how she went from being someone in control of her own life to somebody who now had to be subservient to Dan and everything.
Okay. Eventually, did you and Mr. Broderick get married?
Yes, April 69.
And what was what's the date? April what?
April 12th, 1969.
4/12/69. 4/12/69.
And had you finished college at that time?
Yes, I graduated 6 months earlier than my regular class. I was supposed to get out in June of 69, but I got out in December of 68, excuse me.
Oh, she could have graduated in the summer of '69.
Okay. Now, during the time that you were dating Mr. Broderick, did it become clear as to how decisions were going to
By the way, Bryan Adams was like 4 years old in the summer of '69. That song's just an allusion to a sexual act.
be made in your relationship?
Yes, very, very early on in our relationship, I told you it was my car, and I had a lot of friends and a lot of things to do. We were driving from the east side to the west side of New York on our way up to Mount St. Vincent to meet a bunch of my friends, and he pulled the car over and turned off the key.
Now that's a rap lyric. From the east side to the west side, from the north side to the south side.
And said, let's just get this straight. You don't tell me what we're going to do, ever.
Aha!
And I said, oh, sorry.
That's how quickly they
East
got.
side to the west side of New York on our way up to Mount St. Vincent to meet a bunch of my friends. And he pulled the car over and turned off the key and said, let's just get this straight. You don't tell me what we're going to do, ever. And I said, oh, sorry. I mean, sorry. What do you want to do? You know, it's no big deal that we do this. What do you want to do? And he said, no, I don't have anything to do. Just don't tell me what to do.
And after you got married, did you go on a honeymoon anywhere?
Yes, we spent, I think it was a week at a private home in St. Thomas.
Okay. Now, after during the honeymoon and after you were then married, was there
Hey, Debs.
a change in the relationship between you and Mr. Broderick?
It's amazing the similarities between her and Sarah for how different their upbringings were, how different their lives, their nurture as opposed to their nature. But there's a certain nature that really, it's a common thread that really runs between these two. And yeah, we're only 10 minutes into the testimony, and at least 3 times I've heard Sarah, despite it being Betty talking.
Yes, very much so.
And what was that change?
Well, a dating relationship is entirely different from a marriage. And during the dating relationship, I had my own job and my own money and my own car, and I lived with my parents, and I had some freedom and stuff. And
just like Sarah would claim that, she was the one that had the income, even though it was just Brian's money. Like, I had $1,000 coming in. George to try and help out with a bill here or there. He's basically broke. I was the money of the relationship. It's uncanny.
after the wedding, he was in charge of everything, and I moved in with him, and he took charge of the bank books and the paychecks and everything.
And just like Sarah gives these stories about, in the beginning, 12 red flags. And it's like, you saw 12 red flags and you said, sign me up for a second date, sign me up for a third. And yeah, this sounds like Betty is saying the same thing. Like, oh yeah, no, I saw all this right at the beginning. These were signs that came to fruition. Intentional, malicious content there.
I more or less had to do what he said.
Okay. Was that something, did you, at that point, did you cease paying the bills and doing anything with the money that you brought in?
I never
NPD,
paid-
that's correct, Dan
paid
McCallum.
bills with my money.
Welcome to the stream.
The,
That
you
look.
indicated you didn't pay
She's way better at the look than Sarah was. I can give her that. Like,
any of the bills. From that point on, would you know where
she
the
still
money?
has leaked. Oh, that's a good pause too. She's trying to transition from. Oh, that's a really good one. But yeah, Sarah just couldn't help it. Like, I'm sure in her mind she thought she was just killing it, and you saw that leak onto her face. Like, yes, I'm killing it. Oh, I'm doing so good. But yeah, Betty's a little better at dialing it in. But that's a huge transition face right here.
Was or what the finances of the family were?
What I meant about not paying the bills is I always lived with my parents.
Excuse me, not
Sustained.
Did you have any idea of the finances of the family or what the money was going to be, how the money was going to be spent?
No.
The,
Dr. G
was there,
here.
did you come to learn that there was a name for women in the Broderick family?
Objection.
There was a name for women in the Broderick family. Wives to be? What would the name be?
Sustained at this point.
The,
Margarita.
in one of the tapes,
Welcome. Happy lurking. Big day today. Betty Broderick testimony from beginning to end. 3 hours and 22 minutes of testimony on the Raw stream. Expect about 5 hours out of the watch party.
the district attorney played for you, there was a comment about too low to kick and too wet to step on. What did that mean?
That meant when I was brought into the Broderick family, Larry Broderick said to me, "Oh, now you're a yuck." And I said, "What's a yuck?" And he said, "It's too low to kick and too wet to step on." And that's what they called their sisters, were the yucks.
Hold on. What does that mean? What does that mean? The yucks.
Too low to kick and too wet to step on. What did that mean?
Too low to kick.
That meant when I was brought into the Broderick family, Larry Broderick said to me, "Oh, now you're a yuck." And I said, "What's a yuck?" And he said, "It's too low to kick and too wet to step on." And that's what they called their sisters, were the yucks.
I don't understand. It's not an acronym for low. Yucks. Too ugly. Keyword. Kitchen. No.
The now, at the time that you were married, what year?
Welcome to the Brodericks. You're now a yuck. You're too low to kick. Okay, so you're just too wet. I don't get it.
Year was Dan in medical school?
Midway in his third year.
Thank you, RN2 moms.
And
We're
at
moving.
that time, were you still working?
I feel like I'm watching the Price is Right, that little mountain climber. Yodelee, yodelee, oh. And there's like that huge jump after doing the news of the final judgment from Judge Jackson. And now there's just a cliff. I'm like, come on, yodelee, yodelee. Still need 65 more.
Yes, I had a very good teaching job in Westchester County in New York.
Okay.
Billie
And were you
Jean shouts out
doing any other
Margarita.
jobs at that time?
Ocean Sounds as well.
Remember if I
Letting
had
you know
overlapping
because I know you're
jobs all
lurking.
the time. I would have kept Bonwit Teller for a while, but then in the summer when the teaching job was over, I worked in a nursing uniforms place down in New York, right at the hospital. But by that summer I was pregnant anyway, and then I went back to teaching in September. You want me to keep going?
Where were you living during the that third year in medical school?
When we first got married, I moved into a dormitory room with Dan, which was a little teeny tiny room that adjoined another room by a teeny tiny bathroom. And it wasn't designed for two people to live in it.
Okay. When you and Dan were courting and married, was he someone you loved?
Yes, we had a lot of fun. It was very nice.
Oh no, Betty. Oh,
Was there any other income at the time in that
What
going into
happened?
the fourth year of law school to live on other than your income?
Breaking up, Betty.
I moved into a dormitory room.
This is 1504. She breaks down in 20 seconds.
With Dan, which was a little teeny tiny room that adjoined another room by a teeny tiny bathroom. And it wasn't designed for two people to live in it.
Okay.
Breaks down in 10 seconds.
When you and Dan were courting and married, was he someone you loved?
Yes.
Breaks down in 5 seconds because she's still fine here.
We had a lot of fun. It's very nice.
Here we go. 15:25. Full meltdown in 5 seconds.
Was there any other income at the time in that third going into the fourth year of law school to live on other than your income?
Dan's room was paid for as part of his
Wow.
schooling, so we didn't have rent. I don't. What's your question?
You know, being cynical, I would almost say it was scripted. You're going to start getting emotional after this question, because that was really, we're going to go back again, because that, go back to, 15:26 is where it starts. So that's only 30 seconds back. The way the chin all dimpled, that looked real, but it looked like she's channeling real emotions. Like she knew this is the time. Okay, now think about something that makes you, really wistful, or because it seems like she's channeling an authentic emotion, but it certainly doesn't seem triggered by the question.
Was there any other income at the time in that third going into the fourth year of law school to live on other than your income?
Dan's room was paid for as part of his schooling, so we didn't have rent. I don't. What's your question? Sorry.
Were there other sources of income during that period of time when he was going to medical school other than for living expenses other than your work?
Dan had a few little jobs. He was a New York cab driver for a little while. He worked in a blood lab at nights for some little period of time. But other than that, I can't
Welcome to the
remember
Mod
him
Squad,
working,
Paula
so
Nichols.
no, there was no other source of income.
Now, sometime shortly after your honeymoon,
A while. He worked in a blood lab at nights for some little period of time. But other than that, I can't remember him working, so no, there was no other source of income.
now, sometime shortly after your honeymoon, did you find anything about your physical condition?
Yes, I got sick right away. After we were married, I got sick.
Okay. And did you know what it was?
I thought it was the flu or something. I was just throwing up and throwing up and throwing up, and I just felt terrible. I was just sick. But I kept going to work, and I figured I'd get over it.
Okay. Did you eventually find out what was causing your condition?
Yes, I was pregnant.
Okay. And did you continue to work through
It's sex before
that
marriage.
pregnancy?
Yes. In those days, back in the dark ages, in the
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
And why did you continue to work through the pregnancy?
we needed the money.
Twisted
The,
Crime asks an important question, which is good for anyone who's watching these streams. It's a daily stream. It tends to be, it's reflective of what the video is that I'll be watching. So I tend to add anywhere from an hour to 2 hours of commentary. And the streams originally start at 3 to 5 hours long. On the 5 hour ones, I've already split one up into a 6.5. But expect about 3 to 5 hours a day, mostly starting at the time that this stream started. But on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, I will do morning streams that start either at 11 a.m. or 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 to 9:30 on the West Coast.
And how far did you work? Did you work 6 months of the pregnancy?
I worked every single day until literally the day she was born. January 24th, 1970 was a Friday. And I taught school that day, and I went home and had Kim. And I did the report cards in the hospital that weekend, and then did not go back to work on Monday.
Now, during that period of time, what did you expect of a husband in marriage?
expected him to be nice and be supportive and be the father of my children, and that we'd live happily ever after.
I think that's one of the main differences between her and Sarah too, is that she at least has authentic emotions to channel. So, you know, when she needs to be sad, she can think about moments where she's been authentically sad, had authentic love for Dan. Like, it's a little easier when you have those to go back into, as opposed to Sarah, who I think every aspect of her life was a lie. So when it comes to, you know, trying to channel emotions on the stand, it's like an alien trying to, this seems human, right? Humans do this, blink, blink all the time, right? They blink.
Was that the first child that was born?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Kim,
And when was she born?
January 24th, 1970,
Okay.
9 months after we were married.
Now, you left your teaching job after she was born?
That's an interesting distinction. So right after I said sex before marriage, she says 9 months after we were married. She did not have sex before marriage. She's a good girl.
Yes.
And did you, was there still a need to bring money into the family?
Definitely.
And what did you do?
I didn't want to leave Kim, a brand newborn, with anyone. I didn't have anyone to leave her with in New York City. That's why I didn't go back to my job. So I found a job that I could take her with me. I brought her to we lived in a medical complex of several buildings of doctors. And I brought her to
Okay,
the next
let's sorry to interrupt you, Betty. Twisted Crime Tales mentions in the chat that there's a creator that's doing a live about the Celeste and David case tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, which would be 7 p.m. our time, which should coincide. So when this stream ends, we might be going a little bit into the beginning, but anyone who's interested in keeping the True Crime Day running, keep in touch with Twisted Crime Tales in the chat. Towards the end of the live, start posting the link to it, Twisted Crime Tales. And yeah, anyone who wants to go over and watch coverage of that, you'll have that to go to.
building over. The woman was in law school full time, and the man was a research fellow. And they had an 8-month-old daughter.
No worries. Just, you know, if you do go over to the other channel, give a shout out from Dan D. Let him know where you came from. And yeah, if it's interesting, let me know about it in the chat tomorrow. Because it's a case I haven't followed too much, but I'm still mildly interested in.
And I minded her as a full-time
Go
job.
back a couple of seconds just
And I
to...
brought Kim with me.
We don't want to
I didn't
miss
have
a
anyone to
thing.
leave her with in New York City. That's why I didn't go back to my job. So I found a job that I could take her with me. I brought her to we lived in a medical complex of several buildings of doctors, and I brought her to the next building over. The woman was in law school full time, and the man was a research fellow. And they had an 8-month-old daughter, and I minded her as a full-time job every day of the week. And I brought Kim with me. And then I also did other babysitting at night because Dan wasn't home anyway, he was studying.
So in the evening, people.
Thank you, Twisted Crime.
People would come in, you would babysit other people's children.
Sometimes nurses would bring the kids to me, and sometimes I'd take Kim and go to a doctor's house.
Now, during that time, were you doing any other kind of part-time work?
Oh, for a while I tried.
I'm just picturing Twisted Crime's post on the Discords. Breaking news, 1991 trial coverage. What the fuck? What do you mean 1991 trial coverages? No, it's happening now. It's live. But it is. It's happening now. It's live.
Tried doing Avon and Tupperware in New York City to make money. There were nurses and students and things.
And now you were into, and was that up on Avon where you have parties where people come to your house?
Oh,
back then?
Avon parties.
Was it different?
Okay, we'll take a little pause. How many people? You can just put a 1 in the chat if you were part of Avon, Amway, any of those 1980s multi-level marketing, but with products, so it's legal schemes.
Well, we didn't have, none of us lived in a place big enough to have a party. I lived in these dormitories where we're all little tiny rooms. So.
Tupperware parties were for people who weren't part of that Avon crew, so you'd have your little social Tupperware parties and stuff. But if you were Avon, you were committed. You had an auto ship filling up your garage with products that you kept foisting on your neighbors.
It was more door to
Oh,
door.
there's a few ones in the chat.
Um,
Few
And this was
networkers.
in Dan's last year of medical school.
Did you buy the tapes? If you were with Amway, there was two types of Amway distributors. There was the tapes and there was the product people. The tapes people made a lot of money, but also made a lot of enemies.
Correct.
Herbalife.
Were there any decisions made about the future of the family?
Mary
or
Kay.
what was going to happen after he finished medical school?
Wow, this is reminding me too, like, didn't you get like a pink Cadillac if you were like a top level distributor for Avon or Mary Kay or one of those? I remember that was the big status symbol, like you'd show that you'd gotten up, but it really just meant that you had all these people working for you and you were at the top of your pyramid.
Yes, in the fourth year of
Let's
medical
go back
school,
again.
you take a series of electives where you decide what area have. None of us lived in a place big enough to have a party. I lived in these dormitories where we were all little tiny rooms, so it was more door to door stuff.
And this was in Dan's last year of medical school.
Correct.
Were there any decisions made about the future of the family or what was going to happen after he finished medical school?
Yes, in the fourth year of medical school, you take a series of electives where you decide what area of medicine, from psychiatry to dermatology, what surgery.
Welcome, another
You
one.
take electives so that you can choose what area of medicine you might like to go into. One of Dan's electives that he chose was to get on a suit and tie and go downtown to a New York law firm every day and research becoming involved in the medical malpractice field as a lawyer doctor.
And this was key to him making so much, but also taking so long to actually start earning for the family. As a medical doctor, he could have completed his degree at Cornell, have you heard of it, and become a very successful doctor. But instead, he started following this legal route, which led to a whole side path to law school. And that's the school that Betty eventually paid for. They took loans out and they make a point of how, Dan took out loans. He didn't think his parents should have to pay for law school. But when he paid those loans back after him and Betty broke up, Betty was on the hook for everything he paid off because it was an Epstein credit against shared debt. And those Epstein credits left Betty with the equivalent of 2 months alimony. And we know her alimony was good, but still 2 months alimony is basically what she got out of their $1.5 million of shared possessions. And that was only a couple of years into him making good money. Very quickly, he was amassing new assets during the post-divorce time while she was just scrambling, trying to get her share and watching it get whittled away. So little Betty backstory there. Poor Betty bought some butter to make some better batter. Let's go back 20 seconds.
What area of medicine you might like to go into. One of Dan's electives that he chose was to get on a suit and tie and go downtown to a New York law firm every day.
Let's make that the
and
question to
research
start,
becoming
kitten.
involved in the medical malpractice field as a lawyer doctor. That was one of the things he researched in fourth year, and he did decide to do that.
Okay, and decided to do what? Go on to law
To
school?
become involved in the emerging, it was just starting, medical malpractice field as an attorney that would have a great knowledge of medicine as well by being a doctor and a lawyer.
Now, was that a decision that you were willing to live with, him going to law school rather than going out and practice as a doctor?
Yes, that was fine with me, whatever you wanted to do,
And why was that?
because that's a wife's job, whatever the husband wants to do. It was my job to support him emotionally and, psychologically, and great, let's do it. So we did it.
And was there, did you discuss or did you come to understand how his legal education would be financed?
That was a problem because we didn't have any income except mine, which was pathetic. And so we needed to finance the next 3 years totally on loans.
And was there any discussion about night school or some other way where of getting through law school?
Yes, he wanted to be a doctor and a lawyer, and the options open were to do law school part-time days, part-time nights, or full-time days.
This isn't
And
all the
he done
options, but
one
I
of the
can only do
part-time
4
things, he could have worked as
combos.
well, which is how a lot of people get through law school. But he chose to go full-time at Harvard.
Was that something that you were in disagreement about?
No, it was Harvard didn't have a part-time program, but it was very, very expensive.
Yeah, Cornell Harvard combo degree. That's got all of the gravitas that you need.
Now, the summer between medical school and law school, did you work?
We moved to Pittsburgh. We moved entirely out of New York and went
Thank
to
you.
stay with
Another
his
one?
family in Pittsburgh. He worked as an intern at a local Pittsburgh hospital, and I stayed with his family rent-free with Kim. And then I just did the Tupperware Avon thing as much as I could in the afternoons, but it didn't make much.
And the next fall, did Dan go to law school?
Yes, we moved to Cambridge, Massachusetts in September of '70. And I again took,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you?
That's a whole
did
different
you
kitty.
move-
Yep.
Where did you move in Boston?
we couldn't afford student housing. We didn't have any money to get into student housing, and we couldn't afford to live in Cambridge around the school. But we had no form of transportation. We had no car at this time, so we couldn't move far away either. So we moved to a community called Somerville, Massachusetts.
And what
Which is-
kind of neighborhood was that?
At that time, it was a very, very older, rundown neighborhood. Very inexpensive, which is what we needed.
The
And Dan had a motorcycle to get to school.
did you? And what kind of apartment did you live in?
It was a basement apartment in a very old building. You went downstairs and the windows looked out on a dug-in hole of cement or something, and all the trash and newspapers and liquor bottles and stuff would be in our windows when we woke up in the morning. The window well.
There's even some inflections in her voice, like Christina Garcia mentions how her expressions are Sarah. But there's some, just the way she trails off on some words and stuff. It's eerie. It's giving me goosebumps.
And during the time that you were in that neighborhood, was there times where you would have problems with heat and water?
Yes, the whole building was very, very old, and
One time I even had to call Brian for money for hot water for son.
it was a Boston winter. And there were times when we were freezing. We had no heat at all. I had to sleep with Kim because I thought she was going to die. She was so cold.
Were you working during that time?
Yes, a woman law student at Harvard. I minded her child full time every day, all day, every day.
And did you work at night at all?
I worked at Lord & Taylor in downtown Boston at night.
And did you, at some point in time while you were going there, did you have to get aid to supplement your
Yeah, there's not a direct line from her to Sarah, but there's a cattywampus line from Betty to Sarah.
income? Any kind of food or?
Yes, we got surplus food because we were below poverty level. We had no income to speak of at all.
Now, during this time, did you get pregnant again?
Yes, I was sick quite soon after moving there. I got sick with a pregnancy with Lee, and I'm sick the whole 9 months.
Now, during this time, was Dan working hard that first year?
Absolutely. First year is the hardest year of law school, and he worked very, very hard, and he studied very, very hard.
Okay. And so when you're talking about working hard, you're talking about working hard at school and coming home and studying.
Correct.
Were you resentful of that fact that he wasn't practicing medicine and making money and was going to law school?
Not at all,
And why is that?
because this was the plan that we agreed upon, that he would do the law school, and if you're going to do it, you have to do it well and do it right. And he needed to do that.
Now, during the time that you were going through this first year of law school, how was Dan dressing?
I'll sustain.
Like a chump.
The, well, were you resentful about what Dan would spend free money on during that time, or how he would spend it?
Neither one of us were spending much money on anything. We didn't have any money.
The was a second child born at that time.
July of 71 is Lee's birthday.
Okay, so that was the summer after the first year of law school,
Yes.
and did you work through Lee's pregnancy?
In the home, as I had described earlier,
Okay.
and at Lord and Taylor, and that's all I did that first year.
And did you have problems with the pregnancies and the births of both children?
Objection.
Sustain.
I'd like to make an offer of proof here.
Now go on to something else and make an offer proof for the recess.
Does that help seriously? Big bowl of popcorn for today's testimony.
During the second year of law school, did you work?
Right, yes. I took children in, different children whose mothers were nurses and teachers and things, in that we had moved. Dan's grandmother gave us a car summer between.
That sounds right. You could also say that Betty is Higgly-Piggly from Sarah. Closer to the, Sarah's on the Piggly side of the Higgly line.
First and second year, so now we were able to move to an apartment that was above ground, and I had children in the apartment.
I tripped going up the stairs today and just skimmed my knee or my shin exactly where I have my wound from when George stabbed me in the back of the leg. That close. I almost died that day.
Now, between the second and third years of law school,
There's butter. Your butter. Melted, delicious butter.
Go anywhere? Did the family go anywhere in relationship to a job?
That's why I have these
Yes, between
napkins so
second
I
and
don't
third
get
year
it all
of
over
law
my
school,
keyboard.
It's customary that every student get a clerkship
You don't want your buttered popcorn fingers to mix with your bloody keyboard keys.
with a law firm, and that's what we did, and it was in Los Angeles.
And was it any particular type of law firm or any particular reason for going to Los Angeles?
We went to Los Angeles because both of us were interested in exploring the West Coast and seeing if we'd be interested in living there. Both of our long-term friends, the Woodses, helped us get a job with Overton, Lyman and Prince was the name of the firm. And I believe they were doing malpractice at the time. And so Dan wanted to see Los Angeles and explore the possibilities of working in a malpractice firm.
Did the whole family go to Los Angeles that summer?
Yes, we had 2 children. On the way out, we drove a Volkswagen from Boston to Los Angeles.
Okay. And while you were in Los Angeles that summer, were any plans made in regards to your future?
Yes, we didn't like Los Angeles at all. It was really crowded, and the commute for Dan was really, he just didn't like it. And I met a lady.
My healthy medical snack, because now I know seriously he's keeping an eye on this sort of thing. This is keeping her. Got to be careful. Got to be careful with the computer and wet items. That just got on the trackpad, though. That's okay. From a distance. Today's snack is a dragon fruit salad. It's a dragon fruit, grape, strawberries. Well, that's delicious. Oh, yeah. It's like a breath of fresh air.
A playground with the children. And she said, boy, if she could live anywhere at all, it'd be San Diego. And I said, where is it? And she said, well, you get on 5 and go south. So one Saturday, we got in the Volkswagen with the kids and we went south on 5. We didn't know where we were going, but we
I've done one Cooking with Dan D segment for lemon pound cake from Afro Man. Moderately successful, but I think it's got long-term value because anytime you want to cook a lemon pound cake, it's there in the catalog now. I'm going to have to do some for some of these other medical snacks I prepare for a stream.
ended up on kind of vacation village area of Mission Bay. And it was beautiful. Sunshine.
Dragon fruit's it's a unique taste, right? It's not like overly sweet, and at the same time, it's not one of those ones that needs to be, chugged full of sugar just to make it taste good. The seeds are a little bit like poppy seeds in the way that they pop. I'm a big fan of dragon fruit. It almost tastes like grapes, but with consistency of like an apple or, a moderately stiff pear.
Shiny and it was clean and nobody was there and it was just gorgeous. And we could look across at the city and we saw a few tall buildings and Dan said, there's got to be a law firm here. So we went back to LA and looked it up in a guide to law firms, and he wrote to the law firms in San Diego asking if he could look for a job with them. Yeah. And that summer they wrote back. And so that summer we came down and interviewed San Diego law firms before we went back east.
And was there any decisions made at that time as to what you were going to do after he graduated from Harvard?
Yes, the law firm of Gray, Carey, Ames, and Fry were extremely nice to us. They went out of their way to woo us. They wanted Dan very badly.
What?
And they impressed us a lot, and they offered us the moon, and so he took the job with them. But it wouldn't be until the next year that we'd come back for it.
And so you went back to the third year of law school?
Yes, we drove across country again, but by that time I'm pregnant and sick with the third child.
So you were pregnant again in the third year of law school?
Yes.
And did you work during that third year?
As much as I could, it's same as usual. I brought kids in, but that pregnancy, I not only got sick the whole time, I was hemorrhaging through the whole pregnancy. I had what you call placenta previa.
Okay. And was that baby born alive?
The baby was born alive, but died shortly after.
Now, after that happened, did you do anything after that baby died?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain, just rephrasing.
Was there anything that you tried to do to yourself after that baby died?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead and answer that.
Yes,
And what was that?
I tried to kill myself.
And was there a reason for that?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after Dan graduated from law school?
I'm gonna watch that little face reaction
Drove
again.
directly out here.
And
Just writing up a
did
poll.
you move to San Diego?
Yes.
And where in San Diego did you live?
We found an apartment in Serra Mesa near the stadium in the Plum Tree apartment complex. It
All
was
right.
brand new at
Go
that
back
time.
to 3130.
And I was within walking distance of a Catholic school, and I got a job there teaching school. Through the whole pregnancy, I had what you call placenta previa.
And was
Looks
that
like
baby
another
born
meltdown.
alive?
The baby was born alive, but died shortly after.
Now, after that happened, did you do anything after that baby died?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain, just rephrasing.
Was there anything that you tried to do to yourself after that baby died?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead and answer that.
She's holding on until he asks.
Yes,
And what was that?
I tried to kill myself.
And was there a reason for that?
Yes.
What did you do after Dan graduated from law school?
They let her have a second? She doesn't look that much composed, so it could have just been a commercial break for Court TV.
We drove directly out here.
And did you,
Speaking of which, this is original Court TV footage. Court TV was founded in 1991. May have started with the Pamela Smart trial. Was really just doing single trials, hit and miss, Nothing really took off until the Betty Broderick one. And even that, it was the Menendez brothers right after that launched them. So a lot of people forget about Betty Broderick being the inception, partially the inception. Probably what they made from the Betty Broderick trial gave them the ability to invest in the Menendez trial the way they did.
you moved to San Diego?
Yes.
And where in San Diego?
And a second shout out to Criminal Conversations, who is hosting these videos. If you want to watch it without the commentary, you want to go back and watch testimony because it was that compelling and just want to hear it on its own, go to Criminal Conversations with a Z at the end, and you'll see all these videos in full. There's also a playlist from a guy called Peppermint Gecko. You look up Betty Broderick Full Trial in Order. It's just a playlist of all the Criminal Conversations video, and that's what I'm using for this stream.
Diego, did you live?
We found an apartment in Serra Mesa near the stadium in the Plum Tree apartment complex. It was brand new at that time. And I was within walking distance of a Catholic school, and I got a job there.
Hey,
teaching
Margie.
school.
Good to see you.
And did you, and what kind of job?
And
was it?
RN2 Mums, he had his medical degree, but he didn't do any doctoring. He became a malpractice lawyer. He basically learned what he learned at medical school and used it as a way to sue doctors and make big money because doctors have money. So, yeah, it was... it's an interesting play. Like, it's definitely smart in the long run because there's not a lot of people that are going to get both degrees, right? But it put him in a unique position he'd already been trained on don't do this because he could be malpractice, don't do this. And then he's thinking, oh shit, I know a lot of people who do that and do that. Like, I could make a big business out of suing people.
Catholic school? Were you registered? Were you a certified?
And he kicked dogs. That's in the earlier testimony. It actually came up in the state case that he kicked dogs. And one witness suggested that the dogs were very kickable.
Teacher in California?
Shih
Not in
Tzus.
California, no. I don't have a California credential.
So this was a private school.
A little Catholic grammar school, yes.
And was Dan working when you moved here?
Yes, we moved here to start the job at Great Carey. So that job was confirmed and assured before we even arrived. Yes, as soon
Okay.
as we came here.
And do you remember approximately how much Dan was making when you started working?
I really have no idea, but I think 17,000. I have no idea.
Did you, other than than teaching in the school, in the Catholic, private Catholic school, did you have any other jobs when you first moved to San Diego?
Yes, the fifth grade teaching was in the afternoons, and so I thought I could do everything with the children in the house in the morning, and then when they were only 2 and 3 at the time.
Sustain.
Did you have problems with the job that you did have?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, did you leave that job?
Yes, I did.
And was there a reason for that?
Yes.
Sustained.
That little girl voice just pops in.
Did you find other employment?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of jobs were those?
I started working nights because I could get a lot more hours in, and I wouldn't have the anxiety and the problem with leaving the children with someone. I never liked to leave the kids and go out. So I worked at a Black Angus restaurant as a hostess from 4:35 in the evening until like 2 in the morning. I closed
You still have Black Anguses, right? I would eat there.
the place.
Are we going to take a recess this morning, Your Honor, or?
As soon as he mentioned Black Angus, can we have a recess? There's one right across the street, right?
If we are going to take a recess, it would be a good time.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. Is 10 minutes long enough, Mr. Early? Or you want longer?
The phone is crazy. Who's Christina Garcia is bringing up, like, I can't believe they've got that phone ringing the whole trial. It blows my mind that they don't have a phone with the light up numbers where they're just pushing buttons and can pick it up silently. Like, I know that technology existed because you look at the court reporter and she's got a computer. You know, it's not a fancy computer, but it is, you know, a desktop model.
However long,
10 minutes long enough, folks? We have recessed until about 12 after 11.
And this is one of the great advantages of watching a trial from the past.
Broderick,
Recesses don't exist for us. We just keep on rolling.
Jury panel are present. All counsel are present. Ms. Broderick is on the witness stand. You may proceed, Mr. Early.
yes, now during the,
Let's take a second for the court reporter's outfit today. Look at that. This is a lovely sweater vest with a, looks like a, I thought it was a fleur-de-lis at first, but it looks like it's just some sort of a flower. And then a polka dot dress, perhaps. Staying with a blue palette, blue and white palette. And the bright red glasses, evocative of her Tootsie look from earlier. So, court reporter is looking very well put together today. That's a nice, smart outfit.
what was your, up to that point, what was your social life like?
Objection or vague as to what point we're referring to.
Sustained. Just rephrase it, Mr. Early.
Okay. We've now gone through your marriage and you've moved to San Diego. What had been your social life up to that point?
In medical school, we lived in a dormitory where it was other married or unmarried students, so we were very, very social, and I didn't have the children then. And then in Boston, we didn't have any money, and we didn't live near where any other students lived, so I was particularly totally isolated. And we didn't do anything socially. We had no money.
All we could do is sit around the house and drink wine.
When you first moved to San Diego, were you spending lots of money on social lives?
No, it wasn't lots of money, but the Gray, Carey, Ames and Fry firm is extremely social. We were became instantly very social only within that firm.
And during that period of time, were you spending lots?
I get that. I'm a bit like, I'm a cross between introvert and extrovert. I don't think you could do a YouTube, face channel without having some elements of extroversion, but I'm also recharged by alone time more than I am, recharged by, like, after time online, I need to decompress on my own. I'm not going out to bars and, looking to seek out interactions anymore. I need, like, my cat and my couch. But I get that. Like, there's been some jobs where I've been hired and it's like, oh yeah, every Friday we go out to the steakhouse and, on Tuesdays we stay late to, do an archery range, and all of a sudden you become a social person despite it not really being your inclination. Or in Betty's case, I think that helped bring her back to where, okay, this is the life I want. I want to be part of a social circle. But yeah, I can see how just the change of employer would instantly change.
How was you and Dan dressing at that time?
Dan always dressed beautifully, always. Even before I came into the picture, he was meticulous about his clothing. In medical school, he wore
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Your Honor, while we're at this point, I'd like to make an offer of proof.
I want to hear more fashion tips.
Well, we've passed this point. We're they've moved to San Diego and he has a job with Gray Carey. Now we're going back to talking about medical school again.
Good point, Judge.
Yeah, I'm asking about their clothing and how they spent money.
At the time they're here in San Diego, fine, she can answer that.
You missed your chance. If you wanted to talk about med school, how he dressed in med school, you should have. The judge is keeping him to a chronological.
Time that you were in San Diego, were you spending, how were you dressing at that time? Spending lots of money on clothes?
This was definitely the time, it comes up in chat, of Sally Jesse, Donahue, Ricky Lake.
I don't. Myself, just me?
Yes.
No.
The, now during this, after you moved to San Diego and
I know.
you were in the
I'm
apartment,
going to bring up Tam Tam Namasty says, when I was a kid, my brother and I would sneak and watch this talk show with this loud man that swore and smoked cigarettes on air. Can't remember his name, but he was before Jerry Springer. His name was Morton Downey Jr. And you need to shut up! And he would just like snap at his guests. He'd stand at podiums like, and he would just yell, like really give him shit. Smoke, you namby-pamby punk-ass liberal pablum puking. Yeah, he was, he would have fit in today. Like, he was a pioneer for the time, but today he'd fit right in with a lot of the talking head shows.
did anything happen to move out of the apartment?
There was a shootout at the apartment. Someone robbed a Bank of America and they ran into the apartments and they were shooting all over the place. And we moved out after that.
And did you move into a duplex?
We moved into a rented home in Claremont, yes.
And eventually, did something happen to that?
That house burnt down.
And did you do anything with the, at that time, as far as, where did you move after that house burned down?
When that house burnt down, the insurance put us in a temporary.
No, same thing. I loved watching how upset he would get. It didn't even strike me that he was, political. It just seemed like he was just very easily triggered. And he'd get so angry. And the way that his veins would pop in his forehead, you'd see the blood really rushing, and he's smoking cigarettes. You thought he was going to have an episode on air. We'll go back a little bit because that's a bit of a tangent. Not too far. Let's just bring her back 30 seconds.
We moved into a rented home in Claremont, yes.
And eventually, did something happen to that?
That house burnt down.
And did you do anything with the, at that time, as far as, where did you move after that house burned down?
When that house burnt down, the insurance put us in a temporary.
And speaking of Sally Jesse Raphael, if the frame, I might change it slightly so you can see the court reporter when it pans down a little. She's wearing some very SJR red glasses today.
No, that's fine.
Stand.
So when you moved out, were you able to?
Well, that was a Sarah. That was the Sarah little lip. She did it tons on the body cam, but it did come up in the trial. 39:21. Okay. So 10 seconds from now.
No, that's fine.
9,
Stand.
8, 7, 6.
So
There it is.
when you moved out,
Something I'd like to say, but I shouldn't, so I won't. But I'd like to. That's what.
were you able to? Did anything?
Yeah, she swallowed it. Whatever she wanted. You could almost see her like swallowing pills. Just gonna swallow it. Not gonna say it. Want to say it. Not gonna say it. Ugh, tasted gross.
Happen with insurance at that point in time, or did you get any money from that?
Yes, when the house burned down, it was not our home, it was a rental home. So we got insurance for the contents. All of our possessions burnt except for the bedrooms. So we still had our clothes. But as far as furniture and kitchen and stereos and records and books and And the furniture, the little bit of furniture that we had bought on time. And
I'm getting warnings that my frame rate is less than the desired frame rate for a stream. If it's annoying to you, just, let me know in the chat, or if it's noticeable. I'm of the impression it probably isn't that noticeable because this isn't the highest resolution footage to begin with. So it probably just stays on a keyframe whenever it's not getting new information, and it's not like, we're watching a football match or, hockey where you need to be tracking the puck constantly. But let me know if there's video issues. I'll see if I can do something to improve the internet.
anyway, from I think the Broadway or something. So we got reimbursed by insurance for our possessions that burned in that fire.
Maybe I'm talking too techie.
And what did you do with what'd you do with that money?
I've become such an expert on really weird techie things, so I somehow assume that everyone's learning along with me. So if it means nothing, ignore it. I'll go back 30 seconds.
Burnt except for the bedrooms. So we still had our clothes, but as far as furniture and kitchen and stereos and records and books.
Is my volume appropriately louder than the stream? Because that is how I want to be. I want to be, if I'm talking, I talk over it and then we'll go back and just listen to it. But I don't want to be loud, like really loud over the stream. But yeah, it's intentional. It's not malicious, but definitely intentional. But yeah.
And the furniture, the little bit of furniture that we had bought on time anyway from I think the Broadway or something. So we got reimbursed by insurance
I can also
for our
adjust
possessions
it
that burned in
like
that fire.
And what did you do with what'd you do with that money?
We were forced out of the rental after the fire repairs.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry, no one responds to questions. What did you do with the money?
Stand.
Okay. Instead of doing any technical adjustment, I've just moved the boom slightly away from my mouth, which should keep everything the same for people who like it, but maybe just slightly less difference between video and me.
First of all, what did you do with the money?
We used it as a partial down payment on the
Okay,
house.
good.
Okay. And where was that house?
No, there's so many different setups too. Like if you're listening through a phone, through earbuds, through Bluetooth, like so everyone's audio is going to be different, and you're never going to please everyone unless I'm in a studio and instead of an attic. But I do aim to be as good as possible, and I listen to my streams through an iPhone 8 that has a 1-block speaker, and I figure if I can make it out on that, it's going to be good enough for the wide range of devices, and then I just try and dial it in from there. But yeah, when I'm doing a professional reading, I like the resonance I can get on my voice if I have everything dialed in properly.
In La Jolla.
Now after
No, I appreciate it, Billie Jean. That's the only way I'm going to get to
you
good or better. Constant improvement.
and what was the address of that house?
5555 Coral Reef Avenue.
Just to interrupt again, but talking more about myself, but I started just doing vertical streams with audio only. I would, flash onto the camera every so often to prove that it wasn't an AI that stayed up for 8 hours to talk to people on live streams. But it was just to work out the kinks and get better. If I just accepted things as they were, then I would have never improved and never got to where I am now. And, who knows where this will go by this time next year. So I always appreciate criticism, constructive or not. If it's not, I can still find, well, this is a tangent. There's a book called The Complaint is a Gift. It's a retail book about, trying to run a store. And if your customers complain, doesn't matter what the complaint is, they're almost always a positive thing. Because let's say somebody complains on one of my videos, boring. Well, it means that I created some indication that my stuff wouldn't be boring. So there's something I'm doing right. Like it's either the thumbnails, maybe it's the description, maybe it was another video, but whatever it is, I set an expectation that I'm not boring. So for someone to put that on a video, that's already a little like, okay, figure out what you're doing right. Do more of that. You're still not going to please everyone. But yeah, no problem with constructive criticism or otherwise.
Now,
No, I haven't gotten a boring comment, but that I was just trying to think of something. God, one of the first comments was classified crime had me on for two live streams, and I was a little nervous. I was trying to be funny, so I was jumping in sometimes when I didn't really have my thoughts thought out, but I just thought, this seems like the time to say something funny. And one of the first comments was, "Dan, stop interrupting. You're not that funny." I was like, oh shit, I've made a big mistake. What am I doing here? And then other comments came in. Some people thought some stuff was funny. Regardless, I put way too much, concern into that first negative comment, and realized later, even the fact that that person complained, there was an expectation that I would be funny. And if that's the case, then I, must have set that somewhere. And there was a lot of people who seemed to think I was funny, so just keep playing to them. I'm not gonna, I don't know. There's nobody who's funny to everyone, so what can you do?
I have just one moment here.
Sure.
Oh, do we have to drink every time I hear the Caldecelio house? We'll make that a thing. Caldecelio house. Oh, the stay on your own lane. Maybe we'll do that if we do a pause today. We'll go and watch a couple of my shorts that are music. Well, no music, but that was a great comment. Third rail has its own set of issues, but you need to stay on your own rail. You are not funny or entertaining. Then all the comments were, I think Dan D is very entertaining and funny.
Sorry, Your Honor, we moved all this yesterday.
So I'll take time.
If I had to guess, I think that's maybe my only Nicole comment. I don't think that she,
I'll move on right now, Your Honor.
if it was her and she was following my page, that would have been a prime, like, oh shit, I'm doing more harm than good here. But Calle di Cielo. Calle. Yippee Calle del Cielo, motherfucker.
All right.
I don't have alcohol, so I'll just drink like tea every time, but still it makes a nice visual. Oh, Billie Jean, that was kind of what do you call it? An origin story of the Dan D channel. One of my first, well, not one of my first negative comment affected me immediately. And I had an ego crash, like, oh shit, maybe I've made a big mistake. But the second one I was ready for. And then the third one I turned into a short, and it's like, oh shit. Now he's making content out of the bad comments, and I haven't really gotten too many bad comments since. But it was on one of the videos I posted about how I think Third Rail releasing the journals are bullshit, and how would they like it if people released journals about them, and then I've released a journal that was bullshit that was about them. Anyway, one of the comments was, Third Rail has its own set of issues, but you need to stay on your own rail. You're not entertaining or funny. So I turned that into a dramatic reading of a YouTube comment and dressed it up with Christmas wrap. And that became one of my more popular shorts heading into the Christmas season.
And you used the insurance money to buy that house?
It was only enough for a partial down payment. We had to get 2 mortgages. one mortgage was the rest of the down payment, and then the other mortgage was a regular mortgage.
Do you remember what you paid for that house? Approximately?
$80,000 or $90,000.
And did the...
For the Calle di Cielo
at that
house.
time, did you pay off the loan for the furniture?
No, we bought that furniture on an installment credit card at a department store, and for the next 3 years, we were paying for the furniture on a monthly basis that had burnt 3 years ago.
That was a scam too. I remember that pay to own furniture, or it was rent to own, or rent, like you're leasing furniture so that you could have the appearance of nice furniture in your house. And you only had to pay $25, $35 a month. But by the end of it, the furniture's worthless. And you've paid 3 times the cost for it over a short period. So terrible financially as somebody who was a little bit more frugal. I had milk crates and boards and couches that I saw on the side of the road. Hey, that's still good. Bring that to the house.
Because we had used all the replacement fire money to buy the house.
Now, did...
And this
What
is
were
interesting.
you-
Billie
what
Jean
was-
says, I would hate to get into an argument with this woman. Gaslight Central. And that is going to be the basis of a lot of the defense case, is them claiming that Dan gaslit her. So it's going to be, 2 people who were both turning down the gas and fucking with each other. And it seems like it's pretty equal parts until, Betty's final fury. But yeah, there's both of them look as guilty as each other of the gaslighting.
Was the home on Coral Reef furnished with at that time?
We had bedroom furniture because our bedrooms didn't burn. So we had beds. But insofar as furniture, we didn't have anything. And there was a built-in kitchen with bar stools. So that's what we had to sit on to eat. And then we really didn't have anything downstairs at all.
Okay. Did there come some point in time where you got something in the house to sit on, at least when family or friends came over?
Yes, Larry Broderick had more money than we did. And when he came to town, he bought us table and chair, aluminum patio furniture, and 2 lounge chairs and a little table between them. And we'd sit outside on that stuff in the daytime, and then at night we'd carry it in and we'd sit in the house on it.
There's the mouth thing again. That's an interesting tale of woe. Like, for a rich person, I'm sure it sounds, like, wow, we were roughing it. But for someone like me, that sounds like just practical. Like, why have 2 sets of furniture if you can only afford one? You've got, outdoor lounge furniture. You can bring in the table, sit down, have a meal like the kitchen, bring it back outside because it's nice out and you want to sit down instead of sitting on the grass. Does it seem like bringing it in and out is that big a deal, considering that you don't have to pay for 2 sets of furniture? But I don't know. Rich people problems.
Now, what year was, you had your first son is Danny,
Daniel Thomas Broderick IV.
and
Yes.
what year was he born in?
76, February 23rd, 76.
Now, at some point in time, was there some...
Yeah, if you're imagining, like, pull back the camera on this for the lay of the land of the courtroom, on the left-hand side of your left hand, if you're watching this, your left-hand side, that's the side that the jury's on. The right-hand side is the evidence lady, the wall of law books, and it'll pan to the gallery over on that side too. I think I'm mirrored, so you just look at your own left hand and look at the screen, and that's the side that they're on.
Problems developed between you and your husband in regards to the amount of time he was spending at work or away from home?
Yes, all through school, I was very careful to give Dan a lot of space so that he could study. And it was my job to keep the house clean and the kids quiet and away from him so he could study.
Stand.
Okay. What did you explain to those problems?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Stand. The question had to do, Mr. Early, with whether or not she became upset with him spending too much time at work. From 76, you want to re-ask that question?
45 minutes into the raw audio.
Let me back up a minute.
Oh,
First
I'm
of all,
doubling it
you
today.
can answer this yes or no, and then I'll ask something.
All right.
Were there problems
I don't know that we'll double it all day, but at this point, there's equal parts commentary to stream.
that were developing between you and Daniel Broderick at that time?
Yes.
Thank you. What were those problems?
His non-involvement with myself and the children, his absence.
And was there discussions about the source of those problems? First start, yes or no?
Yes.
And what were those discussions about?
Objection.
Overall, you answer that.
When we were in school, his absence was tied to school and studying. And when we came to San Diego, his absence was tied to the firm that he was in and getting ahead in that firm. There seemed to be a lot of mandatory appearances at luncheons and social things and athletic things that seemed to be mandatory if you wanted to make it in that firm. And Dan definitely wanted to make it.
And when you first moved to the Coral Reef home, were you working then?
Yes, I had the Black Angus job still.
And was that still a night job?
Yes. And at one point there, before Danny was born, I had to get disability because of my varicose vein problem. You weren't allowed to sit down on the job. You were not allowed. I had to stand up front. There was no way you could sit down. And I had horrible.
Objection, Your Honor.
I remember that from working in the food industry too. There was a manager I worked for that had an expression, "There's a time to lean and a time to clean." When the fuck is it time to lean then? Jesus Christ, get off my back.
Sustained.
Were you working at other jobs during these 2 or 3 year periods that you would guess?
Yes, I always had several jobs. And then when Danny was about 18 months old, I started my biggest production of having children come to my home, where I would mind my own children and other people's children. We had a large backyard at the time.
My biggest production. He basically was running a daycare.
That purpose.
And was there a reason that you discussed with Mr. Broderick the fact that he was away from the home a lot? I mean, how you felt about that? Any discussions at all?
Oh, it was constant discussions. I felt that he was really neglecting myself and the children. I felt I spoiled him in the early years by not expecting him to do anything with us because of the schooling. And then after he got a regular job, I kind of expected him to get involved and be home on weekends and be home at night and to have a little more time for us. And he didn't have very much time for us.
Now, during the time that, did you talk about counseling, marriage, or anything else, any other kind of counseling during that time?
We participated in a marriage encounter through the Catholic Church, which is a weekend you go away and discuss the future of your marriage. And
Did you have any discussions about what you might do or if things didn't work out?
yes, I felt pretty isolated out in California. I really liked it, but Dan was never home, and I didn't have any relatives here at all, and neither did he. And I was raised in a very big, very close family. My mother's own.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was there a reason you wanted to go to marriage counseling?
There was an opportunity that was presented to us, and yeah, I thought it was a great idea
Okay, and what were the reasons? I mean, what?
to talk about our marriage and where we felt we were going and how we were doing. And I thought it was a wonderful opportunity. Someone in the church took care of our children for the weekend, so to let us go to that.
And was there any discussions about leaving Gray Cary at that time?
We had discussions about moving back east because I was lonesome.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Well,
That's
overall,
leaving
that's
right
what stands forward.
Oh, that was interesting. Betty gave her own Okay, we're going to watch that. I also wanted to bring up how Nicole C says she repeatedly talks about how great their marriage was, but when you get down to the details, she was always unhappy with Dan and with various situations. And that's again like Sarah, like, it was a good day. We were having a good day. That's why I don't understand. And it's like, we don't give a fuck about the day. George is dead. Like, and that seems the same way that Betty, talks about, oh no, this was good. And here, we had regular marriage problems. And then, but you were always unhappy? Yes, no, always. Aha, pause face for you, Betty.
I should go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, we're going to listen to that, though. She mumbles something right after the objection.
Oh, it was constant discussions. I felt that he was really neglecting myself and the children. I felt I spoiled him in the early years by not expecting him to do anything with us because of the schooling. And then after he got a regular job, I kind of expected him to get involved and be home on weekends and be home at night and to have a little more time for us. And he didn't have very much time for us.
Now, during the time that, did you talk about counseling, marriage, or anything else, any other kind of counseling during that time?
We participated in a marriage encounter through the Catholic Church,
I just didn't go back far enough.
which is a weekend you go away and discuss the future of your marriage. And
Did you have any discussions about the reason that you discussed with Mr. Broderick, the fact that he was away from the home a lot? I mean, how you felt about that? Any discussions at all?
oh, it was constant discussions. I felt that he was really neglecting myself and the children. I felt I spoiled him in the early years by not expecting him to do anything with us because of the schooling. And then after he got a regular job, I kind of expected him to
let
get
it run.
involved
I've
and
lost
be
myself.
home on weekends and be home at night and to have a little more time for us. And he didn't have very much time for us.
Now, during the
Maybe it's still coming.
time that, did you talk about counseling, marriage, or anything else, any other kind of counseling during that time?
We participated in a marriage encounter through the Catholic Church, which is a weekend you go away and discuss the future of your marriage. And
Did you have any discussions about what you might do or if things didn't work out?
Marriage encounter.
yes, I felt pretty isolated out in California. I really liked it, but Dan was never home, and I didn't have any relatives here at all, and neither did he. And I was raised in a very big, very close family. My mother's own.
Objection.
Stand.
Was there a reason you wanted to go to marriage counseling?
There was an opportunity that was presented to us, and yeah, I thought it was a great idea
Okay, and what were the reasons? I mean, what?
to talk about our marriage and where we felt we were going and how we were doing. And I thought it was a wonderful opportunity. Someone in the church took care of our children for the weekend, so to let us go to that.
And was there any discussions about leaving Gray Carey at that time?
We had discussions about moving back east because I was lonesome.
Objection, really non-responsive.
Well,
That's
overall,
leaving
that's
right
substantial.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was discussing moving back east.
I went back way too far was the problem. It was 49:22. Go back just 6 seconds before that. Now that we're caught to the... But yeah, Betty gives part of the objection explanation.
Was there any discussions about leaving Gray Carey at that time?
We had discussions about moving back east because I was lonesome.
Objection, really non-responsive.
Well,
That's
overall,
leaving
that's
right there.
substantial.
Yeah, she totally, well, it's, leaving by,
I should go.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was discussing moving back east because I really missed family. And we could have gone to either Pittsburgh or New York, and we looked
oh, this is one of her trigger questions. That's so quick.
at property in Pittsburgh, so I'm not making any of this up. And Dan said that we couldn't leave because he had 5 years in town. Actually, it wasn't 5 at that point; it was almost 5. But he said, "No, we can't leave. We can't go anywhere else. We got to stay here, and give me more time, and I'll
Yeah,
straighten."
you saw that, Tam Tam? It was like she knew this is a question I get sad on because she was totally fine just before answering it. Actually, yeah, if we go back to the part where she's like kind of mad. Yeah, look at that. This is less than a minute ago, that face. And there's the objection. You can't quite hear, but it sounds like she says something about he's leading me here or something like that. But whatever it is, she's in the weeds of the trial talk here. And 30 seconds later, she's devastated.
Was there any discussions about leaving Grey Carey at that time?
We had discussions about moving back east because I was lonesome.
Objection, really non-responsive.
Well,
That's
overall,
leaving
that's
right
your
there.
stance. Go ahead.
I should go.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was discussing moving back east because I really missed family. And
We could have gone to either Pittsburgh or New York, and we looked at property in Pittsburgh, so I'm not making any of this up. And
I'm not
Dan
making
said that
any
we
of this
couldn't
up.
leave because he had 5 years in town. Actually, it wasn't 5 at that point; it was almost 5. But he said, "No, we can't leave. We can't go anywhere else. You
Bye-bye
gotta stay
emotion.
here, and give me more time, and I'll straighten everything out."
Did
And resets. This is 52 seconds. So where rewound to, she's composed, completely loses it, completely resets within 50 seconds.
did you discuss any plans for Dan leaving Grey Carey at that time?
yes,
Okay. And what were those discussions?
I wanted him to leave Grey Carey because of all the drinking and all the craziness that was going on. I hated it. And he wanted to leave Grey Carey because he had his medical background, and he was supposed to be doing medical malpractice. Grey Carey had no medical malpractice clients or cases at all, and they would not allow him to start a personal injury business within the firm. So he was not doing professionally what he wanted to do either.
And that kind of makes sense. If the rest of the firm is defending doctors, they don't want to have one lawyer out there that's attacking them. Like, it's going to put them at a conflict of interest with most of their clients should he be taking that kind of work.
So he wanted to leave for professional reasons, and I wanted him to leave for family reasons.
Now, you've heard testimony about the only marrying Dan because he's a money-making machine and never loving him. You've heard that, haven't you?
In here, yeah.
Is that true?
I've never heard it before. I married Dan for a million other reasons. He was not a money-making machine when I married him.
Now, during the time that did you actually, at some point in time, attend a marriage encounter?
Yes, we did. It was a weekend, November 76.
And during the time that you were at the marriage encounter, did you talk about what you wanted out of a marriage?
Definitely, that's what it was for.
And what did you tell him you wanted out of a marriage?
I wanted him to spend more time with us. That's all I wanted.
Did you ever tell him what kind of physical things that you wanted?
I wanted a sofa for the family room because we had this black leather chair that he would sit in all the time, and I just didn't feel we ever got really close to one another. So yeah, I wanted a sofa for the family room. That was my big desire in 1976.
lipping. So, seems like, Sarah never said anything about it. And if I heard those exact words coming out of Sarah's mouth, it wouldn't surprise me at all. That's wild.
And did you have an opportunity at that point in time to write in your marriage encounter about the things that you desired in life?
I just wanted us to have a sofa so we could enjoy each other's company, just us. But he kept putting on the fractious music.
How you felt about Dan, why you married him?
Exactly. That's the purpose of the weekend. They help you along. They give you guidelines. They give you questions.
That's the purpose of the weekend. When you can get so drunk, you don't have to get up the next day.
You each have a notebook. And you answer those questions, and then you change notebooks. So he knows what you said about the answer, and you know what he said about the answer. And that way they help you to express yourself better. But if you just stayed home, you probably wouldn't communicate on that level. So, yes, we have the books.
And did
That's why we have the puzzles and the
Dan
paints.
talk to you about what he wanted out
Yes,
of the marriage?
yes.
Or what he wanted for you? What did he tell you he wanted?
He apologized for not spending time with us and said what he needed in life were to reach these financial goals that he had set for himself way, way back. And only when he reached those financial goals would he then have time to be a nice person to me and the kids and to give us time. But I had to give him more time and stick with him until he reached those financial goals. And when he got there, then it was all going to be rosy, and it was all going to pay off, and it was all going to be wonderful. But I had to be patient because he had to do that first.
And did you agree at that point in time to stick it out with him and stay in California based on the things that he had promised to you?
Yes.
Did showing you what is marked?
Great point. Kelly says if he's such an asshole, she should be celebrating his divorcing her. And, what a perfect opportunity to go on and move on with your bigger and better life, right? It's a lesson to all of us.
For identification, Your Honor, we have something that is marked X that says marriage encounter Broderick.
And especially when you think of people who can't get out, when they're trapped in these abusive situations where it's personally dangerous to try and get out of the relationship. To be handed an exit on a golden platter over and over and over again and just wanting to maintain your anger rather than moving on.
Room number 10 in another book of Betty Broderick, marriage encounter, room number 10.
So marked. One's X and one's Y.
Yes, Your Honor, the one marked Betty Broderick is Y.
Thank you.
I'd just like you, I'm not going to ask you specifically about them, but can you just look through the first book that you're looking through is X?
Yes.
Okay. And is that Dan Broderick's marriage encounter?
Yes, this is his handwriting.
And, okay. And if you could look at what has been marked as defendant's Y for identification.
Yes, this is all my handwriting from that weekend.
So that would have been your marriage encounter book.
Correct.
Just to let people know who are watching, we're just about an hour into today's stream. I've just scrubbed ahead, and it looks like all of today is her main questioning. The cross looks like it's going to be tomorrow, so we've got more Betty testimony to come by the looks of things, because as far as I can tell, I can only see her lawyer standing as I'm scrubbing ahead, so we're just getting into the meat of this trial now. And we're 2 hours
Now
into the stream.
after Did he make, at that time, any promises, inducements as to how he would be with the family, his time he would spend with the family?
He was supposed to, in the book, you're supposed to make improvements, but he just further apologized and said, he'd really like to get together. You're supposed to get together 10 minutes a day after a marriage encounter to enhance the intimacy in your marriage. He said, I'd really like to do it, but I'm just too busy. I have depositions and I'm busy. And I just don't have time for this.
Did he talk to you at all about?
He didn't have 10 minutes to spare to improve our marriage. And it was all I was doing. I was spending hours to put together that 10 minutes.
About at least goals as far as what he was going to do in the legal community and what kinds of time he had to spend with them. Clubs, associations.
Yes, as I said earlier, it wasn't just that he worked very, very hard and he was very, very smart. He did. He worked very long hours and very smart. But on top of that, we had all of these committees and courses that he taught and boards of directors that he was on, all related directly to the Bar Association and the legal community in this town, that enhanced his status in the legal community. So he had to teach courses and go to meetings at night. And I was told that was necessary to get where he was going and that I just had to be patient.
Okay. And when he explained that with you, did you agree to?
Be patient.
What was your feeling about that? Did you agree, disagree?
He was right. I knew he was right. I accepted that he was right at the time, and I also accepted that I'd have to be more patient. But he promised me that if I was more patient, that things were going to change. Just wait and see. When he got there, then everything was going to be fine. He was going to turn into a real nice person that had time for us.
And now, how old were you at that time?
In 76. 29?
Okay.
Was that good?
Which year? You were born in 1947, is that correct?
Right.
Now, what year when was Danny born?
We already did. Danny was born in February of 76.
Okay. And
which was before the marriage encounter.
were you working?
Objection, no, yeah.
Sustained.
Did you make have any discussions or make any decisions about Dan actually leaving Grey Carey?
Objection, answer.
Overall, didn't answer that.
I don't think we made the date decision. We discussed the track at Grey Carey. The track that you're on to make partner is a 5-year track. And you're going to be offered a partnership in 5 years if they liked you. They obviously liked him. They were going to offer him a partnership. He felt he had to get out before he accepted a partnership, because once you accept the partnership, it's very hard to get out. You have to then break up a partnership. This way, he'd just be leaving. So 5 years from the day, practically, that he went there, he left. That would be in 78, June of 78.
At that point in time, had your religion been important to you?
Yes, I was raised in a very nice Catholic family, and we're all pretty religious. And I kept it up with the children. I had them baptized. They did First Communion and stuff, but those were basically things I did with the children. Dan didn't want to be involved.
Did you try to get, were you able to get involved, at least in keeping communications going, in any kind of counseling or a continuation of the Catholic marriage encounter?
No, Dan didn't want to do that. They had meetings later, and you were supposed to have reunions with the group that you originally did that with, but we never participated.
That's kind of funny.
When you talked,
I bet everyone who doesn't participate makes everyone who comes back to the reunion feel a lot better. Like, just the four of us that still together after that? Okay. Well, good for us. Good for us. We made it. We did this with 12, 15. Well, it probably would be even numbers, but Remember the thruple? Yeah, they're gone.
About the going into private practice, did you also have any discussions or agreements about the financial risks that were involved in going into private practice?
Yes, at the time, Dan decided to leave Great Care.
We're going to take a real pause. We're exactly an hour into the testimony today, but Billie Jean says something important about the greater story of all of this. Narcissists have no true sense of self. They feed off others for their identity by turning people into objects and then having a relationship with that object. If the object fails their image of them, they blow up. And I think this, if we're looking at the Sarah thing, is very instructive of her relationship with Lana. Lana was such an effective a foil to Sarah that she built Sarah's self-esteem to a level that she felt entitled to get that sort of support. So in a way, because Lana was, the most effective flying monkey, Sarah's new expectations for any flying monkey was set up here that, to a level that nobody could achieve. So now she's got this weird inflated sense of self because people have bent to her will and gone above and beyond that that's now the bar, right? So I think it's a nice posthumous revenge Lana has on Sarah, in that I don't think anyone's ever going to come to her level as a supporter. Quite apart of what you think of the morality of her support was, she was effective at, helping Sarah do her bidding. And yeah, because of that, everyone pales in comparison, including the most recent enablers.
And go into private practice. He was forfeiting the only paycheck we had, which was a regular paycheck from Great Carey. And at that time, our home wasn't paid for, our cars weren't paid for, our furniture.
Full courtroom today. Not an empty seat in the house. This is Patricia Monahan in the front row, I believe. I'm not sure, but that's very much looks like her. And it looks like Mrs. Roper here, near camera. Can you guys see that on your camera? Just the head. Let me just move it up a little bit here. Yeah, I think Mrs. Roper here in the front row. That could be Patricia Monahan over here. But that's the gallery. And for anyone who's wondering where the jury is, follow where my Chiron for Betty Broderick is. And if you follow your eye to the part you can't see, that's where they are. And then you've got the bailiff over here guarding the evidence. And the evidence lady is along the wall that side, and then the door from the gallery into the well.
Wasn't paid for, and these bills were going to keep coming and keep coming, whether he worked for Great Carey or not. We couldn't give the stuff back at this point. So he decided to leave Great Carey, but then we had to finance our entire lifestyle on loans again until he got going. We also had to add the expense of starting a practice, his rent, his furniture, his letterheads, his secretaries. We had no savings at that time. So starting the practice and our living expenses were financed by loans once again, where we haven't ever even paid off the student loans yet.
Was there any discussions about your house?
Yes, I thought if we had to leave the house and go back to an apartment, it'd be worth it. Just I knew he would make it. If anyone in the world would make it, it would be Dan Broderick. He was extremely ambitious and aggressive and everything. I knew he'd do it. It was a great idea, but we might have lost the house in it. And I said, it was okay. We'll just start again.
Have a round of applause.
Time when he first started working, did you continue to work?
She's the superstar. She just keeps working. Every day she's in here keeping up with people and getting angry if they don't say anything. She looks up, like, feed me. Need words.
And now during this period of time when he first started working, did you continue to work?
When he left in 78, yes.
Now, did you indicated at some point in time you started a daycare operation at the home?
That was when Danny was about 10 months old.
And what,
So I'd been doing it for a couple of years.
and what kind of operation was that?
I'm a nursery school teacher by trade. That's what I am. That's what my degree is, early childhood education. And so if I wanted to go to work and use my profession, I would have had to leave my own little children with somebody and go teach other people's children. So that didn't make any sense to me. And we needed the money, and I loved children. So I was very, very happy, and I brought kids into the house. We had a backyard, we had a swing set, a sandbox, and toys, and I ran a little nursery school operation at my house.
Did it have a name?
I just called it Time Out because most of the women didn't work. They just dropped the kids with me when they went to lunch and played tennis and did all the things La Jolla people do.
Now,
Very entrepreneurial.
when was Rhett born?
In February of '79,
Now, were Rhett and Danny, were they difficult pregnancies?
Objection and roll.
Rose, you can answer that.
all of my
Ooh.
pregnancies were technically medical.
That was a look. She doesn't like when the prosecutor objects. Kind of makes a pig face. That's a side eye.
'79.
Now, were Rhett and Danny, were they difficult pregnancies?
Objection and roll.
Rose,
There we are. That- Not happy.
you can answer that.
All of my pregnancies
And reset.
were technically medically very complicated pregnancies. I have 2 uteruses. The kids never turned, ever. They were all breech births.
Hold on. Time out. I have to admit, I'm not very familiar with the internal workings. Is 2 uteruses a thing? Common? Uncommon, but, not rare? Rare, but not, unheard of? I have 2 uteruses. I did hear that right. Wow. 103. Yeah.
Rose, you can answer that.
All of my pregnancies were technically medically very complicated pregnancies. I have 2 uteruses. The kids never turned, ever. They were all breech births. They were all early. They were preemies. I mean, I was a very high-risk pregnancy. And because of
Hold on. If they were early, that's better than if they were late. And I'm just taking this from my own mother's recollection. I was born, I spent 10 months in the womb, almost 10 months. 9 months and 3 weeks and a few days or something like that. So I was fully cooked. But, you're a little bit more broad-shouldered at that kind of time. I think that a late baby might be more problematic. Well, early births are bad for the baby, but easier on the mom, I would imagine. 2 uteruses, though.
the 3rd baby dying and the placenta previa, and because of
That's okay. Was there a time that,
It's called uterus didelphys. If it isn't, it is now. Uterus didelphys. Didelphys. Uterus didelphys. 2 uteruses. Di is Latin for 2.
and besides those that you've gone over with, the 5, has there been other pregnancies that you've gone through?
Because on Star Trek, they had dilithium crystals, which were later trilithium crystals by the next generation, which showed they moved up from just dye, which was 2.
Where the baby did not go to full term.
Yes, I had several miscarriages between Danny and Rhett.
Okay, just so there was approximately 7 or 8 pregnancies total.
9.
9.
9.
The
Ooh, that look on like she's correcting her lawyer. The lawyer is asking her that so she can say it. More like 9.
pregnancies total.
9.
9. The
Oh yeah, bite your tongue.
and Rhett was born in what year?
February 14th, 1979.
The
I
did
roll.
you ever do anything in regards to the vascular problem? Did you ever have surgery on your legs?
Yes, I did after Rhett was born.
Now, after Rhett was born, did you start getting involved in any other activities outside the home?
After Rhett was born, I don't believe I ever took the children into the house again. I did do some of the hostessing jobs, but leaving 4 children with a babysitter was ridiculous. That wasn't going to work. So by 79, 80, I think I just got involved in community things. I don't think.
Can you give me the apartment number? 3. How many pregnancies? 9. 9.
I really.
What kind of community things were those?
Well, when I first moved to San Diego, I did basic San Diego community things, KPBS auction, the San Diego Museum of Art, and Combo, which was the combined arts at that time. And then as the children were in school, like Kim and Lee would have been in school when Danny and Rhett were young, I did room mother things and minded kids on the playground and did trips at school and mother's club and carnivals and bake things and stuff like that.
Billie Jean mentions 9 Luftballon. A little tangent, but I'm not going to sing the whole thing, but I might do a bar at some point. I did 99 Luftballon for karaoke not too long ago. Don't speak any German, just kind of wung it. Nobody at the bar spoke any German, so, it was a wash as to how much I needed to know. I think it's more about the delivery than it is the words. So.
And that's kind of the stage we're at now. And Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts and all that kind of kiddie stuff.
Did you get involved in any of the children's sports?
When Danny and Rhett were of age to be involved in t-ball and soccer and stuff, yes. When Kim and Lee were younger, they didn't do those things. They didn't want to do the sports. They did other things. They had music lessons and ballet lessons and tap dance. And so when the boys, yes, sports with the boys.
And what kind of things would you do with them? I mean, would you just go to games or?
No, I was a Boy Scout leader, and I did the stuff with the Boy Scouts, and I was the soccer coach, and I was really involved with them.
Did you do anything that was associated with the legal field as far as volunteer work in that time also?
Yes, I made a conscious decision at one point that I wouldn't do anything that wasn't directly involved with my children, my family, my husband. I wouldn't do any more of the community things. And it wasn't until much later that I did other charity things, but a core section of life, I only did kid things, school things, and bar association things.
So what kind of bar association things were you doing?
There's a bar association auxiliary for the wives, and you do the Blackstone Ball, and you do book sales, and you do lunches and a fair at Christmas. And I gave courthouse tours in this courthouse for 5 years to school children, and it's kind of a booster club for the husbands, and you have to be a wife of a judge or a lawyer to be in it.
Now, was Dan becoming more involved he was in private practice at this time?
Yes, starting in 78.
And in some time, did the family income start to increase sometime where there was a little bit more money in the family?
Yes, in 78, we had no income from his practice at all. And in 79, I still think we were negative on tax returns, as I believe the nature of a personal injury business is.
Objection, Your Honor, I'm responsible.
Sustained.
Did you have any understanding?
I can see what she's saying, though. It's basically you're starting up a law practice. A lot of it goes into the infrastructure, whether it's renting a building, hiring staff, and, it's not until you actually have a case where you win a big judgment that you're going to, start funding the operation. So for a long time, you're probably just filing paperwork and assisting in other cases or, doing what you can to keep yourself busy until the right money-making claim comes in.
Understanding why there was going to be some years where there was not very much money coming in from his business?
Yes, Dan no longer received a regular paycheck from anyone. He only got a percentage of cases after they had run the 3, 4, 5-year gamut of the whole legal system, when they were totally settled, whether in a courtroom or on a phone. Then he got a percentage of the settlement, but there was not a regular paycheck by anyone. And so
So the work you're doing in 78, you might not get paid for until 82. Yeah, that makes sense.
the first early years of the practice, there was no income.
But that was something that you understood and were willing to.
Absolutely, and we had the loans.
Good for the family.
Yes.
Did he get involved? Was during this period of time, was Mr. Broderick getting involved in enhancing his status in the legal community by doing, instead of coming home at night, doing things in the evening and on weekends?
Very much so, yes. He could no longer rely on just being a member of the most prestigious firm in town. He had to make a name for himself as an individual.
And so what kinds of things was he doing?
He was teaching courses on Saturday and joining things, I don't know the names of them, with judges and stuff. And he was on the board of directors of the Bar Association for about 5 years. And there's all these other names of things he did.
Okay.
Inns of court, I don't know what that is. And moot courts and teaching people and videotaping things. And
Okay. And those were things that kept him away from the home.
yes, and he established himself as an expert in the medical legal field, and he gave speeches, and he wrote a column for Dicta, and he went out in the world and marketed himself as an expert in the medical legal field.
Okay. And was this, I take it this was something that you understood that Dan told you he was going to have to do if you would stick it out?
Sustained.
Did Dan, had those things been discussed that Dan was going to be doing those things?
Yes.
Now, as your children became older, did you get involved in other public service type work?
Objection asked.
No, I haven't answered
They
that.
guess the time. Sustained.
The what is the when is the first time that you can remember, year, if you can give it to us, where you felt that your family did not have any major financial problems, where there would actually be some spending, discretionary spending money?
I never had any idea of what was in bank accounts or how much we owed or anything. So this is just my impression. My impression was that in 1981, Dan was purchasing and buying stuff, and so we had some money, not a lot of money, in 81, and that's the first year I felt we had any money at all.
Okay. Now, when we get to 1980, 1981, as your children are getting older, did you get involved in activities now that weren't just related to the Bar Association or the kids' school?
Right, that's when I really started doing real charity work with retarded citizens and abused children
Oh,
and other
just-
fundraising for charity.
Oh,
The girls were in high school, they didn't need me as much to get in.
oh, she just dropped that like it was 1991, didn't she? It's just like I had blind and disabled dogs, but it didn't age as well.
When I really started doing real charity work with retarded citizens and abused children and other fundraising for charity work. The girls were in high school, they didn't need me as much to get involved at school, and they didn't even want me around. So I had time when the girls were in high school then.
She just dropped it so casually, it didn't even sound bad.
Like photographs are.
One Z and the other one double A.
I don't think you understand who I am. I worked with... Court reporter hates having no words. She just sits back almost like judging them. Like, your job to have something to say here. It's my job to take
I
it
want to
down.
show you a picture that's Z for identification. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes,
Okay. And you recognize where that was taken?
that's in the kitchen at Coral Reef.
Okay. And was this about the time when you first moved into Coral Reef?
No, it's later because we have curtains.
Okay.
We didn't have curtains for a couple of years.
Okay,
No,
so
I
it was
agree.
sometime,
A to B, and
within
that's
that
kind
for
of-
a couple of years of living there.
Yes.
Why I threw it down like she used that word like it's 1991, because it is 1991 and it wasn't that bad. You could tell there was no inflection of hurt, but at the same time it I remember growing up and it was used as a slur then. It just really depended on intent rather than the word itself. So if you were calling a kid the R word without it being in the past tense, or I don't know, it seemed worse without the ed on the end. Maybe because it's as a noun rather than as an adjective. Maybe that's it. In any case, she wasn't using it as a slur there, but it kind of just comes off to me the same way as the blind and disabled dogs. Like, hey, I worked with people who have problems, and so I should be held to, I don't know, not a higher standard, because she doesn't want to be. She wants that to count for her anyway. Because I'm working, actually, full disclosure, I'm working in a house with people who also have developmental disabilities, and who knows 35 years from now if developmental disabilities is considered a bad way to describe the work I'm doing. But, it's people that need someone to help them just get over some basic hurdles that a lot of us don't have to even consider in our day-to-day life. So full props for doing it, but it's not the sort of thing I think I would drop in trial if I was involved in a couple capital M's. Hey, just so you know, my job is I worked with these guys and they'll all come and vouch for me. I was a really good guy at work. Aside from the time that I drove my car into the front door of my ex's.
And showing you what's been marked as AA for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And was that an organization you were involved with?
yes, I forgot that one.
Okay. And what organization was that? Do you remember?
That was the Children's Home Society, found homes for orphan children.
I think on the intellect meter too, it used to be like there was imbecile, retarded, idiot. There was a number of them that were in that below 100 IQ range that were just the clinical terms. But because they were the clinical terms, they easily got appropriated into slurs for the people, like, and all it really takes is intent and inflection to turn a clinical word into an insult.
The
Vagina. You're a vagina.
do you
You vagina. Oh, she crossed her hands. Look at that. She's mad. If you're not going to give me something to say, my fingers are going on strike. Can't just leave them there without them typing.
was there a time that had there been a time that since you were first married that you and Dan had talked or dreamed about taking a vacation somewhere?
When we were very first married, we wanted to go to Europe. And then because of me getting pregnant right away and losing my job and stuff, we never got there. So one of our mutual goals as a couple was to go to Europe as soon as we possibly could.
Yeah. When was the first time that you and Dan were able to take the vacation that you had talked about?
I'm not sure if it was 81 or 82, but we traded homes with a family in Belgium to save money. They would come to our home and we'd go to their home.
That's
And
pretty
we
cool.
got your rail passes, and Kim came with us. And so we got to Europe for the first time.
Now, the
Frank Barone, Peter Boyle as our judge today.
during this time, did there become any discussions about moving to a different house from Coral Reef?
Yes,
And what were those discussions?
as Dan was making more and more money, he wanted to move to a more substantial home.
Is that something that you wanted to do at the time?
Yes, meaning not necessarily larger. Coral Reef was very large. It was just in a tract, on a tract street where our neighbors on either side were very similar and stuff. And he just wanted a home in a neighborhood with more custom homes or character houses.
And now, was there some time that later that you were able to then take a trip with just you and Dan to Europe?
Yes,
And when was that?
that wasn't until 1984. Unless, do you mean the one we went with the Millikens?
Yes.
That was 1983. An attorney in town.
Objection. Answer.
And I would like Mark for identification on some more photographs.
One of them double B, the other double C.
Now, at this point in time, were you also, you and Dan, doing more things socially?
The progression from 1981 to 1983 was extremely rapid insofar as money. From 1981 to 1983, by 1983 we had a lot of money.
Now, showing you what has been marked BB for identification. Do you recognize that photograph?
were on a bus going to Disneyland with the Boy Scout troop or the Indian Guides or something. It was one of Danny's groups.
You recognize this CC for identification?
That's us going to a Blackstone ball, but it's pretty early on.
Okay. Did Dan is wearing a top hat and a cape. Is that something that he wore a lot out?
Yes, Dan was very, very proud of his silk top hat and cape. And
You wore a top hat and cape out regularly? I think that's like another Seinfeld thing. Like Larry David did a cameo, was the guy who just walked around in a cape. And
red silk lined cape.
a cape? You need to be a villain to walk around in a cape.
Now, when you went to Europe the second time, did you stay in different kind of places than the first time you went?
Yes, as I said, the progression from 81 to 83 was absolutely phenomenal. By the time we went in 1983, we stayed in the most expensive hotels in the world, and Dan was calling himself the Count de Monet for the Count the Money.
Okay. And were you bringing other people there to Europe and your way?
Yes, as a gift to his friend Jim Milliken and his wife Jeannie, we brought them to Europe for 3 weeks, all expenses paid, as far as I know, by Dan.
Mr. Early, I think it's be a good time to take a noon recess.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our noon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. I'll do my best to start promptly at 1:30. Have a nice lunch.
All right. Looks like they were able to get back promptly. The chat voted 2/3 for a mini intermission, so that's just what we're going to do. Take 10 minutes here. If you do want to get up and go, stretch your legs, use your facilities, whatever needs to be done. What I'm going to do is just set up a few Dan D shorts that don't involve any licensed music, and we'll do a little just chat and where do you think the trial's at this point kind of thing. Channel. If you haven't checked out my shorts before, it's a fun way to experience a lot of my catalog without putting in a huge time investment. That has music, that has music. This doesn't.
You're pointing to a black placard.
That was a fart. See, that happens
Number 3 in
sometimes.
the
I call
picture.
up one and the wrong video
You're
comes
pointing
up.
to a black placard.
That was a fart.
Number 3 in the picture, and to the right side of that placard, just adjacent to the
This
placard.
would be right after 11:11:11.
Where's my brother?
Okay, so there's that one. Here. Yeah, I think a dog kicker wearing a cape, I think that's exactly the reason why they want to get into this kind of testimony, is just so that Betty can paint them like a picture of this cape wearing dog kicker, and no jury in the world would convict me. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. This one's pretty good. I don't get any views on this. I think it's because it's well, let it speak for itself. No. Hey. Again, wrong. No. That's This Place Sucks. That's a Sarah Boone one. I think I can do 5 seconds of audio without it being a problem, but that's weird. I'm clicking on a different video, and it's bringing up the ones with licensed audio that I don't want. Be on it. Got to be on it. This Place Sucks. Fine video, but I wanted to hear who has Whoopi with Mr. Walter's wife. Look at this. You're messing with me. Nope. Okay. You're going to get me in trouble. Shut up. This whole page is no good. Okay, so much for that diversion. Let me just go back there. We'll watch something that's a little bit longer that I know doesn't. What are you trying to do to me, YouTube? I can't even watch my own videos. This is not how video killed the radio star, that's for sure. Oh, that's no good. You haven't subscribed to Dan D True Crime? There's videos about Sarah Boone, videos about Betty Broderick, a little bit of Afro-Man coverage. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll watch a little of the lemon pound cake video.
Cooking with Dan D. Cooking with Dan D. Cooking with Dan D. Cooking with Dan D. Hey.
This is about 35 minutes long. It's we're not going to watch all of it. We'll watch like 5 minutes or so. Let people return to the chat and restock their medical snacks. I'll put a timer up on this screen and we'll bump around through this video.
Welcome to this episode of Cooking with Dan D. We're in the Dan D test kitchen. I've got my sous chef Macy. I've got my sous chef Star. They're working with me today. Don't worry, they've washed their paws. Everything's going to be clean. Everything's going to be fine and dandy. Today, if you're a believer in the First Amendment and a lover of cooking, well, this is the show for you. Because we're making lemon pound cake. Lemon pound cake.
When Afro-Man's house was raided for narcotics and kidnapping, a lemon pound cake distracted the deputies and may have prevented more theft.
This is everything you're going to need today.
What you need. Okay, let's skip through the ingredients. You guys don't want to see that.
Accusing an innocent...
Testing.
Cup 3.5 cups of flour.
Got some mixing. A lot of mixing, actually.
Oh, that's looking nice now.
Can't make a lemon pound cake without cracking a few eggs.
Someone keep an eye on Randy Walters. And watch out for Officer Pound Cake. We've got something happening here. 2 more eggs to crack. Hope that was recording, because if it wasn't, I can't undo it. We are recording. That's fantastic, okay? Slow down the mixer. Now it's time for everything to come together. So first start adding the flour mixture, then dump in a bunch of sour cream, then the rest of your flour, then the rest of the sour cream. We're using 1.5 cups of sour cream in this recipe. I might as well get that. It'll find its way.
Oh yeah, let's go to the pour. What was the message just before that?
Overmixing is like over-searching.
Did I just lose the audio? Fix his door, stop stealing his dough, and stop disconnecting his video. I think I've lost my own audio, though.
Nice and easy.
Nope, there it is.
It'll find its way.
I was just being quiet. Oh, it looks so good. We're going to skip ahead again and show it coming out of the oven.
Here. Hey, it's good.
Maybe.
Look at that. Look at that. That's something. That's it. That doesn't look like a bottom. So, you're going to want to let this cool for at least 15 minutes. This is just science. hot things expand, like the smoke in my lungs. Cool things contract, like this cake in the pan. If you take a smoke break and just let it be. Turn off your oven, because if you are smoking, you don't want to forget because you got high.
Because you got
Wow,
high.
that looks good. That looks like the fucking top. This is the bottom. Fuck me. How's that gonna be the bottom? Maybe I made too much. Oh well, it is what it is. We'll come back in 15 minutes.
15 minutes later.
All right, I told you we'd be back
Oh,
in
yeah.
15 minutes
Bait
to
and
pop
switch.
the cake out of the pan, but I fooled you. We're going to use this time, because I know some of you all are...
Yeah.
So you got yourself a nice little glaze there.
Get a little jiggling time if you want to see Dan D jiggle. Here you go. Wiggle and jiggle I might. And that's just pure lemon juice with icing sugar, nothing else.
There is the seed I saw. Did you find a seed? You want to pull it out like that for sure.
I tried to leave everything in the video, so if you are trying to cook along to it, you're not like, how did he get from that to that? So I speed up parts.
That's going to be good. Well, that's good.
Almost much time on my counter. 1 minute left.
Now you want it to be thick, but if it's too thick, you can go back to your lemons and try and just get a little bit more juice out of them.
Okay, let's cut to the reveal.
You can put this out onto like a wire cookie sheet, but based off of how... Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Got the plate on, upside down here. Just going to flip it. There we go. There we go. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. That is something to behold. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with how that looks.
All right, let's ice it before we go back.
Yeah.
All right, and wouldn't be right
But
if I
after
there we
creating
are.
this, I haven't even tasted this yet. I don't blame Officer Pound Cake one bit. That would catch my eye. I would totally lose track of the search warrant. The fact that there's no kidnapping victims in suit pockets or in the lemon pound cake.
Now, you're gonna want to tap this bunt pan, same way that Afroman tapped Randy Walter's wife. Don't be shy, just tap that pan.
Yeah, that's a straight cooking video. There's no double entendres, nothing like that. It's just, Dan D and a little lemon pound cake for people who like cooking. So we will return to our regularly scheduled trial. Thank you for indulging the intermission. Welcome back to everybody who took a little bit of a break. Let's return to our regular scheduled broadcast.
Go ahead, Mr. Early. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Broderick, the time that you indicated that Mr. Broderick was working for Greg Harry and you were going to the marriage encounter, did you know Patty Monahan?
Yes.
Okay.
She's the first person I met at that firm.
And were the problems that were going on, was that discussed with her?
Yes,
And did she talk to you about what she called a gray Carrie sickness?
yes.
Did you write about that in your marriage?
Patricia Monahan, we've heard from twice this trial. She originally appeared as a state witness, was a confidant and friend of Betty's through her own divorce, but then obviously they went separate ways after Betty murdered Dan and Linda.
Okay.
And then their defense, that's very Canadian, the defense called them as rebuttal witnesses that's yesterday's testimony.
Yes, I did.
Did now I believe we're at the point where you had taken a vacation with Judge Milliken and his wife.
Correct.
Did after now in excuse me if I may back out, in 1980 and 81, did you do anything about a real estate license?
Yes, I went to a school that lasted 2 days. It was an accelerated real estate school. And it was a weekend school, and then you took the exam, and I passed it.
It was accelerated because I don't just do normal things. I graduated 6 months early. I got my real estate degree 2 months before most people were able to achieve it.
Okay, and have you ever worked as a real estate agent?
No.
Have you ever showed a house to anybody?
Not in a professional capacity, no.
Okay.
So she's basically Corey Richins now.
Have you ever completed a sale for a stranger?
No, I got that license to save us money on the house that Dan wanted to buy next.
There was, did you at some point in time ever get involved with interior decorating?
I got what I called a resale license. I never went to decorator school, and I couldn't decorate anyone's house. I have a resale license. You go to an office building downtown, and you apply for one, and you get one.
So when they
It has nothing to do with being a decorator.
so that was not a decorator's license, it's just a resale card.
Objection.
Do you remember Dan at some point in time buying a big fancy Dusseldorf or some kind of car?
Yes, I didn't know about it until after he bought it. It was in an airport, I believe in Denver. And that's the way they marketed these cars, was just put one in an airport with ropes around it, and it has pipes and running boards, and it's a copy of a 1930 Mercedes made out of fiberglass. The engine is a Ford Pinto.
Do you remember when he bought that?
Ford Pinto.
No, I don't.
I haven't heard of those for a while.
There was some testimony about that Kim related about a time that Dan went out for pizza one night. Remember that testimony?
Chairs.
Okay. Now, during a period of time in 1975 through 1978, did Dan's activities involve his social activities? Was he having any problems with anything related to those?
Yes, along with all the meetings and professional sort of things he was supposed to participate in, there was a lot of drinking afterward or during or something, so that he quite often would come home inebriated from these things.
Okay. And was there ever a time where you had to pick him up at a sheriff's station?
At the county jail here, yes.
And was there a time where Dan took Kim, Danny, and Lee out somewhere where you were upset when he got home?
Yes, it was a Friday night. I'd just come home from the hospital with a Rett. I still had the metal clamps in my stomach from the C-section, and I wasn't supposed to get out of bed because I had phlebitis, and he left me and the brand new baby and took the kids to have pizza on Friday night, which sounds pretty innocuous, except that he was gone past midnight. It was a torrential rainfall, and he was with Dave Monahan, his notorious Friday night drinking buddy, and I was absolutely furious that Danny was not even 3 years old at the time, and he had Danny with him in a rainstorm past midnight, and I knew that he was drinking, because that's, what else would he be doing? You know, it doesn't take that long to have pizza.
And when he came home, was it obvious to you that he was drinking?
Oh, sure. But he really scared me more than anything, because I was afraid that he'd kill my children.
Now, during the trip in 1983 in Europe, did you start notice any change in Dan's demeanor or his attitude?
Yes, Dan was always a very self-driven person, and he worked very, very, very hard all the time. And so on vacations and things, he would play hard, and we'd have a lot of fun, or try to have a lot of fun, because I'd be away from the children and he'd be away from all the legal stuff that was so precious. So we always tried to have a lot of fun. And on that trip, he was a little withdrawn, which I just attributed to, now that he's making that much money, he's got bigger and bigger cases, and I thought he was under a lot of stress from work. So what I thought was wrong.
Now, after that, did you go anywhere that summer?
I took the children on a camping trip in the Suburban.
And is that the kind of car that you drove, a Suburban?
That year I got the Suburban, yes.
Okay. And did you drive a Suburban from that time, basically up until the time of your arrest?
Yes, from 1983 I got the Suburban.
Okay. And was that always the same Suburban? At some point in time, did you change and get a new one?
I changed that new one exactly the same as the old one.
Okay. And was there a purpose that you had a Suburban?
Because she was a soccer mom, and every good soccer mom has a Suburban, at least in the late 80s.
Because it served all the purposes. I used to take kids dirt biking. I could get 5 bikes in the back, and surfboards and tennis rackets, and we always had a lot of extra children with us for water skiing, and I just used every single inch of it, and the license plate said load them up, and we loaded it up a lot.
Okay.
Personalized plates, load them up. Know that.
At that time, do you remember what kind of car Dan was driving?
Dan had an MG first, and then he had a Gazelle second, and then in '83 he acquired a red Corvette.
Now,
and he's still at the previous 2 also. He had all 3 cars at once.
did you have, now on the camping trip, how long did it last?
I think about 5 weeks.
Okay. Did Dan go with you?
He flew in to meet us twice. He met us on a weekend in Keystone, Colorado, where we own part of a condo with his brother. And we rode horses and stuff, but it was just a weekend. And then he flew into Montana, Flathead Lake, Montana, where we were for a week at a dude ranch. And he was to stay the week up there.
Was there problems at that place?
At the weekend in Keystone, he was really, really tired because it was just too short. He flew in, we tried to have fun, he was tired and he left, so it wasn't very much fun. And then when he got up to Montana, he was a real jerk. And I was like, gosh, you know, I've been on the road all this time with these kids. I was really looking forward to seeing you, you know, and having someone to talk to and someone to have dinner with and someone to sleep with and stuff. And he acted like a total jerk when he got there, and I didn't know why.
That sounded very Sarah, too. I don't know why. It's exactly the word she used, but I don't know why it sounded to me like Sarah. But he acted like a total jerk when he got there. I don't know why. Couldn't be you, Sarah, right? There's no reason people would act like total jerks around you.
And I got mad at him. I said, you know, if you're going to be here, be here. Otherwise, just go back home. And I was doing fine with the kids before.
Turn off that music. It can just be you and me here. Just how about you and I talk? And the parallels.
I'll just do it alone again.
I guess I'll just go upstairs and read a book or ride a bike like
Now,
I always do.
Through the years, through the various years,
Watch one of my shows.
Up until the time of Dan's death in 1989. Did you refer often to that marriage encounter book?
Yes.
Okay. And
Ezra McCandless was really weird, especially the difference between her in court versus almost any other footage you see of her. Where did I first see her story? It might have been that chapter. It's either that chapter or Dreading, but it was one of those curated storytelling versions. And I remember being struck by the very the various faces of Ezra. She was able to evoke on the stand a certain look that almost you felt reflexively empathetic towards. But then, yeah, the more you learned about the case, the less that little veneer coated everything.
Was there a reason for that?
Well, I call it kind of reality checks or sanity checks. I had certain tangible anchors in life that I could refer to assure myself that I was not crazy, which is what Dan kept calling me crazy. That was something that I looked back to assure myself I did not imagine anything.
Crazy calls me.
Your Honor,
Still
I
am
have
crazy.
a number of copies of the marriage encounter. I'd like to have the jury read it at this time.
Crazy in love with you.
Read the entire marriage encounter?
Yeah, her entire marriage encounter book, or I can have her read it. It's the same as giving a tape transcript to the jury.
Your Honor, we have a projection.
No, let's see both defense from that first. Go ahead.
And we're back.
The
Recesses, delays, sidebars, they're a thing of the past. Literally a thing of the past. We're in the future. Futuristically, we don't care about those past delays.
after you returned from the trip, had Dan's demeanor changed?
Yes, drastically.
And how did it change?
I wasn't even home an hour and I knew something was wrong. He didn't greet us at the door. He wasn't happy to see us. He was just acting very strange. And that was late at night when I came home with the children, and we had to go to a wedding the very next day in Laguna Beach. So we got all dressed up and drove to Laguna Beach, and it was during that ride up there that I heard what was wrong.
All dressed up with nowhere to go.
What did he tell you was wrong?
That was testimony we heard earlier from Kim, I believe. Mom used to get dressed up all the time, and at the last minute she would decide we're not going. So I'm sure that's what the state brought into it specifically because they knew Betty would be bringing this up on the other side.
Is that he was very, very unhappy with everything. He was unhappy with
Ezra McCandles is just another female murderer with narcissistic personality traits, if not disorder. I can't remember all the details of the case. I would say definitely check out that chapter. He's pretty good at doing his stories in, 20 to 40 minutes. So if you want a kind of overview on everything and then move to dreading for a search or explore with us, perhaps. There's definitely some deep dives. It's a whole rabbit hole A to B. If you're interested in crazy female killers, then it's certainly a rabbit hole worth exploring.
our house. He was unhappy with our lifestyle. He was unhappy with me. He was unhappy with the children. He was just not a happy person. And that's what he told me. He wasn't happy.
Did he say anything about you in particular? Describe you.
He thought our house was tacky. He thought our friends were boring. He said I was old, fat, ugly, boring, and stupid. And he had never said anything like that before.
Ugly Betty.
That time.
He was calling her Ugly Betty before Ugly Betty was a show. Anybody remembers Ugly Betty? She was a perfectly attractive girl that just happened to have glasses and braces, I think.
Time were you fat?
I didn't think so.
Okay. And at that, how did you feel about yourself at that time?
Before he started saying those things, I thought I was a competent person doing the right thing in life. I was proud of my husband, my house, my family. I was very high energy. I've always been very high energy. Had lots of friends, lots of activities. I was a great cook. I was a hostess. I was pretty satisfied with how I was doing in life.
Okay. During that period of time, were there any changes in Dan's office in terms of staff? We're in 1983.
In July of 83, Dan was a one-man band. Ever since 78 to 83, he had no employees of any description. He had a secretary that was not an employee of his. She was an independent woman that did all of his typing on a per hour basis. She was not technically employed by his law corporation. It was only Dan Broderick. And in the summer of 83, that's the way it was.
Was there a change for that in the fall of 83?
In September of 83, he came home and he said that he had hired someone, and I was very, very happy about that. I thought, whew, a release valve. Well, he'll have more time for us and someone to help him because he had been so grouchy and under so much pressure. And I thought it was from too much of a workload. And so he told me that he hired someone.
And did he tell you who he hired?
Yes. He told me he hired Linda Kolkena, who had formerly been the girl in the lobby of the building who answered the phones.
Boom, boom, boom.
And
Linda Kolkena, remember that
did
name?
you talk to him about Linda?
She'll come up.
Yes, as soon as I was delighted that he hired someone, it seemed like the next moment he said who it was. I said, oh my gosh, what did you hire her for?
Not a fan of Linda. Linda Kolkena. Let's just see how she responds again. First time she brings her up.
Of his, she was an independent woman that did all of his typing on a per hour basis. She was not technically employed by his law corporation. It was only Dan Broderick. And in the summer of 83, that's the way it was.
Was there a change for that in the fall of 83?
In September of 83, he came home and he said that he had hired someone, and I was very, very happy about that.
Great.
I thought, whew, a release valve. Well, he'll have more time for us and someone to help him because he had been so grouchy and under so much pressure. And I thought it was from too much of a workload. And so he told me that he hired someone.
And did he tell you who he hired?
Yes. He told me he hired Linda Kolkena, who had formerly been the girl in the lobby of the building.
So that's interesting. For all the times that she has had big emotion on certain questions, the first time she brings up Linda Kolkena, nothing. She's cold. Cold as ice here. Not like, I don't even want to say her name. That cunt. Linda Kolkena, didn't like her.
Who answered the phones.
Okay. And did you talk to him about Linda?
Yes, as soon as I was delighted that he hired someone, it seemed like the next moment he said who it was. I said, oh my gosh, what did you hire her for? She can't do anything to help you. I mean, she's not a paralegal. She's not a lawyer. She's not even a secretary. She couldn't type.
She was a flight attendant.
What did you hire her for? I mean, you need a lot of help, but I didn't see that she was the person that was going to help.
Okay. And did he continue with his attitude around the house, how he felt about it?
Oh, yes.
How about
he wanted changes, major changes.
And what do you mean he wanted major changes?
He wanted a new house. He wanted a mansion, and he wanted us to live a much more glamorous lifestyle. And he was a real grouch around me and the kids all the time. Of course, that was from my perspective because he had me walking on eggshells trying to please him, and I was real tense. And the children
trying to please
it
him.
Right
That sounded
away,
very Sarah.
But they never knew why. It's because in my trying to please Dan Broderick and make things perfect for him, was a real grouch around me and the kids all the time. Of course, that was from my perspective because he had me walking on eggshells trying to please him. And I was real tense.
Okay, if I do a mash of Sarah and Betty as like a short, like a 45-second, 3 seconds of you, 3 seconds of you, I would use that for sure next to. And then, I just try. I brought out the puzzles and paint to just try and keep him focused. Like she's taking care of Dan just like one of the kids in her daycare.
Was a real grouch around me and the kids all the time. Of course, that was from my perspective because he had me walking on eggshells trying to please him. And I was real tense, and the children noticed it right away, but they never knew why. It's because in my trying to please Dan Broderick and make things perfect for him, I became very tense and short-tempered with the children, but they never knew why.
Did you at any point in time give him at least some ultimatum in regards to, did you ask him about whether there was a relationship between him and Linda Kolkena?
I had first heard Linda Kolkena's name raised at a party in December.
Okay. First of all, were you suspicious that there was a relationship between him and Linda Kolkena?
Absolutely. I knew there was.
And why
Welcome back,
was that?
Margarita.
because I overheard Dan in December the previous year say at a party, isn't she beautiful? And I asked him later who he was talking about, and he told me he was talking about Linda Kolkena, this person who answered the phones. And then after that, I was kind of attuned to what was going on. And he was seen out to lunch and out to drinks and different places at downtown with Linda Kolkena. And then when he told me that he hired her, it just absolutely verified what I was suspicious of all along. And I was really mad.
And did you give him some ultimatum in October about Linda Kolkena?
Yeah, I said, it's bad enough that you're having an affair with this person, but now you're going to pay her to be in the same room with you for 12, 14 hours a day while I'm home with the kids and I never see you. And I was just really mad. And I said, get rid of that girl by October 1st. I gave him a month because I was being nice.
Okay, this is one I'll give to Betty. That's fairly reasonable, right? The guy's having an affair, and not only is he not stopping the affair, but he's continuing to employ her to be around him at his beck and call. Like, that would make me mad. It's not reasonable to ask that of your spouse. That's one of those bridge too far kind of moments. You put that with kicking the dog, still doesn't justify murder, but definitely not a good guy.
Stupidly. And I said, get rid of that girl by October 1st or get out of my house.
And what was his response about him having a relationship with Linda Kolkena?
That I was crazy. There was nothing going on. There had never been anything going on. That I was delusional. That I was imagining things. And furthermore, if there was anything going on that I didn't like, I could get out of the house because that was his house.
What that little bit of testimony tells me, that is where she is solid. She's not wavering. She's not inventing it. She's not adding extra emotion. She feels that's her most solid ground. What she just said right there. It's a story she's probably told people before, so she's refined it. She knows which points she comes off sounding best. But that's what she's been wanting. To a degree, that's the moment Sarah wanted to have when she took the stand, where everybody would understand what George did to her instead of us all seeing right through her. This is her moment to, I'm justified. And the irony, even the tragedy of it is, it's what keeps her in jail under parole, is because she feels so justified in it. There's never going to be remorse. And that's a face that, I think she has this exact face at both of her parole hearings.
Did he continue to talk to you about problems he perceived that were being caused by you, either the way you physically looked or how you were keeping home?
He was just a very unhappy person. We had talks about him being unhappy. And I'd say to him, I don't know what you're talking about, happy. We have 4 healthy kids. We have a beautiful home. You're doing really, really well in your business. We're healthy. I mean, what else is there in life? I just don't understand why you're all of a sudden so unhappy.
Did you believe him when he told you at the time when you would talk to him about not having an affair with Linda Kolkena?
Yes. I always believed everything he told me. And before this point in our long-term marriage, by this point, I've never doubted what he told me before. If he told me he was at meetings, he was at meetings. If he told me he was out of town at depositions, that's where he was. But all of a sudden, every time he started telling me that he was working late and he was going out of town and he was doing this and that, I was suspicious that he was with Linda Kolkena and that he was lying.
Yeah. How did that make you feel when he would tell you? I mean, how were you feeling about the fact that you had these suspicions, but you wanted to believe him?
Well, it made me feel like a jerk, like I was stupid or something. But there really are no words to describe what you feel when you find out your husband's having an affair.
Yeah. Did you try to do something about the things Dan said that were wrong with you?
Sure. I tried to, I wouldn't say I tried to look like Linda Kolkena. I didn't do that. I just tried to not be old, fat, ugly, boring, and stupid. So I couldn't do anything about old. And I lost weight, and I went down to a sickly thin. And I didn't think I was boring, but I quit all my society things and tried to stay home and give him more attention. And I just tried to really cater to him. I tried to become perfect for him so he'd have nothing to complain about at all. Of course, he hadn't really complained about anything before that either.
Had you ever felt
This is the beginnings of her, I changed my whole life for him, and despite that, he pulled the rug out from underneath me and drove me into a spiral of madness that I could not recover. Not saying I buy it, but I can see that this is the seedlings of that. We'll see if they sprout at this point.
this way about yourself before this?
Not at all.
The seeds have been sown.
Did you start feeling different about yourself after Dan told you these things?
Objection.
Yes.
Yes, Stan.
Did you do anything medically about making yourself look younger?
Dan sent me to some client that he had to get wrinkles off my face. And I got braces on my teeth because I have a little tiny crooked tooth here. I let my hair grow longer like it used to be in college. It was real long hair, and with the kids I let it get a little shorter, so I let my hair grow longer, and I just tried to look as much as I could like I used to look when I was 19.
Did the subject of more babies ever come up?
Yes. I
She
had
did
my
have
tubes
braces.
tied with the birth of Rhett in 1979 because I had to do that if I wanted to get my leg operated on. You're after you have the vascular surgery in your leg, you're not really supposed to get pregnant ever again. But I had my tubes tied, and so I thought if it would make Dan feel younger that he had young children or had babies, that I would get that operation reversed and have more children. Because I was asking, like what does she have that we don't have together? I mean, why would you be interested in Linda Kolkena? I don't understand.
Did you see any doctors about your physical condition, having children?
About getting the tube tied reversed, yes.
Okay.
Dr. Villanueva is a specialist in fertility.
And did both you and Dan go to see him?
Yes.
Now, during this period of time that was going on, were you still asking Dan about Linda?
Yes.
And what was he telling you?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Stan.
Well, did you ever feel that you were imagining things because of what Dan told you? And were there times where you felt that you were crazy or imagining things?
There were times when I doubted. I had feelings and impressions of what I thought was true, and he was telling me that that was not true, and so I felt imbalanced because what I felt and saw and suspected and all the clues were pointing one way, and he's telling me, black is white and white is black, and I'm feeling a little off balance that I've never felt like that before.
Did you do anything? Did you go anywhere at that time? Well, first of all, did you do anything to yourself physically at any period of time in 1983?
Well, the October 1st deadline came and went, and he wouldn't get rid of Linda Kolkena, and he was still denying that there was anything going on, and still telling me I was absolutely insane and crazy, and how unhappy he was, and how awful I was, and stuff. And he was inadvertently becoming quite cruel. He didn't throw things and everything, but he just wasn't coming home, and he was sneaking out at night, and he was being really weird, and I wasn't liking it, and I was very hurt by it. And then it came kind of to a head on my birthday that he didn't come home or anything, and he was just being a shit. And
Instant
I
meltdown.
covered up like I always did, and the kids and I had dinner and a party, and I put the kids to bed, and then I slept my rest.
Did Dan come home that evening?
I guess so. Real late.
I
I
guess
don't know,
so.
to tell you the truth.
Well, at some point in time, did Dan come home?
The next morning
Yeah.
is when I saw Dan.
And what did he do at that time?
He was trying to wake me up.
Yeah.
He was waking me up.
Did you talk about how you were feeling?
I wasn't in our bedroom. I was in a different bedroom of the house.
So if he came home and went in our bedroom, that I don't know if he knew what happened to me until the next morning when he came looking for me.
Okay. When he found you and what did you talk about?
But he was just making me feel bad. He was just being a creep. And he said, that he was sorry. There was nothing going on with Linda and I should go get some help, that I'm having a mental breakdown and that I need help because I'm imagining all these things.
Did you go?
Again, a much better delivery of the testimony that Sarah wishes she was able to provide in her own defense. Doesn't excuse it, but this is, this is what I imagine Sarah thought that she was delivering on the stand. I don't think that Betty's is that great either, but it's 100 times better than Sarah's delivery.
To a counselor?
I went the next day, yes. For the first time in my life, I was all shaky and everything, and I really needed help. And I went the next day.
Did Dan go with you?
No.
And that's
did you
it.
at some point in time?
So Victoria Carmen says Sarah had no truth to tell, and that's it. Sarah was just trying to tell her lies one final time as the truth on record, as opposed to Betty having some very legitimate grievances. But, tell them to your psychologist and move on. You don't need to end lives of two people that you don't want to have anything to do with, that clearly are making your life shit. Get out. Get out. Hey, Danielle.
Did you
Welcome.
at some point in time go down to Dan's office at about this time?
Danielle Chavon's here. I saw you following my Betty Broderick posts on the community page. Thank you for taking my advice and coming in on Betty Broderick Testimony Day. We're about halfway through her testimony. She hasn't even hit cross yet, so if you're wanting to pop back in tomorrow, we'll be doing more Betty, I'm sure. But yeah, we're right in the steak and potatoes of this trial right now. So great time to join, Danielle.
After I got over the hump with the slit wrist and the counselor and everything.
And Danielle has been a member for 2 months. She's earned a bloody keyboard. Wow. That's a double for Danielle Chavon in the chat. Welcome, welcome.
Seemed to level out for a little bit.
Dan.
If you could.
Your kids doing the welcome, by the way, is just the cutest thing ever whenever I hear that in the background.
Did you go to Dan's office sometime that fall?
Yes,
And why did you go to Dan's office?
because November 22nd is his birthday.
Okay. And was there a purpose other than his birthday that you were going down there?
Yes, I confided my what I perceived as my problem in life in my friend Vicki Curry, and her suggestion was that I start becoming a presence. Those were her words at Dan's office, because prior to this point in our lives, he was so busy. He never took lunches. He never did anything, and I had the kids, and I never interfered in his office, and I didn't call every day. I just did not interfere. He was very busy, and he told me that. So she told me to get dressed up and go down there and just say, "Oh, hi, everybody. It's me, Betty. I'm alive, and I'm around," and just kind of show my face to people. So on his birthday, I did that. I got all dressed up. Vicki minded my kids, and I got all dressed up, and I brought champagne and a present for Dan to the office.
And just to catch you up, Danielle, what we've been really noticing in this trial is some eerie similarities in her testimony and Sarah's testimony. The biggest difference being that she has legitimate grievances, where we know how illegitimate all of Sarah's grievances are. And right now she's just getting into how she found out about the affair between Dan and Linda Kolkena, who she murdered both of. And she's really just trying to get down to manslaughter as far as we can tell in her defense. There's no, I didn't do it. That's all in the evidence. So she's just trying to give justification for her murder. And in the long term, all of that justification is the same reason she still feels justified at her parole hearings and isn't going to be up for parole again until she's 84 in 2032. But yeah, pay attention to that. We'll be calling it out whenever you see a Sarah moment. It's eerie how some of it sounds so similar.
And what did you find when you got there?
I found that his
Hey,
office
Addie.
was pretty well trashed by a party. There were balloons and streamers and a
She's not far from you. She's in Chino, California. Her last parole hearing was 2017. Because her parole went so poorly, the longest gap between parole hearings to the parole eligible is 15 years. And the parole board gave her that maximum 15 years, putting her at 84 before she gets another chance at it. 2 of her kids say, let her out. 2 of the kids, sorry, I'm holding a medical cigarette there. 2 of the kids say, nope, leave her in.
chocolate cake and cards and wrapping, and Dan is real meticulous. It was really unusual that his office would look like that. He never allows anything like that. And then I kind of waited for him, and I went out in the lobby and I asked the girl who was at the party, because it looked like a big party to me, and she said, nobody, just them, meaning Dan and Linda. And then while I was waiting for him, I looked in the secretary cubicle in the middle of the building, and I found the refrigerator and the wine and my wedding crystal in there. And I thought that was kind of odd that he had a bar now at work. And then I went in the office that said Linda Kolkena in brass letters on the door. Now, Dan's office is in the most expensive building in town with the corner view, and her office was next to his with the view. And she had her name in brass letters, and it was this gorgeous view office with all this pretty stuff. And Dan's picture was on the wall. And it was a picture taken in 1967 before we were even married. And I was like, God, what's his picture doing on the wall in here? That's really tacky. And I just waited around for them to come back.
How did you feel at that time?
I felt that my suspicions were true and that they were not at lunch. This was too late for them to be at lunch.
Were you happy? Were you crying? I mean, what was your demeanor?
Shaking and totally upset. And I called Vicky. I sat at Dan's desk and I used his office phone and I called Vicky. And I said it was even worse than I thought because he wasn't there and everything.
Did you describe what you saw to Vicky?
I think so.
Okay. And when you left Dan's office, did you leave Dan's office without him returning?
Yes, I waited. They never came back.
And where did you go?
I didn't know. When I spoke to Vicky on the phone, I was so upset. She said, well, Betty, what are you going to do? And I said, heck, I don't know. What do you do? I don't know. What do you do? So I sat there for a while and thought, what should I do? And I just went home and decided I knew what I would do. I'd throw him out. So I went up to his bedroom and took all his clothes and threw him out in the backyard.
Okay. And after you threw the clothes in the backyard, did you do something with them?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't throw his favorite clothes in the backyard because he'd really kill me.
Oh, I picked and chose.
Did you do something with the clothes that were in the backyard?
Yes, I put the lawnmower gasoline on him and I burnt him.
Did you burn all of his clothes?
Not his favorite ones.
Just the ones he didn't like.
What was he like when he came home? Did he come home?
Eventually.
What was he like?
He was coming home. He had no idea of what had happened.
Okay, hold on. That's pretty good.
And after you threw
She's
the clothes
happy.
in the backyard.
Look at the smile, remembering it.
Did you do something with him?
I didn't throw his favorite clothes in the backyard because he'd really kill me.
Did you do something with the clothes that were in the backyard?
Yes, I put the lawnmower gasoline on him and I burnt him.
Did you burn all of his clothes?
Not his favorite ones.
Not his favorite ones. That's a Sarah.
What was he like?
Just his old ones, like his Rick and Morty shirt. He didn't like it.
What was he like?
He was coming home. He had no idea.
Bye-bye, Rick and Morty.
He had no idea I was at the office because he never went back. And our previous plan before I went to the office was he wanted a roast beef and a chocolate cake, and he was coming home to a family birthday party with roast beef. He thought roast beef and chocolate cake, which was ready, but he didn't get it.
Okay. What was he like, though? I mean,
Drunk.
Okay.
And happy, very happy.
Was there an argument or a fight?
I met at the front of the house was locked. He came around the back of the house, and I met him at the door, and I tried to be strong and say, you're not coming in this house. That's it, I was down at the office. I know what's going on. You're not coming in this house. And I gave him his checkbook because in one of our fights about Linda Kolkena, he said, I don't care about you and I don't care about this house anyway. If I leave, all I need is my Corvette and my checkbook anyway. Like he didn't care about the kids or anything.
So he had his Corvette, and I handed him his checkbook and said, "You are out of here."
And what did he do?
He said, "Oh, there's nothing going on. We went to lunch on my birthday, and then I went to a deposition, and she must have gone shopping or something. That you're just imagining things. There's absolutely nothing going on."
Did you believe him?
Yeah,
And how did you feel at that time?
and he wasn't mad about the clothes.
How did you feel at the time?
I felt like I probably made a mistake, and then maybe he did go to lunch and go out to a deposition.
Did you,
Oops.
Did you-
Sorry, honey.
at that point in time, did you do anything in regards to the clothes you had burned?
And cleaned them up and bought them all new ones.
Now, in 1983,
kids were crying.
the end of 83 and the end
Mom,
of 84,
stop. Mom, no.
was there things that you were planning as a family at that point in time?
Well, are we in the fall? now?
We're in the fall of 83 and winter of 84. Were you doing anything in regards to houses, where you were going to be living, anything such as that?
Yeah,
No,
she
it-
puts it
it
on
was
and off
November
so
83.
quickly.
We would've
Exactly,
been having our
Danielle.
annual Christmas party coming up, and Dan canceled that. He didn't want to do any more entertaining in Coral Reef. He said he was in.
Objection, Your Honor.
Coral Reef.
Same.
Was there any changes was Dan starting any changes in what you were doing as a family in end of 1983, beginning of 1984?
He curtailed our entertaining totally, and we were looking for houses.
And
Probably at least two.
how about in the spring?
The hung jury was a 10-2. 10 people were in favor of second-degree murder charges. 2 could not be convinced to go up from manslaughter. So possibly 2 divorcees on the original jury.
Of 83 or 84, was Dan happy, unhappy?
After we had the November kind of blow up, the October deadline passed, November was a blow up. Then we had kind of this unspoken truce where he told me, don't mention Linda again. There's nothing to worry about. There's nothing going on. Yes, she works for me. Yes, we go out to lunch, and yes, we go to these meetings and stuff after, but it's all business. There's nothing going on. So I more or less dropped it because he told me to for a while. And he was coming home every night. He didn't stay out overnight or anything. And we were looking for new houses like he wanted to do. And I thought he was getting over it, or that it never happened or something.
Okay, and
He
Because
wasn't
I
saying
don't
we were
have
getting a
one.
divorce.
and in 19,
Danielle has brought up an interesting question. I don't see the super chat button. I have decided not to enable the super chat button or stickers because I'm still... I want to direct everything into memberships or gift memberships. So if you want to super, then, yeah, Betty, that's Betty at 73. Sorry, Danielle. That's from her last parole hearing. So her next one will be like 15 years from that. That's from her last parole hearing in 2017. So, 73, and yeah, she'll be 84 in 2032. So she's looking actually pretty good for 73, I think. But that said, yeah, so I don't use super chats or super stickers at this point because I'm still trying to grow the community. So if you want to give more than the membership, just give gift memberships, and then that brings some people who might not have watched the channel a reason to come back and see what's going on since the last time they were here. Bedtime Lullabies gave a gift the other day, and Short King Reacts was outed as a subscriber of Dan D True Crime by being gifted a membership. So that was super cool. But yeah, at this point, as long as I can keep up with the chat and really see everybody's comments, I don't want anyone to have to pay extra for it. But if you've gifted memberships, if you're a fan of the channel, just Dan, put sirens up, I'll say it. And yeah, if it gets to a point where I can't keep up with the chat, then maybe I will enable it. But at this point, I don't. So that's the reason for that.
84, was your house at Coral Reef put up for sale so that you could move to a bigger house?
Well, I kept finding big houses that he wanted me to find, and then he wouldn't like them. So I
Okay. Did you find, was your house up for sale?
That sounded like a fart covered by a chair. There's somebody who's figured out the double.
not really.
Okay. Was there any time, okay, were you looking for homes at that time?
I was looking for homes full-time. A lot of real estate agents knew that I was looking for homes. And because they knew I was looking to move, they assumed that the house that I was in would be for sale when I found another home. So a real estate woman called me and said that she,
That's just a question. What was your other question? Did anything happen in regards to somebody making offers on your home in 1984?
she brought one client one day that wanted our home really badly, and we said we'd ask $325 for it, and they offered us $325 that day.
We might have to do the parole board hearings if I can
No,
find
Dan
the video.
wouldn't agree to it.
And sometime in 1984.
Not today,
Did there come a time where you moved out of the family home?
but the end of the stream.
Yes, when we
The
sold the house
marathon.
for $325, we were selling it as a damaged house with a cracked slab, with full disclosure to those people who were buying it. And so Dan thought he didn't want to sell it like that. He wanted us to repair the cracked slab and fix it all up and sell it as a undamaged house, so that he said somebody would sue us if we sold it with a crack. So we ended up moving out. This is all an insurance deal. We moved out of Coral Reef. Insurance took over. They ended up demolishing Coral Reef and doing grouting with machines, and they messed up the whole house. And the insurance people paid for us to live in a rental for 9 months out of the year while they destroyed and rebuilt Coral Reef to fix that cracked slab.
Okay. And so in 1984, in September of 1984, where did you move?
To La Jolla Shores on Avenida de las Ondas.
And did you arrange for the lease to cover a certain period of time?
It was a school year lease versus a year-long lease, because the people who owned the house only came to La Jolla in the summer. And so it was available for the school year,
And
September to June.
And did you move into the house in September of 1984?
Yes, we did.
And did you all move into the home?
Yes, we did.
And that rent was paid by the insurance company?
Yes.
Now, sometime in 1985, did Dan move out of the...
The one thing I can tell you as a spoiler on the parole is absolutely no remorse. All she did was spend this whole time doing exactly what she's doing here on the stand, which is justifying her reasoning under the no jury in the world would convict me belief. That's defiance there. That's a good freeze frame.
The rental house.
February of 85, yes.
Okay. Remember the date of February 28, 1985?
Yes.
Okay. And did he tell you why he was moving out?
No, he just came home from work, and I was laying on the bed watching the news. It was kind of 6:30 or something, and he just said, "I'm leaving." And I said, "Oh, where are you going?" I didn't realize it was, "I'm leaving."
Okay. Did eventually he tell you that he is leaving permanently or just moving out of the house for some period of time?
He said he was, then I caught on that he was leaving, and he started taking his sweaters out of the armoire and packing the red Corvette with his clothes.
Okay. At that time, did he move out right then?
Well, he packed the red Corvette, and then he came back in the house, and he said, "Do you want me to leave now or in the morning?" And I said, "Oh, no. I'm married to a lawyer long enough to know not to answer that question. You leave whenever you want to leave." And so he stayed the night.
Did he leave that morning?
Yes, he left the next morning.
Did you know where he moved to at that time?
No.
When was the next time
Buy a little red
you
Corvette.
eventually became aware to where he moved, did you not?
I thought he moved to a hotel or an apartment or something because Coral Reef was such a mess from all this construction. It really wasn't inhabitable.
Did you sometime though later learn that he had moved to Coral Reef?
Yes.
And,
Coral Reef.
When was the next time that you saw Dan after he moved out?
You know what?
I saw him on St. Patrick.
I'm gonna suggest this to any streamers that are watching. Instead of doing a drinking challenge, which is bad for your health, have yourself green tea and lemonade and challenge yourself to a drinking challenge, but then just drink this for hydration every time they say something repetitive. And it's almost like a helpful reminder.
Day of that year, 1984.
Every time Sarah
Sorry,
says no that, have a sip of water.
When did he come to the house? Daytime, nighttime, if you can remember?
Daytime and nighttime. Came in the daytime with his
LCB.
brothers that were in town for the holiday, and I remember them
We
being...
can't do an Elizabeth Broderick stream without LZB herself here as a mod. Fantastic. LZB is here for the Elizabeth Broderick stream.
there in the daytime, and then he came back at night.
Now, is that the first time anyone in the family had seen him since March 28th?
February 28th, yes.
February 28th?
Yeah. He hadn't come back at all.
Victoria.
And do you remember, did he come there just to say hi, or did he stay there for a while?
When he came in the daytime, I think he came to get a car or something. I don't really remember why they came. They were in the driveway, and I just tried to be polite and say hi to his brothers and kind of walk by and stuff. When he came back at night, he was very, very drunk, and he stayed there with me.
When was the next time that you saw Dan after that?
Belligerently
After
drunk.
that was after our wedding anniversary, which is April 12th, which was probably more like April 15th is when I saw him. I told him I needed to talk to him.
And did you discuss when you saw him then, did you discuss some things with him?
Yes, we left the house and we went down to a restaurant on the beach right near my house. And I wanted to have a business meeting with him. I wanted to ask him what his intentions were, what's going on here. I mean, where am I going to live? How much money are you going to give me for rent and food? And are you going to pay for the car? And are you going to pay the charge accounts? And my checking account was overdrawn when he walked out. And I tried to have a business meeting with him and say, okay, Dan, you need your space and you're unhappy and all this, but what's happening here? What's the plan tell me what's happening here. And he wouldn't.
Had Dan said something about needing a space?
Oh, absolutely. He was unhappy. He needed his space.
Did he say that he was moving out to get divorced?
No, he never mentioned the word divorce. He never even mentioned separation.
Good night, Nicole C. Thanks for sticking around.
Did he say anything about your marriage or what?
We'll be going the same time tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, right? Is it Friday today or Thursday? What day is it today? It's Friday. Okay. Yeah. We'll be going at the same time tomorrow, but then Sunday we'll be going in the morning. So I think tomorrow is going to be cross if it's not still direct testimony. Another great freeze frame of Miss Betty Broderick.
What was going to happen?
No. When I asked him about Linda, as I did again on April 15th, I asked him, what did he do for our anniversary? And he said he went out with someone else. He kept denying that he was even dating Linda. He never even admitted he went on a date with Linda.
She's wearing a Menendez sweater for her testimony today. This trial is about 6 to 8 months before the Menendez brothers, maybe less. It's the end of 1991, and the most significant at this time trial for Court TV. Their first significant trial was the Pamela Smart trial.
But did he talk to you at all about the marriage? When you were asking what was going on, did he tell you that this is it, or?
No, he didn't know. We were not getting a divorce, and there was nothing going on with Linda. He was just taking a vacation. He needed his space. And it was just a couple of months after his 40th birthday, and I figured he was taking a vacation.
Did you believe him?
Yeah.
How did you feel at that time?
Well, I was pretty scared about the uncertainty of being left with the children in a rented house, in a leased car. The Suburban was a lease. We didn't buy it. And I felt extreme.
It's a combination between the Menendez sweaters and a Cosby sweater, which at that time was a fashionable item. The Cosby sweater, like the Epstein credits, didn't have the connotations they have that they do today. Epstein credits, bad. Cosby sweater, also bad.
Extremely scared and uncertain, but I had to cover it up for the sake of the kids. I had to pretend like nothing's wrong, everything's fine, everything's going to be fine. The kids didn't even know
Fine and dandy
about Linda or anything like that, and so I covered it up pretty good, and I took them to Warner Springs Ranch for our Easter vacation like we did every year, and I managed pretty good up there, and they rode their horses and they swam and they did all their fun stuff. When we got back from Warner's is when the rat problem that we had anyway was just, we had been gone for a week, and while we were gone, there were more rats in that house than there was oxygen.
We've heard about the rats.
Was there something going on around there that was causing a rat problem?
Right behind this house on the hill, they were building new houses, and they disturbed all the vegetation. And not only rats came down, but when it rained, mud came into the houses. And it was because of the construction right adjacent to this property. It wasn't that every house in La Jolla has rats running all over it. This was a very special situation.
Okay. Did
the construction was herding the rats into our particular house. The other houses didn't have rats. Why is this such a contention of Betty's testimony? How do the rats mitigate anything? I was being forced to live with rats. Wouldn't you go crazy?
had you, from the time that you were born up until this time, up until, let's say, 1984, December of 1984, had you ever lived by yourself?
No, I lived with my parents until literally the night before I married Dan, and I've never paid rent or utilities or phone bills no, I've never lived on my own. I never even went away to college and lived in a dormitory.
Interesting about her release date and whatnot. Her sentence was 15 years to life for both of Dan Broderick and Linda Broderick, as well as 2 years for illegal use of a firearm. So that's 32 years, which means we're watching this in 2025. She could be out now. Even if she just served straight time, didn't, early parole or anything. Well, I guess it's still early because it's 15 to life, but, no gain time, nothing like that. Just, I'll wait till my time's up and then I'll do a good parole hearing. She could have been out 32 years, so like 4 years ago. Her first parole hearing was in 2010. So that would have been early parole with probation and all the conditions and stuff, but she could have literally just have served her time. But, 84 now is her next opportunity.
Stayed home.
And up until February of...
Do people really live to 84 in prison? We're only 6 years off, so she's 78, but it's going to be a rough next 6 years.
1984, then you would either live at home with your parents or you would live with Dan.
Right.
Okay. Were you, after Dan left and you were living in the rental, did you have any idea whether you had money or not in any of your accounts?
Oh, in my account, I didn't have any money. I knew that.
Okay.
But I didn't know about any other accounts. I didn't know about any investments. I had no idea of our income. I never knew any of that stuff.
Okay. And did you know whether anything about how were you living during that period of time?
Dan was the insurance paid the rent on that house, on the rental house, until June. I knew that was okay. But as far as anything else, I didn't know. I mean, Dan was just, I guess, paying them.
Were you using credit cards to live?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that there were rats in the house. How was that affecting you?
This was no ordinary little rat problem. They ate back out of the refrigerator and were in.
She did her Sarah mouth-to-mouth thing there, too. I'm just going to show that again. 202. All of that going on.
I mean, Dan was just, I guess, paying them.
Were you using credit cards to live?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that
It's coming, isn't it?
there were rats in the house. How was that affecting you?
Here we are.
This was no ordinary little rat problem. They ate back out of the refrigerator and were in the refrigerator. They ate through the ceiling. They ate through a sofa. They shredded the clothes in the closets. I mean, these were all over the floors, on the beds, in the closets, everywhere. It was absolutely terrifying. And it was in daylight. When it got dark, it got worse, but in daylight, they were out there.
Okay.
And I called Dan one afternoon around 3:30. It would have just been starting to get dark.
Objection, no,
Stand.
Oh, she gets mad at the prosecutor, eh? She's not liking the objections. That's another one to keep an eye on.
At some point in time, did you call Dan about the problems?
She did the pig face again, has to scratch her nose when she's mad at the objections.
Yes, I'd called exterminators. The rats had been a little problem before we left for Warner's, and exterminators were already involved, and they were patching up things, and they were setting traps. And
Stand.
Did you, first, did you talk to Dan about the rats?
Dan knew about the rats. When he left, there were rats in the house. But when this problem got really bad, I called him and said, Dan, you've got to get over here and help. It's not even dark, and every trap's got a rat in it. I mean, they're already all sprung all over the place.
Oh, that's
And
disgusting.
he said,
It's bad enough to have a rat problem, but to have a dead rat problem. Oh,
congratulations, and hung up the phone.
Now, how were the kids doing at that time?
I was trying to protect them, but through some of this rat business, they ended up protecting me. There was a rat half dead and half alive in the laundry room, and I wouldn't do laundry with that rat flopping around the floor. So Lily got a shovel and threw it in a bucket of water, and she drowned it so I could do the laundry.
Well, but how were they doing in general?
Whoa.
I mean,
okay, just a contrast between her emotion and my emotion on that story. She seemed to really take relish in the drowned rat there. 203.56 is where we are. Okay. 203.41.
Half dead and half alive in the laundry room, and I wouldn't do laundry with that rat flopping around the floor. So Lily got a shovel and threw it in a bucket of water, and she drowned it so I could do the laundry.
Yeah, misplaced emotion.
well, but how were they doing?
She really likes the idea of her kids killing the rat. The chip off of the old block.
In general? I mean,
I was trying to protect them, which was probably my mistake because
Objection, Your Honor.
Stand.
how were they doing in general? In other words,
Great.
were they happy, great kids? Was there any anxiety because the father's gone? What were they?
they were doing fine in school, and I was pretending everything was cool and there was nothing wrong, and Daddy was just away for a little while, and everything was okay. So basically, their lives were all right. But my behavior, I was so
You need to get like a couple honey badgers, never mind a cat. But that's good advice, Daniel Chabot. You need to get like a bobcat.
tense and so short-tempered with them.
Stand.
At some point in time, did their behavior change where they were arguing or fighting?
I'll be right back. Scream at me if I forget to
Probably
unmute
their
it.
behavior didn't change. What changed was my tolerance level. I was a nervous wreck. The rats are running all over the place, and when they started fighting, I went crazy. I got really mad. It was like I didn't want this too. I had all these other things to worry about, and I hated it when they fought. And I'd tell them to stop, and they wouldn't stop. And so I got mad at Kim for fighting. I got furious at her. And I took her over to Dan's house to say, okay, Dan, you're going to help. If you're not going to help with the rats, you're going to help with the kids, because somebody's going to help me here.
As Dan was gone longer and you were in the home, did any of the problems as far as how you were feeling, security, insecure, did they get worse at all?
Yeah, he wouldn't give me any answers about the money, wouldn't give me any answers about anything. my dad's birthday was happening in New York, I saw an opportunity to I just gave him all the kids and I took off and said, here, you deal with this. And I gave him the kids and went to New York, and I spoke to my parents about what was going on, and we looked at real estate in New York. I figured if it was going to lead to a divorce, I would just take the kids and move back east.
Now, what was
A little
trip to New York,
self-soothing
did that
there.
be pre-planned?
Yes,
And what was the
Close the
occasion for
poll.
that?
my father's 70th birthday.
And did you go back to New York?
Yes, by myself.
Your Honor, I would have double D appears to be the receipt from American Airlines, 1985. Somerville. Did you, do you recognize this, Mrs. Broderick?
Yes, it's a plane ticket with my name on it, American Airlines, San Diego to Kennedy Airport and back again.
And did you in fact go on that trip?
Yes, I did.
Now, was during that springtime of 1985, did you continue to look for homes? Or was it your understanding that you were looking for a family home, that everyone was going to move in, including Dan?
Right, because when we left Coral Reef, when we moved out of Coral Reef to go to the rental, the plan was that the insurance would refurbish Coral Reef perfectly and we'd sell it. And he told all the neighbors and he told the kids and he told me that we were never moving back to Coral Reef. We were just repairing it to sell it, and we were going to go from the rental to one of these new houses we were looking at. In fact, we had offers in on several, and we have the paperwork for all of them. Right up until the month before he left, we were putting offers in on substantial homes in La Jolla.
Did you know did you talk to him at all about whether the rental was going to be extended from the June date?
I first talked to the people who owned the house. When Dan first left, I called them in Denver and told them I had a problem and could I stay on in the house beyond June? And they said, yes, no problem. But then later I found out in writing from Dan that he had informed them in writing that we would be keeping to the original terms of the lease, which meant getting out in June.
And that was June 1st?
I don't know if it was June 1st. It may have been June 15th.
Okay. The,
Bless you.
and was he, at that time, did you ever ask him, Your Honor, I would like to be marked next in order.
Double E appears to be a residential lease.
That mess of paper, eh? That's all the evidence that's been in paper bags that they've unwrapped and just put back on the desk. Thought they would have cleaned up after they had the bloody mattress in there. And yeah, if you're just tuning in, there was a whole day of court with the bloody bed sheet and bloody mattress tucked right up against the stenographer, as one witness kept putting his hands in it. I guess he was a forensics expert and not squeamish, but yeah, real touchy-feely with the bloody sheets.
Showing you what's marked EE for identification. Can you tell me?
And it was the defense who actually called in the bed, too. So it wasn't like it was some stunt by the prosecution. The defense wanted the bed to be there to kind of absolve the Betty aiming and firing, that it may have been random fire. Didn't really prove it. It just seemed like a whole weird day with a bed and later mannequin murder victims sitting right in front of the jury.
showing you what's been marked E for identification. Can you tell me
Right.
that, what that is?
That's the lease on the La Jolla Shores house from September 16th to June 15th, 84, 85 school year.
Okay, so you understood it was June 15th from
I
this
didn't.
lease?
Well, I've never seen this lease until much later. I never signed this lease, so Dan told me it was June 15th.
Now, what was Dan telling you about Linda and your marriage at that time?
And exactly which time?
Objection, Your Honor. Vegas to time and also compound question.
Rephrasing. Okay. Was Dan telling you anything about Linda in around May, June?
Interesting question raised by Daniel Chavon. So as far as we know from the evidence, and excuse me, I've got a little bit of tea on my upper lip, but I'm spilling the tea here. According to the evidence, she fired 5 shots from a .38 revolver. They each require a full, 12-pound of force trigger pull, so it's not just like a semi-automatic bang, bang, bang. Linda was killed by 2 shots. Should have been shot first because she jumped up and yelled, "Call the police," and Betty shot her, and then fired 3 shots at Dan. Only 1 hit. The shot was considered to be similar to the one that Ronald Reagan took during his assassination attempt, and they used that comparison because Ronald Reagan survived with medical attention, whereas Dan was crawling towards the phone, and Betty went to the phone ahead of him and pulled it out of the wall. So I believe the evidence quote was he couldn't save his ass. That brings us up to speed.
1985.
Oh, yes, that she just simply worked for him, and she was an innocent young girl, and there was absolutely nothing going on. And there was no affair with her, and he was not even dating her, but he needed his space, and he was living at Coral Reef. And after I put the children there to go to my dad's party, when I came back, I left them there because I had to move out. Started packing boxes and moving out of the rental. And it was livable then, and the kids were home. It was our only home.
And what was he telling you about the marriage?
I wasn't telling him anything about that. She just needed his space.
Okay, so he wasn't telling you the marriage was over?
No.
Okay.
No, we were still buying a house.
Did you?
Through all this time, we were always negotiating on and buying a house.
In fact, did you find a house and negotiate?
It wasn't that I found the house just then. It was the same property we had looked at before. It was still available. The price had gone down literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. We ended up buying a property that we had been looking at.
Victoria Carmen with the tea. Listen to this. Listen to this. Dan lived a half an hour longer than Linda. So his brother Larry sued Linda's family for the life insurance. So if I gather, and I'm pretty sure that's what Victoria is saying, because Dan outlived Linda, Linda died first, he would have 100% share rather than her stuff being 50-50. She'd already would have died. Therefore, her will kicks in, giving it all to him, and then his will gives it perhaps to Larry. That's cold. Thank you, Carmen. Bringing the tea. I love it.
For a long time, yes, with only the intention of knocking the house that stood on it down and building the dream house that Dan wanted.
Okay. And was there a time?
I'm going to go back because I was distracted by the tea. I didn't even hear the testimony. 44 seconds
So he wasn't
back.
telling you the marriage was over?
No. No, we were still buying a house.
Did you?
Through all this time, we were always negotiating on and buying a house.
In fact, did you find a house and negotiate?
It wasn't that I found the house just then. It was the same property we had looked at before. It was still available. The price had gone down literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. We ended up buying a property that we had been looking at for a long time, yes, with only the intention of knocking the house that stood on it down and building the dream house that Dan wanted.
Okay. And
I don't know if I noticed
there
when you got in, but
time that you were, you remember when it was that that house was bought?
Right around when I had to get out of the rental, right in June of '85.
And during the time, were you seeing any, anyone about constructing a new house there?
Yes, Dan had bought two separate lots in Fairbanks Ranch.
Stay.
First of all, if you can answer the question yes, and then I'll give you the chance, or no, whatever it is, then I'll give you the chance to explain, okay? But it's easier just if we do that. Did you talk to somebody about the house?
Yes, Don Edson.
Okay, and why was it that you talked to Don Edson?
We've been having conversations with Don Edson over the past several years. Dan had gone to Fairbanks Ranch and purchased two lots without even telling me in, I believe, 1983.
And just so people know who are watching, we're about 2/3 of the way through today. The judge has kind of been limiting the lawyer to maintaining a chronological questioning, so he's not allowing him to jump back and forth in the timeline. Based off of that, we could still have a full day of defense testimony before the rebuttal for tomorrow, because we only have an hour left today, and they haven't even gotten to the 5 years of the divorce. This is still, they're together and things are on the rocks. So be having a solid shank of Betty coverage for these next few days. I only look one day ahead. You guys are welcome to look at the playlist, and so you don't miss the days that you're looking forward to watching. But I like to share my surprise with you when I see the next witness on the stand. Like yesterday was super exciting when I saw Betty take the stand. I was expecting that would be 4 or 5 more days in. So yeah, I'll keep my reactions for you, but by all means, skip ahead, see which days you want to be here, plan for it, any of that.
And he wanted to move to Fairbanks Ranch when there were no houses there. It was just dirt. And I wasn't real wild about that idea. One, I never saw my husband anyway, and here we were moving further away, and he was going to put a commute on either end of his day, and I didn't want to live further away. And two, there was nothing out there for children. There was nothing out there in the way of a neighborhood. There were no markets. It was just
Excuse me,
dirt.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, object not responsive. I think the question was with respect to the coyotes in the house.
Stay. Okay. But was there, when the lots were bought, it was because of the Fairbanks Ranch lots that there was contact with Don Edson?
Conversations with Don Edson about building a custom home, yes.
Okay. And now, it was sometime in June of 1985 that the property was transferred to Cali de Cielo to you and Daniel Broderick.
Yes, it was supposed to be a simultaneous closing with me having to get out of the rental, but there was dry rot in one of the bathrooms, and Dan argued with the owners about them making those repairs before we closed. So therefore, with the day I had to get out of the rental, or we all had to get out of the rental, we couldn't make a move into the other house. So
It may have been a restriction. So A to B asked, is that a regular thing where he's asking about chronological order? And it may have been just a sidebar sort of thing, like, this is how I want testimony to go. I don't want you spending 3 weeks asking her questions and going back and forth. That's my speculation anyway, but I definitely noticed when the judge said, you're going back to med school. Med school was 2 years ago. Move on. So the thing I like about the judge is he makes these very concrete rulings, like there's no doubt which one way or the other, but he likes to rule without a sidebar if he doesn't need it.
everything ended up going back to Coral Reef,
And when you say everything, what are you talking about?
literally everything.
You mean furniture?
All of our
clothes?
worldly possessions, the cars, the surfboards, the tennis rackets, the clothes, the furniture, everything.
Okay. And showing you what's been marked FF for identification. if you could,
I had to check my playback speed. I thought that it sped up. Her voice gets weird.
look at the recording date of the document, was that approximately the date that eventually the house was able to close, June 28th?
Yes, June 28th, 85.
And at this point in time, you were still, there were still conversations with John Edson about tearing that house down and building a new one?
Yes, he was happy that we found a lot that we could both agree upon, and he was going to start right away doing soils testing, because we were knocking this house down completely and going to restructure the whole lot. And the first step was a soils engineer, and I had to get a $5,000 check from Dan to retain a soils engineer.
And was Dan involved in these discussions?
Yes, and he told me to go see Don Edson, and he told me to make the plans for this house. And it wasn't a house that you could remodel. The foundations were bad and stuff. It was a house you had to take away and start again.
And when you were talking about it, was he talking about it that you were going to live there yourself, going to live there as a family?
I was going to be, and this applied to Fairbanks Ranch too, I was going to be more or less the supervisor of building a large custom home. As so far as the plans and the appointments, it's a full-time job, and Dan was too busy. So I was supposed to be the person that was going to be in charge of this project.
But who was going to move into the house? Were you going to move in yourself, or you and Dan?
Well, I moved in the beginning to give Dan his space, but once the house was torn down, I would have had to move back to Coral Reef.
Okay.
And that's
So-
why there was no furniture and everything. This house was getting torn down.
So the plan was not to be separate property. The plan was going to be that eventually both you and Dan were going to be moving in here.
We never mentioned anything about separate property. We bought it in both of our names for the family, but we bought the lot, not the house.
Okay. And
I'm just going to interrupt again, just because the chat is talking. Well, I want to address a discussion that's happening, and I'll jump in off of Billie Jean's comment. I don't understand the desire to prove that Dan was so awful. The guy is dead. I feel like victim blaming. It feels like victim blaming to me. Corey did the same to Eric. I don't get it. I feel like some of it, like, I think it would be more distasteful if we were doing this in the moment 35 years ago. I can still see how it could be distasteful despite the fact it's been 35 years. But I think there's a little bit more room for, let's take a look at what she was saying and at least examine whether there was any credence to her arguments or complaints. And, acknowledge the parts that were true at least. And even though that doesn't justify her actions, it's a much more, it's part of the lens that I wanted to view this trial through, was seeing somebody with a more legitimate gripes and grievances navigate the fact that she committed a second-degree murder. So there's no doubt that it's a second-degree murder, and there's no doubt that the victim doesn't deserve it. Just like, even if any of the allegations against George were true, they wouldn't change the fact that he didn't deserve to die. And, we all know that they weren't true, but it doesn't matter. He didn't deserve to die anyway. I think the analysis of Dan, I get it that it can be distasteful after the fact. But if we're going to be true arbiters of Betty's difference from Sarah, we've got to give at least some ear to what she's having to say. And, we can still judge, I've heard it, and now I still feel the same as I did before I heard it. That's legitimate. And, there's other sources to get more recent information than just the original trial evidence. So you can watch the first trial. There's lots out there. But I think that's just, remember that we're just having fun in the chat, and that any of the speculation is kind of like, speculating on the causes of World War I. It's, 100 years removed from the issue. You can take a 10,000 foot view. There's less pain and suffering to the people involved. And certainly be deferential to your own morals. But I think that's the context to view any of this questioning of Dan, because, whether or not he was an awful person doesn't change whether he should have been murdered. But anyway, that's my two cents on that. Cheers to Tanika. and we'll continue.
And showing you what has been marked GG for identification. A letter with Mr. Edson, was that part of the discussions you had in tearing a house down?
Yes.
And yeah, I guess harping on the evidence of Dan being bad is the only way to give any credence to Betty's arguments. So, it's kind of like the bitter pill that we have to swallow in order to accept her arguments, at least as a jury might. Let's listen with an open mind. But at the end of the day, you're certainly welcome to come away with, nope, this, I gave it a shot. And yeah, and Victoria, I want to give a shout out to Victoria in the chat because she's a new name to, people who are following Sarah Boone through my channel. But she's been regular here in the chat since doing the Betty Broderick coverage and brings a lot of just facts from the time. She was obviously invested in this case, has opinions to share, and, so just to introduce her to some people who maybe haven't seen that name in some of the other Sarah Boone chats, she's coming to this from a Betty Broderick perspective, but also with an interest in Sarah Boone, which is kind of neat to get somebody that's coming Betty first, Sarah second, rather than some of us that are, 100%. I know the Sarah case. This Betty case is brand new. So just a lay of the land for anybody that's in the chat. Oh yeah, Danielle, you're right. I might maybe I'll just cover Dans who get killed by their wives, because there seems to be more than enough. There's Dan Brophy, Dan Broderick, so they're both Dan Bros. There's also Dan Markell. And if I have to wait for another Dan to get killed, I can always go back to Fatal Attraction and remember Glenn Close saying, "I won't be ignored, Dan."
At any time during the period of time between when you were out of the rental and in the house on Calle de Cielo, did you ever stay at Coral Reef?
Yes, I did.
Danielle, if your mom ever says, "I won't be ignored, Dan," you know that you're in real trouble.
And did you remain in contact with the children at the Coral Reef home?
Yes, but now it's the end of June. So right around exactly the time that the new house closed and I could start this project, the children were sent out of town to camps.
And did you know that they were going to be going out of town?
I didn't really know ahead of time. I wasn't consulted or I wasn't part of the plans for it, but they were attending a camp called Gold Arrow, which is a really good camp, and they'd been before. So I wasn't at all afraid or anxious that they weren't being sent to a good place. I was just kind of surprised that, I finally got in this house and now I'd never been in San Diego without any of my children before. So
Okay. Now, when you did visit with your children over at Coral Reef, what was Calle de Cielo like when you first purchased it? What condition was it in?
It was a mess. There had been several generations and lots of numbers of people living in there, and they tried to market it as an 8-bedroom house. And what it really was is they made the garage into 3 bedrooms, although it was still a garage.
I think just to even double up on my comment earlier, another thing that helps in analyzing this case, it's been 35 years. Nothing we argue is really going to change anything in the case. Maybe we could have some butterfly effect impact on her parole hearing in 2032 if this, leads a chorus of people in sympathy for Betty. I don't see it based off of the poll results. But it's something we can speculate without the danger of affecting any sort of outcome. The die is cast. This is all just out there. And, now we can freely speculate on it as we will. Whether or not her arguments are true, I think that there are always a lot of very good lessons to be learned about, just being respectful to one another, having the respect for yourself to move on instead of getting caught up in bullshit that, doesn't matter and is only going to be self-detrimental to yourself. Lessons that we learn from all the people that we watch.
They just called it 3 bedrooms, and then they put curtains down the middle of one room and called it 2 bedrooms and added a bath. So they thought it was an 8-bedroom house, but what it really was a 3-bedroom house, 3 real bedrooms, and a bunch of choppy up other messy stuff. And there were holes in the floors. Every single door had been kicked through and cracked and broken. There were no kitchen appliances, or the few that were there were so rusty and disgusting they had to be gotten rid of. It was a leaking roof.
That's another Sarah. There were no appliances, and the few that were there were so rusty and useless. There's nothing in my drawers except rust and newspapers.
And there was terrible termite and roof rat damage. It was a mess. And the landscaping was a mess inside and out. And it was a perfect house to do what we wanted to do.
Had you, at the time that you bought it, did you buy it with plans to remodel that house?
Objection as to.
Okay. Now, at that period of time, when we get to June or July of...
And certainly, like Billie Jean, I think, is showing exactly the sort of deference that is, helps to a larger discussion, where she writes, as someone with personal experience with Betty-level psycho, it's hard for me to hear her being defended. So I will try and remain respectful of other points of view about her, and adds a heart. So that you don't have to agree with the opinions that are in the chat. And even when if it's something where it's just a straight disagree, that's fine. It's almost better than, like we've had so much time agreeing 100% on Sarah as an awful person that we get, it's almost, it's hard to navigate a disagreement in a criminal. But I think it's really healthy to see, the different levels of psychopathy amongst different criminals, and just, to compare and contrast and have people defending all sides of it. So if we had someone who wanted to come in and defend Sarah in any of the discussions, I welcome it. I don't think they'll have a very easy time making their arguments, but I'd still welcome it.
Of 1985, did you at that point in time have some idea of what kind of money your family might have or you might have?
No, there were no discussions of.
Sorry, one more pause, but full disclosure. So where I am, when I originally researched Betty, I looked up some news stories and kind of refreshed myself with the past. And I was like, oh my God, she is so much more sympathetic than Sarah. Oh, this tale of woe, I'm buying it. I'm in hook, line, and sinker. And then I found the first trial video and I watched the opening arguments. And the opening arguments alone had me totally rethink what I thought about Betty. And I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy. Like usually, even my ego, like if I form an opinion, I tend to stick with that opinion until totally proven otherwise. So it was a bit of a highlight to me that just the opening arguments were enough for me to question my initial impression. I floated the idea. I think we watched about an hour of the closing arguments on a Friday night ramble, and it was interesting. We all were like, I don't know how I feel about this. So that's what I really like about this chat. And there's bound to be differences of opinion. And I think that's going to keep it interesting right through the marathon rather than, I know where this is going. I don't need to watch anymore. I think we've still got surprises to come.
of money at all, of, who, there were no discussions about breaking up. We weren't discussing that. So there were no discussions about monthly money or anything. Dan was just paying all the bills. And
So at that point in time, you weren't getting letters that indicated.
I've never had the pleasure of having a flying monkey in my chat unless they've just kept themselves quiet. Yeah, no talking monkeys. I have had comments which I've either pinned or made a short out of, and that seems to have reduced the number of comments I get.
You were getting some kind of so much a month.
I don't believe so. I don't think that started until October.
So up until that time, it was you were using credit cards and those bills were being paid with no discussion.
Actually, I wasn't spending anything. I had $1 million closed. I wasn't going anywhere.
Actually, I wasn't spending anything. Another Sarah-ism there.
I wasn't really.
But I actually still had $5,000 a month in expenses. I didn't have any income.
I wasn't spending anything.
Okay. Now, when you moved into Cali de Cielo, did you have furniture when you moved in?
No.
Cali de Cielo.
It all went to Coral Reef the day we moved out of the rental.
Okay. And was that the furniture that the family was using?
We only had one set of furniture, yes.
And did you, how were you living at Cali de Cielo?
I was temporarily camping on the floor, and I hadn't moved any furniture in or anything because I was still believing that this house was being torn down. And I was giving Dan his space, and the soils engineer was supposed to arrive and start doing his thing. And then that fell through because of the $5,000.
I'm getting scratchy audio from the source again, so just so you know, I'm pausing here so you can see how clean it sounds on my end before I press play.
Now, during the time that, did you go over and when the children were at Coral Reef, were you visiting them on a daily basis?
Sure, every single day. I was still their mom, and so I was the one who did everything.
And at that point in time, did Dan have some maids or housekeepers that were living at the house taking care of your children?
Yes, there was a long string of maids or housekeepers. I can't remember all their names. I think the first one was a girl with real curly hair, brown hair, but I don't remember her name.
Yeah, there's a microphone issue that's going on because it's only when she's talking, I think.
Okay. And during that time,
No, it's both of them.
Did you have some things that happened to your personal possessions that were at the Coral Reef home that bothered you?
That was the next babysitter. That was Marta, who ended up wearing my clothes and stuff. She had asked me, and this is the next babysitter. We had problems with the first one too, of a different nature. But the next babysitter kept asking me if she could have all the stuff that was in the garage.
Okay, that, another point for Betty. It would piss me off if my husband was hiring babysitters that were wearing my clothes, especially if they all turned out to be younger, blonde versions of her. As we saw from a lot of his employees, they all fit a certain prototype.
And all the stuff that was in the garage was not excess stuff. It was all of my personal things because I'm only living at this other house on the carpet. I don't have anything. I have a suitcase. So she's talking about all my clothes and furniture and everything. And I told her really nicely that that's not garage sale stuff. That's the real stuff. That's not extra and it's not being thrown away. So she gave up on asking me and asked Dan if she could have stuff in the garage, and he gave her my brass bed and a sofa. And one day when I came to the house, she was wearing my clothes. She answered the door in my clothes.
Were you upset?
I just said, where did you get those clothes? And she said, well, they said I could have anything I wanted. Yeah, I was upset.
I get it. I'm not personally that attached to clothes, but I could see that being something that would piss me off as an ex-wife.
Did anything happen with your furniture?
That was the furniture that he gave. She'd removed it from the house and took it wherever she was living. Gave away the furniture. And I told this woman at least 3 times that she couldn't have it.
Did you get upset about that?
Absolutely. And she ended up bringing the bed back. I don't remember if she brought the sofa back or not, but yes. And Kim more or less went along with this and said the woman could have anything she wanted. So I told Kim, no, babysitters cannot have my stuff. Do not be giving things away.
Sounds like Kim was exceedingly nice, not automatically not nice.
Okay, now how are you feeling at this juncture was about what was going on?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, this might be a good time to get after recess.
Yeah, you might be taking a break, but we won't.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 5 minutes after 3. Please remember the admonition.
We'll be back immediately. We have 1 hour left in live testimony.
In the summer of 1985, what happened to the plans for the house that you had bought? Soils report and the other things on Cali de Sierra.
When Dan was supposed to write the $5,000 check for the soils engineer, he said that we should put it off.
Again, it sounds like helium. I keep getting surprised by her voice, that it's a real voice.
Just a little while till September, because he was having a cash crunch because of the down payment for this house, which was, I guess, a lot of money.
They fixed whatever the mic issue was, though. That popping, scratching's gone, so yay.
Hey, did you put maximum down, minimum down on that house?
I don't know. I expect the minimum.
Okay.
And so everything was on hold till September.
Okay. And during the time, now your children were out of town, is that correct?
They were sent, yes,
And the
end of
plan-
June,
And the plans on the house were on hold.
just until September, right? So we had the summer there, and I was giving Dan his space.
And how are you feeling generally?
Well, I had read all these books on midlife crisis and stuff, and they were saying, it was a second adolescence, and the worst thing that I could have done as a wife is become like a nagging mother and say, you got to do this and you got to do that. So I was giving him the space and not making any demands on him, just giving him the space. But I was really disoriented. I didn't have a home. I was on the floor of the empty house. The kids were gone, so I wasn't visiting them and engineering their lives. And I wasn't hanging out with Dan and being his wife. So I took a trip. I left town.
Yeah.
And where'd you go?
I went up to Banff, Jasper, and Lake Louise, Victoria.
Banff is beautiful. Banff and Jasper, those are, so that's BC and Alberta. I think Banff straddles the border. Jasper might be in Alberta. Northern middle part of both provinces, about halfway up, half distance. Absolutely gorgeous if you ever get a chance to visit. It's been featured even on Price is Right as one of those vacation destinations. A vacation for two to lovely Banff, Canada. A beautiful place. You can camp in it. You can stay at the resort and have a proper hotel and golf kind of vacation. But beautiful place.
Victoria, Seattle, up in that area on a organized tour because I didn't want to do it alone.
It's both in Alberta. I think Banff, there's some Banff that's in BC.
Now, at
isn't
some point in time, after you came back from Canada, was there, were you still discussing with Dan what his plans were for the future?
I was still expecting to get the $5,000 to do the soils engineer in September, like he said. So the kids came back and school started again, and I started seeing them every single day and speaking to them every single day. And we were supposed to go ahead with this house.
How about the future of how much space he was going to need and where you were going from there? Were there discussions about that?
No, 100%
About
Alberta.
Linda
Thank you, Ann.
At all?
The discussions about Linda were more or less like the time that the cake was on the counter. That turned into a discussion about Linda. But I wasn't really having discussions with him about anything because he didn't like to be questioned and he didn't like to be cornered and he didn't like, he didn't want me to make any demands on him. He hated to be cornered.
And how had it been? Were you used to letting him make the decisions, or was that something that you were comfortable that you should be making the decisions?
No, I'd never made any of the decisions. And at this point, I didn't feel I had the power to make any decisions. I wasn't going to him with a list of I want this and I want that and do this. I simply went to him with, Dan, what's happening here? What are What are we doing here? You know, you be in charge, you tell me what's happening. What's the plan? What are we doing here? And he wouldn't.
This again sounds exactly like Sarah testimony. It sounds like it's a narrative that she's structured in her own head long after the fact and, you know, in her time in prison. But that's how it sounds to me right here.
Do that because he just wouldn't.
The,
Back here, 2810.
And he wouldn't do that because he just wouldn't.
the,
Not fair enough.
And do this. I simply went to him with, Dan, what's happening here?
That's the part that got me. I simply went to him. So she had to pre-categorize it instead of just giving the evidence. She had to do the qualifier of, I simply did this. That's the part that felt like a Sarah kind of coloring how you're going to take the next statement by, I just tried to tell him. Yeah. Okay, I'll let it go.
What are we doing here? You know, you be in charge, you tell me what's happening.
Danielle, all she's doing is justifying the crime. That seems to be the whole defense, and it's also her parole defense is, let me just tell you how badly I was wronged, and eventually you'll understand how I had no other choice but to kill them.
Plan. What are we doing here? And he wouldn't do that because he just wouldn't.
She went scorched earth long before Sarah did. This is kind of, this is forgiveness gold over the next few hours, I'm sure. 1 hour left in today and more to come.
was there
anyone? Young Beetle?
at some point in time, did Dan talk to you about going to counseling?
Yes, there was one day we went to a Dr. Zedimer for counseling.
Okay. Now, what was the purpose of going to counseling, or what was your belief the purpose was?
I thought we were going to counseling, and I was absolutely very happy about it. It was a doctor he found because earlier on I wanted him to go to counseling with me, and he wouldn't have gone to anyone that I found or anything. So this was a doctor he found, and we went together in one car to La Jolla, and I thought we were finally going to honestly discuss what's going on in our marriage here.
And do you know who was that person that you went to?
Dr. Matthew Zedimer.
Okay. And when you went to Dr. Zedimer, what happened? Did you two of you go into counseling?
We went in and met the doctor, but then Dan was going to leave me there and leave because he was, you know, I was the one having the nervous breakdown. I was the one having trouble in life, and Dan wasn't going to be part of the discussion or
Here she is, Doc. Fix her.
the talk. It was my problem. And I said right in front of Dr. Zedimer that it's not just my problem. I mean, it's my problem with his affair or the affair I'm suspicious of with his office girl. So I can't really just discuss my problems with you without him here.
And did Dan indicate anything at that point, whether you were just crazy or not?
Well, he didn't need counseling and he didn't want counseling. There was nothing wrong in his life. I was the one having the problems. So I'm the only one who needed help.
At some point in time, did you have a discussion with Dan where he told you about Linda?
Dan himself, finally, yes, October 28th.
Okay. And what led up to that?
I'm not well, I had a phone call from Larry's wife, or I was talking to Larry, his brother's wife, and she informed me that Dan went to the annual Oktoberfest party in Denver and that he brought Linda Kolkena with him. I couldn't believe it. here he kept telling me, I can't control where she goes, if she goes to this party or that party. It's just a coincidence that she goes where I go, and it's all business. So I called him up and I said, I want to hear this. I want to hear this in person. I want to know how Linda Kolkena got on a plane and ended up at your brother's party in Denver. I really want to hear this explanation. So he came over, and I was like, come on, let's hear it.
That's another great point. So Billie Jean says she's a master manipulator. I'll give her that much. I know psychiatrists who would fall for this. I'd feel a lot more comfortable with Dr. Julie Harper coming out with her opinion based off of a conversation with Betty than I do her coming out of a conversation with Sarah giving the opinion she did. So that's a great distinction. Thank you, Billie Jean.
I want to hear the truth.
Did he try to take you anywhere that day?
Well, he told me the truth. He finally told me the truth.
Now,
good point too.
And what did he tell you?
All he wouldn't tell me any details or anything. All he told me was I was right. I've been right all along.
And how did that?
I don't think counselors say that unless they're saying it just to placate you, just like the mediator did. Like, Betty, what if I told you you're right about everything? Does it matter? Where are you going to go with that? Does it matter whether you're right or, I believe you on everything you're telling me? What are you going to do? How are you going to live your life? So I could see her hearing, okay, you're right about everything. And then just stopping there instead of taking the message from, even if you are right about everything, what are you going to do? Are you going to continue a life of revenge and dedicate your entire life to destroying these two people? Or are you going to move on and be successful with all the gifts that you've been given, all of the connections you have, all of the opportunities as a person that so many people don't have?
Make you feel?
Well, it kind of made me feel better that at least I knew the truth, but it made me feel like that he had taken really gross, unfair advantage of me for a long time, switching. Now I'm standing in this house that's empty. My kids are gone.
So
I have
Sarah,
no money.
let's listen to this breakdown.
It's a little late to be telling me the truth.
Okay.
She goes where I go, and it's all business.
So 1 minute from here is when it turns down to the Sarah crying sorry for herself. And it encapsulates a little moment that I just paused and talked over. So let's watch this through, because something to be learned here.
So I called him up and I said, I want to hear this. I want to hear this in person. I want to know how Linda Kolkena got on a plane and ended up at your brother's party in Denver. I really want to hear this explanation. So he came over, and I was like, come on, let's hear it. I want to hear the truth.
Did he try to take you anywhere that day?
Well, he told me the truth. He finally told me the truth.
Okay. Now, and what did he tell you?
He wouldn't tell me any details or anything. All he told me was I was right. I've been right all along.
And how did that make you feel?
Well, it kind of made me feel better that at least I knew the truth, but it made me feel like that he had taken really gross, unfair advantage of me for a long time, switching. Now I'm standing in this house that's empty. My kids are gone. I have no money. I have no control. It's a little late to be telling me the truth. And and then I've got all this stuff going on in my mind about typical Dan Broderick. Don't even begin negotiating till you're sitting on their chest, and knock someone to their knees. And I've been really badly used and abused by a liar for over 2 years. I was very upset and very angry about it. And he wanted to take me to a mental institution. That was his answer to me getting upset.
Would you go with him?
Thank goodness, no, I wasn't.
And composed again by the end of the answer. Like, not, I need to, reset myself. I need to, I don't know why I got so upset there. But built up and then right back down and at the baseline again.
Dressed. I had been out that day.
No tears. No smeared makeup. No lines through the pancake.
Something. And I had a slip and a robe over it. I didn't have clothes on. And he tried pushing me he literally pushed me in the bedroom.
and tried to make me put clothes on, and I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't get dressed. Otherwise, he would have dragged me off.
Dragged out a big clump of my hair.
And were you upset at that time?
I was absolutely furious because I felt he had really lied and manipulated me out of houses and manipulated me out of the kids, and I just couldn't. I was very I don't even know the words for it. He had looked me in the eye and lied and lied and lied and lied a billion times and kept telling me, this isn't what's happening. This is what's happening.
Did, at some point in time, I think I asked you some questions about somebody wearing your clothes, having your clothes. Do you remember approximately when that was?
And I know it was at least the second, maybe the third babysitter, and the babysitters didn't start until...
Yeah, this is a kind of narrative answer, right? He asks for a date, and boom, she goes into a story about babysitters. Sarah could have only gotten away with this kind of stuff.
September of that year. So, no, I don't remember when it was. Maybe November.
But it was in the fall of 1985.
Right. It was after October.
After Back to the Future came out with Michael J. Fox.
Okay. And was that after you learned that after Dan told you about Linda Kolkena?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after in the fall of 1985, after you learned about Linda Kolkena, did Dan ever tell you about? Did he talk to you about divorce?
You have to re-ask that question. I don't know what you mean.
Sometime in 1985, in the fall of 1985, did you learn about Dan's intentions to get a divorce?
I received papers at my house.
Okay, we've made it to the divorce. We have 48 minutes left of testimony live.
When that was?
That's good.
Do you have any idea of when that was?
It was in October sometime. I think it was before he came to my house and told me the truth, because I think I was hysterical about those papers, and that's why we were talking. And he came over, like maybe the same day or the day before.
No, I would just ask if I could mark a large board next to order.
All right, double H.
And I'm going to have a series of boards that go on there. I don't know if I want it to be double H1, 2, 3, or just keep going.
Double H is just going to be a large poster board with
Yes.
Velcro fasteners.
Yes, Your Honor. It has 3 categories: legal documents, betting, and miscellaneous.
And then let's make them double H, 1, 2, et cetera. That's all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so that way.
63 subscribers from 1,000. Thank you very much. If you've joined during the stream or if you just joined watching other
Well,
stuff,
while
I'm
we're
still
on the
thankful.
So I don't forget, over the weekend, I would ask if I could withdraw the exhibit that was that mattress, so that it doesn't have to sit in the courtroom.
That was exhibit B. I have no objection to that. I assume people have no objection. Yeah.
No objection.
Our exhibit B is withdrawn and released, Mr. Early.
I really love some of these exhibits because they seem so much like high school projects. And that is as derisive as it sounds, because I was in high school around this time, and these are paid lawyers. The projects look exactly like science fair kind of poster boards with pictures and stuff.
Your Honor, I put a number of items
This is a blown up Excel graph.
on this board, and I placed in the category with Betty, it's already been mentioned as to with Kim left.
Your Honor, excuse me, I think that was already voted on the court.
You're talking about double H-1,
Yes.
and you've marked the items that we previously agreed on there.
Well, these are the items, Your Honor, that there's already been testimony on
All right.
as to when Kim left the house, when Danny was left the house.
All right.
And I just wanted to make a record that there's no strips as to legal documents or proceedings on this one.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, there's just a mark on April 6th, Kim left with father on April.
Your Honor, excuse me, I have no objection to those.
Oh, that's fine. I don't mind.
But to make the record clear, H-1 represents a 6-month time frame, I believe. Could you tell me what that is?
That's a 6-month time frame from January 1st through June 30th, Your Honor, 1985.
Thank you, go ahead.
We don't need to make a record of this one.
All right. Just by way of housekeeping, while she's marking some other things, Mr. Early, I believe your Exhibit G was the time period January to June 30th of 85. So do you want to withdraw G, or is that something different?
What, Your Honor?
I believe your Exhibit G.
That was last year.
You marked an Exhibit G this year.
Oh, that's right, I did mark an Exhibit G.
Thank you.
I did.
You want to withdraw that and relabel it HH-1?
I would, Your
All
Honor.
right. I assume there's no objection. All right.
That again is the chronological thing.
That's G is relabeled HH-1.
It might just be something the judge is trying to do to keep things in order for the jury.
HH-1-1.
That's a new woman sitting at the defense table. Either that or she's colored her hair. Looked like B. Arthur yesterday. Huh.
Your Honor, I would ask if I could.
Oh, you can't tell because my face is there.
If I could mark at this mark as HH2, it's a 1985
See,
July.
that lady there. That's San Diego crime, not mine, but that woman there used to be in, middle-aged, grande dame looking, more mod than Golden Girls, B. Arthur, I'd say. But, yeah, not today.
Time I have a moment to show.
I'll come back to you.
All right.
Big going on outside the courthouse. Bless you. Hey, Mary Blues, welcome. You're a new voice to the stream. And yeah, so Mary Blues is echoing some of the original sympathy that I had going into this for Betty, is that, she was a waitress and then she was a school teacher and she's holding multiple jobs while Dan is at medical school. And sure, he might have gotten those first 2 years or even all of his years paid by his parents for that. But instead of graduating with a medical degree and supporting the family as a doctor, he went on to law school, and Betty supported him, supported the family, 4 kids, 9 pregnancies. And right at the end of the tunnel, just when Betty thought it was time to cash in, she's smacked in the face with the affair, an affair with Linda Kolkena, later Broderick. Hired at 21, 22 years old, flight attendant, no legal experience. Suddenly he's a paralegal at Dan's law firm. Suddenly they're paying her a salary in addition to, so that's coming out of the household income. Few reasons for Betty to be an upset person. So thank you for joining the chat, Mary Blues. I hope to see more of you as this continues.
I'll go through. Your Honor, we can just do this later. I'll go through the other.
All right.
items first.
Put my quadruplast poster board away. That was a chair, and you see, well, it's not that important, but you can see that there's one nice chair at the defense table, and that's because the prosecutor gifted a chair because the chair broke a couple of days ago for the guy who's speaking now.
Now, after you found out that that there was going to be that there was problems with the marriage, did you go over to the house and find a maid at that time with wearing your clothes?
Objection, Your Honor.
Wouldn't have liked it.
Well,
Asked and answered, though, yeah.
overruled, you can answer it again.
Did you find it after that time, someone wearing your clothes?
Yes, I believe that was the sequence of that, right?
And how did you feel about that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Didn't like it. No, sir. I didn't like it.
Did you find, and it was at that time you found someone, at least there was problems with your furniture?
Yes.
Did,
Little smirk, little hello.
in the, fall of 1985, is there any function that you normally attend?
Oh,
Fall of 1985
the
was a
black,
particular function that year.
is it the Blackstone Ball? Is that, I think I've heard it mentioned a few times.
I worked on the committee and I had to attend, yes.
And what function was that?
It was the annual ladies' luncheon at the
Oh.
Bishop's School where my daughter Lee
Totally off. I was not expecting the ladies' luncheon to be the event of line of questioning.
was a student.
Okay. And who would be present at that luncheon?
Several hundred mothers and friends and all ladies. And it was outdoors and it was a fashion show and it was very nice.
I might have to come up with a name for a fire truck because, or no, it's the ambulance. We're not far from the hospital, but I find with my headset on, I don't pick up a lot of the ambient sound unless it happens while I'm talking. Yeah, if you guys start noticing sirens, we'll come up with a name for them.
Now, during the time that you were married to Dan Broderick, would he talk to you about his work?
Yes, all the time.
Okay. And what would he tell you about how, did he tell you what he would do in?
Can't steal from SKR though, so instead of female names, we'll do like one syllable guy names like Bob, Joe. Maybe they can meet Linda and the other ladies, and they can all get together in a short that's illustrated or something like that.
Lawsuits to affect the opponent or the other side?
Yes, to humiliate people, yes. He told me about, should I tell you?
Yes.
About one time he had to serve, or he needed to serve papers on a doctor, and he knew that the doctor was an important person in his church, and he purposely served the doctor on Christmas Eve in the front row of his church with the papers just for maximum humiliation and upset. And should I keep going?
Yes. What else did he tell you about the way?
That was a Sarah too. I was expecting you to object to that before I got here. I'm going to give him a professional fuck you, and I'm just going to keep going until they tell me to stop. And then I'm going to use that as grounds for an appeal. Haha. Smarted them all.
Papers on a doctor, and he knew that the doctor was an important person in his church, and he purposely served the doctor on Christmas Eve in the front row of his church with the papers just for maximum humiliation and upset. And should I keep going?
Yes. What else did he tell you about the way he practiced, the way at least he was practicing law?
Just that, you play surprise and hardball. That was a very familiar term, and you do everything you can to make the person say uncle.
Now that
Make
said,
the person give up. And you don't.
and I'll pause the sirens so you know I'm not in trouble. This is exactly, now this gets into relevant defense for her because she had to go through divorce with Dan, and this is where it gets to her argument about being gaslit, about being driven crazy, about being sent on a spiral of destruction. If Dan was this vindictive towards clients when she was together and she observed it, it's a sign that he may apply the same vindictive prosecution to her as an opponent in the legal arena. And there already has been evidence presented by lawyers that worked for him that Dan wrote depositions. He did things that wouldn't be expected of a medical malpractice lawyer handling a divorce law case. So there was a certain giddiness he took to turning the screws to Betty in those years, and that's a legitimate complaint. That's it doesn't legitimize her actions, but it is a legitimate complaint. It's not like a completely out of left field complaint like Sarah's.
And you don't let up, and you just pound at them.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you?
I think the closest thing, Dorgan, that this helps the argument towards manslaughter rather than second degree. So if you're trying to say, I was driven crazy, I just made a mistake, she's trying to claim that, husband who walks into a room, sees his wife cheating, happens to be carrying a gun, and, in the heat of the moment, kills them. I would have never done it if I thought about it. That's what she's trying to get at, despite the fact that it was 5 years after, and there was a whole history between them. And it seems like most of her closest friends would say, well, she said she was going to kill him. Well, she used to say that all the time, so much we didn't even believe it until it happened. So, you're right to question it, Dorgan, but I think really that's all that, for the fact that this is a full marathon, all of this evidence is really just to get down to manslaughter from second degree. Now, that said, it seems like I'm minimizing it. She would have had a much better case for parole coming out with a manslaughter charge, because now it's not about remorse. Look, I'm sorry that it happened, whatever, but it wouldn't happen because I was driven crazy. As long as nobody drives me crazy, I'll be fine. Let me out. But as a second degree murderer, you need to show remorse. Otherwise, they're not letting you out, because who knows if somebody else pisses you off. So it's this defense has really come back to bite her, regardless of how you feel about how she was sentenced eventually. This has not worked out in her favor.
Find out that that he tried to serve the divorce papers at any particular place?
Yes, I found a handwritten note in his very distinctive handwriting that on the date of the bishop's luncheon, it said the date, and it said attempted service at the bishop's luncheon. And that was going to be the way he was going to serve me the very first papers of this entire divorce.
Okay,
and so it brought back all the memories of surprise and hardball. And
that reminds me of when I went on the tangent to begin with. So yeah, her little story of how he vindictively sued a doctor in front of his church congregation, she uses now as a parallel for how she was treated. And again, doesn't excuse it, but maybe gives some evidence towards her I was driven crazy argument. And I don't even think totally proves it, but is at least evidence towards it.
It wasn't a nice thing to do.
Did you keep that note?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you give that note to anybody during your divorce trial?
I used it at the divorce trial as an illustration that this legal thing didn't.
Stand.
Did you give it to Mr. Berry? At some point in time, did Mr. Berry get a hold of it?
At the divorce trial, yes.
And have you ever seen that note since then?
No.
And then that gets into, again, no excuses, Dorgan, but exactly, she's got evidence against herself as far as being, just as bad. But then does it become that she was driven into this cycle of escalating violence because he kept taunting her? And, doesn't matter what you do, you keep falling further. And she felt like she had to, get some sort of symbolic revenge in order to sit right psychologically. I think she really needed psychological help when it comes down to it, because there's all the indications that she could have lived a perfectly normal life, but for circumstances. One unfortunate circumstance. Didn't.
Now, did Dan ever talk to you about, was there any conversation about you being ill or sick?
Ever since 1983, those were the conversations.
We
That
can't
I
go
was
back to
delusional
83.
and I was paranoid and I was imagining things and I was having a nervous breakdown and my wheels were coming off and I was crazy and I was sick. Yes, when he had the children and I wasn't living with them, he'd always tell them, "Oh, your poor mother's sick. Your mother's sick."
And did you,
Just
now
on the
after
clock for reality again.
you received the divorce papers, did you have contact, did Dan contact you at any time in writing? On your birthday, did he contact you?
Yes, I received flowers with a card that said, "I'm sorry you're not feeling well under the circumstances. Love, Dan." I think that's what it said.
Little distaste in her memory banks there.
Did you know where he was at that time?
No, I didn't.
Did, how did that card make you feel?
I was furious because it was just like the night that he finally told me the truth. It's not that I'm crazy or that I'm sick. You know, I'm angry about things, and I'm feeling fine under the circumstances. I'm just angry about what he had done.
Did he,
But I'm not sick.
I would like a card mark. I for identification.
So Mark?
That was a chair.
Showing you what's been marked II for identification. Do you recognize this card?
I haven't seen it in a long time. That's Dan's handwriting. I know the circumstances possible to have a happy birthday. Should I read it?
Just tell me if you recognize the card.
I hope you start to feel better soon. Love, Dan. That's the card. It has my birth date on it, 1985.
Were you physically sick?
Should I read it? Just tell me if you recognize the card. Boom, she reads it. That's a Sarah. 834.
Tell me if you recognize the card.
I hope you start to feel better soon. Love, Dan. That's the card. It has my birth date on it, 1985.
Were you physically sick during that period of time?
Not at all.
Now, during the, after you were served, told that there was going to be a divorce, did you contact anybody? Did you contact an attorney at some point in time in Los Angeles?
Yeah, and all of the evidence towards justification for manslaughter, as she presents it, is evidence against remorse for second-degree murder. So it's definitely hurting her that she went this particular route.
I first got served with the divorce papers. That's the only thing I knew to do. I didn't know what else to do with them. So I started calling San Diego lawyers. It didn't occur to me to go to LA. I called about 8 lawyers right away, trying to hire a lawyer to defend myself.
This is a legitimate beef she has. It's a similarity with Sarah because Sarah went through a lot of lawyers. She went through them because Dan was such a important player in the San Diego legal scene and knew so many people that most people refused her for, if not past relationships, hopes of a future relationship. So she had to go to LA, which doesn't sound like the worst thing to have to do, but there is some legitimacy to the fact that she was getting screwed over in the local legal community trying to defend herself.
That's what I said. I was the defendant and he was the plaintiff, and I had to defend this action. And I needed a lawyer. And so I called all the lawyers, all the good divorce lawyers of reputation that I knew in San Diego County.
Were any of them willing to take the case?
No.
4 of them sighed, so I couldn't take them.
And that one day, every single one of them said, absolutely no. It would have nothing to do with the case because they knew Dan so well.
Mm.
And did you eventually go to Los Angeles for a lawyer?
Only because a local attorney,
Objection.
It's sustained.
Did you eventually go to a Los Angeles lawyer?
I was referred to one by a San Diego attorney, yes.
And why did you go? Why was the reason that you went to a Los Angeles attorney?
Because the well-known San Diego attorney advised me to quit trying, that no one in this town is going to help you, that you have to go out of town. And as a personal favor to me, although I've never met the woman, as a personal favor to me, she arranged this appointment with Mr. Jaffe. And he did it as a favor to her
And where was Mr. Jaffe located?
in Los Angeles.
Okay. And did you reach an agreement with Mr. Jaffe?
He said he really didn't want to take the case. He didn't want to come to San Diego. It was inconvenient for him. He had more cases than he knew what to do with up there. But as a favor to this other attorney, he would try and represent me.
Mr. Jaffe testified earlier in the trial. He was the realtor that claimed to have negotiated 2 agreements for a split of the home before she refused all of them, apparently good ones. And then Dan used a legal order to just sell it from underneath her without her approval, and she got less.
I signed an agreement. Should I keep going? I saw him the
You
one
did it
day.
again.
I hired him. I signed the
That's not a
agreement.
skip.
He told me not to worry.
Objection, non-responsive.
Her
And where was Mr. Jaffe located?
in Los Angeles.
Okay. And did you reach an agreement with Mr. Jaffe?
He said he really didn't want to take the case. He didn't want to come to San Diego. It was inconvenient for him. He had more cases than he knew what to do with up there. But as a favor to this other attorney, he would try and represent me. And I signed an agreement. Should I keep going? I saw him the one day. I hired him. I signed the agreement. He told me not to worry.
Objection, non-responsive.
That's my question.
Okay. What did he tell you? Did you talk to him about money and how he was going to get paid? You can answer that yes or no.
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
Objection, hearsay.
At least she reacts like it's inappropriate, but at least she reacts kind of honestly to the moment. The little smile there, like acknowledging that, okay, you don't have to answer everything with a 15-minute narrative. But Sarah was never capable of those even moments of humanity within the trial where, you just kind of separate yourself from everything and realize in the moment, okay, yeah. You would have been offended by something like that. These are all yes or no questions. Keeps it ammunition in her quiver for the next time she wants to make someone feel bad because it made her feel bad.
Overruled you now.
He told me that he would need a $10,000 retainer, that his
Hey,
fees
hell
on
yeah.
my half of the case alone would be over $100,000.
We've had a lot to say about this one, Kel, yeah, so we're still going. Not much left, though. Half hour of testimony and maybe 5 minutes of goodbyes until we set up tomorrow's stream, which looks like more Betty at this pace.
And that I should not sign anything, and he would get the money, the $10,000 retainer from Dan, because I didn't have any money, and he would get it from Dan, and the court would decide later whose half of the money it actually came out of. But since Dan controlled all the money, he had to get it from Dan. And he said that was pretty usual, and I shouldn't worry about anything.
Now, at this period of time, you knew Dan's family. You knew he had a brother, Larry. Is that correct?
Yes?
Did
my brother,
did you
Larry.
know whether Dan or not had a retirement account at this time?
No. I mean, I knew.
I'm Larry. This is my brother, Daryl. This is my other brother, Daryl.
in a very vague sense that he had a pension fund, is what he called it.
Okay. Did you know what was in the pension fund?
No idea.
Did you know whether he was transferring money from the pension fund in any time in 1985 to Larry?
No, I had no knowledge of the finances at all.
And did he ever talk to you prior to leaving in February of 1985 about giving large sums of money to Larry Broderick?
Yes,
What did he tell you?
that his brother Larry had all these investments in mind, condos and historical buildings and duplexes and gold futures and bull semen. I mean, all kinds of investments, because that's Larry's field, is investments, I guess. And so Dan gave Larry humongous sums of money to be partners in investments.
Okay. Now, was
Over
this
the
all
years we were married.
was this all in January of 1985, or was this over a period of time?
It was over a period of time.
Did you know what money had gone to Larry Broderick?
No.
Did you know whether your name was on any of that stuff?
Well, I assume since I never saw anything or never signed anything, that no, there's no way my name could have been on it. No, my name wasn't on anything.
Did you have control of any of those assets in 1985?
No.
Okay. Were you able to sell any of those assets to pay for whatever you wanted to, fixing the house, doing things in 1985?
I had no saleable assets at all. The car was even leased, so I couldn't even sell the car. And the house I was living in, the new house, had no equity at all. So even if I sold it, I wouldn't make any money. And it was in Dan's name as well as mine, so I couldn't go off and sell the house. So no, I had nothing I could sell.
Good call, Tam Tam.
What did Mr. Jaffe, to your knowledge, did you talk to him whether he requested the money from Dan Broderick? Did he tell you whether he requested it?
Yes, he did. He requested it, and it was not forthcoming
Okay.
for quite a while.
During any time that you were, when Mr. Jaffe was your attorney, did you ever learn that Mr. Broderick ever paid him any money?
No.
So there was no time where the retainer was paid for Mr. Jaffe to do anything?
Objection, Your Honor, that's to answer.
Stand.
Did Mr. Jaffe tell you anything about keeping notes or records of what was going on?
I'm not sure if it was Mr. Jaffe, but some attorney told me to start writing things down.
Okay. And in the fall of 1985, did you start keeping some kind of journal as to events that were transpiring?
Yes, just so I wouldn't forget. But when I started writing it in 85, I started writing things about what happened leading up to 85.
So were you writing things in the journal that were presently happening at that time?
Yes,
And were you also sometimes writing in the journal things that had happened in the past?
yes,
And did the journals have dates on them?
yes,
And so they would say that this goes from January of 85, just to pick a number, to October of 85.
yes.
Now, would you only write things that happen in it, or were you expressing your feelings at times?
I was living all alone in the house, and I was very scared about things.
Objection, Your Honor, not responsible.
Stand.
Were you writing things in the journal that, were you only writing things that directly happened, or sometimes were you expressing your feelings?
I was talking to myself in it. I call it ranting and ravings. I had nobody else to talk to, so I'd yell at myself in it a lot. And then I'd put more, on this day this happened, on this day that happened. But a lot of it was narrative stuff.
That's kind of crazy
Now,
because that's at least one step better than Sarah's journals, and that there's fucking dates. Wow. Tell us more.
1985, at some point in time, were you able to spend the holidays, for instance, Thanksgiving with the children?
No,
Were you able to spend Christmas with the children?
no.
Another big similarity, big on the holidays. Holiday slights are like worth, double value in the grand scheme of imagined slights.
Where did the children go in 1985?
Dan took them skiing with Linda Kolkena in Utah, and Brian Monahan and his girlfriend and his kids were along too.
Brian Monahan is the husband of Patricia Monahan, who testified and was probably, partners in crime with Betty about husbands are awful and these cheating bastards. And I can definitely see a holiday that Dan took with Linda and Brian and his girlfriend being something that would cause some consternation for Betty and Patricia remaining at home.
Did you receive, while they were skiing while they were skiing at Christmas, did you receive any notes from Dan Broderick? Yeah.
Yes,
And what did you receive?
another floral arrangement with another card.
Now, had you ever, in your life, spent a Christmas holiday away from your family?
No. Never sent me flowers before either.
Did you want to be with
send
your
me
family?
flowers.
Absolutely.
Now, I would ask for another card to be marked,
Double J.
double J.
So marked.
Good night, Victoria. Hope to see you soon.
Showing you what's been marked,
Thank you for all the info and
Double.
comments.
J for identification. Have you seen this card before? Okay. And is that the card that you received during Christmas time?
Yes.
During the time that you, when you found that your clothes had been given away and your furniture given away, did you get upset?
Objection, Your Honor, has to be answered.
Sustained.
Did you do anything at Mr. Broderick's home? And did you express your anger at the home at Coral Reef, your family?
I don't remember particularly on that particular one day. No, I don't remember that particular one day.
Do you remember being very angry?
For different reasons, yes.
During 1985, in fall of 1985, had you gotten involved again in any kind of sports activities for your children?
Yes, I was coaching Rhett's soccer team.
And was there a purpose that you were coaching that team?
Yes, both boys wanted to play soccer, and you need a lot of parents to run the program. And if you want your kid on a team, you have to volunteer to do something. So I volunteered to do that so that Rhett could get on a team. Danny wasn't on a team that season.
I remember that from when I played too. It was this weird politics game. If you were really good, you'd be able to play regardless. But if you were mediocre, you were going to lose your playing time to kids who had moms or dads that could volunteer for the parents' auxiliary. I guess it's merit-based. Like if you were really good, you got a chance to play. And if you were mediocre, then, somebody needs to run the concession and coach the team and all of that kind of stuff. So get a little bit more playing time. But yeah, that's something I remember too.
Now, when you coached that team in 1985, did it have any other, I mean, was that something you were planning to do if your children weren't going to play?
No, I did it so that Rhett could be on the soccer team. It was the only reason I did it.
Oh, I could see Nancy Brophy in this voice for sure. She didn't get spurned until she was in her 60s and then had a trial. That could have very well been Betty Brophy. Doesn't do it too much, but she occasionally gets a little cutesy with the camera.
Showing you a photograph that's been labeled KK for identification, Your Honor, and it appears to be Betty Broderick with with 9 children with named the Stingers.
All right, so marked.
Showing you what's been marked KK for identification. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay.
She was the coach. Well, let her out. Second-degree murder aside, she coached kids soccer. She's a soccer mom. No jury in the world would convict her.
Okay, and is that the soccer team that?
So that's Rhett in the middle.
Okay, so Rhett would be the third from the right, not counting yourself.
Right.
Okay. Now, during the time in 1985, was he in a league where there was practice days too?
Yes, the whole soccer season was a disaster.
Double
Rhett never got
second
to
degree,
play.
100%.
Was there a time that you went over to sometime in the fall of 1985 when you went over to pick up Rhett to play on a soccer game?
I had to pick him up on Saturdays. The babysitter was supposed to take him to practices on Wednesday, but she wouldn't do it. And then I had to pick him up on Saturdays, yes. And I called ahead. You want this particular Saturday?
Yes, if you could tell me about the particular Saturday.
It was well into the season. And again, the only reason I'm doing this is so Rhett can have a team. And on Wednesdays, the babysitter who lived very close to the field and did have a car to drive, for some reason, whether it was her own or Dan told her to.
This has real. I needed the Kia primarily for son's field trips and foremost for going to and from school field trips.
Would not deliver Rhett to the field to practice or to play. So I was real upset about that. And then they wouldn't bring him to games on Saturday or anything. So there's one particular Saturday, I called and I said, "Are you ready? I'm going to come over and get you." And Kim told me that he had his little uniform on, which is in that picture. And he was indeed ready, and I would be there in the few minutes it took me to go up the hill and get him. I was on my way over. I hung up the phone and I got in the car and I went to go get him.
And when you
Even presenting the photo, like, you don't really, I guess she felt the need to prove it, but it's the same way that Sarah really thought that the pictures of her blind and deaf dogs were an essential part of her defense. Like, if I just say it, no one will believe that I really took care of blind and deaf dogs. Like, a photo's not going to show that a dog's deaf, or blind for that matter. 2 dogs.
got to the house, what happened?
There was absolutely nobody there. None of the children, no Dan, nothing. Nobody was there.
Did
Oh yeah, Kelly, it's forgiveness gold. All day today, probably all day tomorrow. Akin to
did you find out
Sukaroi.
where they went?
Not until much later. I went to a neighbor's house and said, "What happened? Where'd they go?" And she didn't know anything, and the car was gone, and they were all gone.
Were you upset?
Very. I mean, I called. They knew I was coming. It only took me a few minutes to get there. I felt that Dan purposely took the kids so that I couldn't get Rhett to the soccer game.
And did you do anything at the house that day?
Yes, it was my house, and I was in the house, and this is after I definitely knew about Linda. And the kids had been complaining about no food. That was a big thing, about no food. So I looked in the refrigerator, and there was no food. All that was in there was cheap champagne, not one speck of food.
She has to shit on the quality of the champagne. It's like Woodbridge brand champagne. It was fucking garbage.
And so I got mad, and I took the bottle of cheap champagne, and I threw it through a window as a thanks a lot, I've been here. But I had to leave. I had to run to the soccer game because I had to be there.
No food and cheap champagne. Isn't even worth the space it takes in here.
to run it.
Did you later have
This is her testimony in her defense.
an argument with Mr. Broderick when you found out where he said that he had to take the children that morning? You know,
It was
Baby
hard
duck,
for me to have
yeah.
an argument with Mr. Broderick. He wouldn't talk to me.
The cheap champagne I used to get was La Scala Spumante. It's an Italian sparkling wine. It's fairly sweet. I think it's like a 0.3 on the sweetness code. So great if you're just getting into drinking from being a child who enjoyed grape juice, but not so great for a more sophisticated palate.
were you later told where Brett was when you came to pick him up?
He took them down to the Save-On drugstore in Pacific Beach for something.
There was a question of a Boston cream pie.
Oh, the Boston cream pie
that was-
incident.
Did you at some time?
If you remember the Johnny Depp trial, this is similar to the Amber Heard incident, but sounds like a much more delicious outcome. Probably looked almost the same.
Throw a Boston cream pie?
I didn't throw it, no.
What did you do with it?
Smushed it.
And what is a Boston cream pie?
I was at the house visiting the kids, and I was there for a while. And when I was leaving, a Boston cream pie is a cake. It's the size of a cake. It's 2 layers tall, and it's just like a cake. And they call it a pie because instead of frosting in the center is some sort of custard. And then it's got chocolate icing, but it's basically a cake. And it was on, should I keep going?
Yes.
It was on the counter as I was leaving, and I believe Marta was the babysitter then. And I said, it looked like a child made it. So I said, oh, who made the cake? And she said, Linda. And I said, Linda who? And she said, Linda at the office. And I said, oh.
Now, was that at a time when Dan was still denying that there was a relationship with Linda Kolkena, or do you remember?
It's all so close. It's in October there. I don't remember if I think he was still denying her. That's why I would have said Linda who.
There's nothing I like more than a delicious reference to a trial.
Anyway, I'm not done.
Okay.
When she turned her back or something, I took the cake and I smushed it around his bed on the bedspread.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Let me continue. All right. What did you do with your forgiveness gold? This is Linda's Boston cream pie, which she took upstairs to the bedroom. And remember Amber Heard and those poor teacup Yorkies that got blamed for her mess.
I think he was still denying her. That's why I would have said Linda who. Anyway, I'm not done.
Okay.
When she turned her back or something, I took the cake and I smushed it around his bed on the bedspread and stuff. Like, nice Boston cream pie.
Did you get
I got in trouble.
you got billed for the cleaning bill at some time?
I got in big trouble, and it was a typical Dan Broderick trouble. He billed me for so much more damage than any one little cake could have done. You know, it was a plaintiff attorney's complaint. He claimed I dirtied everything he ever owned and had to send it to the cleaners.
Hey, Beth.
He billed me a huge amount, and he greatly exaggerated what damage was done by the Boston cream pie.
Oh, that is so Sarah. And then George greatly exaggerated the damage done by my Boston cream pie. Oh, she's so happy about it. She's so glad to have brought up the story and put it on the record. Thank you, lawyer, for asking me the question. Oh, that's great.
But he billed me for it, yes.
Now sometime were
Boston cream pie is delicious. That might be something. Maybe that's the next Cooking with Dan, so I can do something Broderick related. The Betty Broderick Boston cream pie.
at some time in 1985 did you start getting some living money from Dan Broderick?
Yes, again, we're still in October 85. He came to my house in La Jolla Shores, and he decided he was going to give me a budget. He wanted me to learn to be independent. And I said I didn't want to do it.
And what kind of budget, what did he do?
Well, he made out what I would need. he decided, because I had no idea what I would need. I've never paid any of the bills. And so he decided that if I had this much for this and this much for that, then I'd need this much for a month. And then at the bottom of the page, he said that he'd continue paying house insurance and taxes and car insurance and health insurance and all these other things, but he'd give me this much a month, and there would be $4,500 for the house payment and the gas and electric and the phone and the gardener and the travel and the food and the maid, and it came in his estimation to $9,000 a month.
Now, before that, you'd been living on your credit cards?
Yes.
Now, after you learned that there was going to be a divorce and you were not going to be moving into the home at Calle de Cielo, did you, at some point in time, did you try to get the furniture from Mr. Broderick? Try to get some furniture back?
Well, in December, I got the letter that he was, no, I didn't, because we only had one set of furniture and the children were living in that house. And we only had one set of furniture, one dining room, one living room, one
Detective
bed for
Dub.
each person.
Welcome.
I didn't take any of that away from my children to bring into my house, no.
I guess by the same token, because Candace asked, how much damage can you do to a bed with a pie, though? She was probably overcharged for it. But by the same token, you know, it's all relative, because Johnny Depp couldn't sleep in that bed again, and I'm sure you could wash the sheets. It would look clean, but I could see never wanting to sleep in that bed again. Would you have the same aversion to Boston cream pie? How would you know that she didn't mess in some of her own fluids with that? You wouldn't know, would you?
The house was still a mess. It needed to be either torn down or repaired or moved out of.
Okay. Were you
I couldn't bring the kids to live there. There were no kitchen appliances. There was nothing. There was no cooktop. There was no refrigerator. There was nothing.
Now, at some point in time, did it become evident to you that you were going to have to do something with that home, do some repairs so that you could continue to live there?
Yes. On credit cards, I went to an appliance store and I bought every appliance for the kitchen. And so at least I could have food in a refrigerator and cook, and had to have a sink put in. I had to have countertops put in it. As long as you could cook in it, then you could sleep in it and eat. And I bought a bed and I bought towels, and I had to buy everything. Salt and peppers and knives and forks and sheets, and because I didn't have anything.
And you were doing this on credit cards at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Was there new carpet in the house when you moved in?
No.
What was the carpet like?
Forgetting about the carpet for a second, just remember we're coming back to what was the carpet like. I feel like the cameraman warned everyone in the courtroom that their farts were being picked up, because the first couple of days there was chair squeaking and farting and people trying to squeeze out farts between chair squeaks. And it's been relatively, you know, people are holding it in. It's everyone's keeping a tighter leash on things, as it were.
There had been a fire in the living room, in the carpet.
Did you eventually replace that when you learned that the house wasn't going to be torn down?
Right. In the beginning, when I did the credit cards and bought,
Excuse me.
That's another question, Mr. Earl.
What did you, do you remember when you finally replaced the carpet?
no,
Now, Mr. Broderick, did he eventually move out of the Coral Reef home?
yes, I got a letter. It might have been the same letter that, number one, informed me that he was taking the children skiing over Christmas. And number two informed me that while he was gone, I had a chance to take what I wanted out of the garage, because when he came back, he'd be moving. He was moving to that Marston Hills home that he bought. And I think it's all in one letter. Is it?
Did you go get some stuff out of the garage?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that was the extra furniture that was in there?
It was things he didn't want. We had 2 love seats and a breakfast set with 4 chairs that he had washed the cushions in the washer and dryer, and it was 100% wool, and he ruined the love seats.
Oh.
And they were not usable as they were, so I took those, and then the breakfast seats were a mess. So I took those and I had them recovered.
Now
And I
I'm going to
took,
say
a shelf system that he
that was a specific bit of testimony for the women that were on the jury. because I think a lot of men, it might just blow right past them, especially in the 90s, but still today, you don't wash wool. You don't just put it in the washer and then through the dryer. Are you kidding? Like, have you ever made shrinky dinks before? Do that.
Built when we were in medical school or something, and I took some things, but nothing for the living room.
And
And I did take the dining room. Later, I got the dining room, but I didn't take it. He must have had it delivered by a truck or
Detective
something.
Wilbefit has a
did
recipe
you go into
for
the
me to look
house and
at.
take stuff out, or just take stuff out of the garage at that time?
Out of the garage.
Now, eventually, did he move out of the house in Coral Reef and move to?
Yes.
To
January, right when he came back from Christmas, I think.
Now, is that a house that that you and he had looked at before?
Yes. While we were together and there was no separation even,
Maybe he got lipstick on the pillows and he was trying to wash away the evidence. Just speculating, I don't have any reason to. No foreknowledge, but all I do know that there was the affair going on with Linda, so, but Dorgan asked why, so I gave a reason why, because my name's Dan, and not correctly, but it's an answer.
home a picture of that house, and it's a beautiful house, and he wanted me to look at it because we were looking at gorgeous homes places. And so I went over there with the children one afternoon, and I drove by it, and I looked at it, and I really, really liked it, but I didn't like the neighborhood that it was in. The children,
Betty
I didn't want
remembers
to live over there.
every
There
grievance
were
from
nobody, there was nobody
1806
for
till
them to
now.
play with. It was not a family neighborhood, and these were suburban kids. We lived on streets where every house had children, and there's all our facilities were in La Jolla and stuff, and it didn't seem like a safe neighborhood. A man was murdered in the canyon behind it the same week I looked at it. There's a big canyon with transients in it, and
A big canyon with transients in it. Those were the poor people that she didn't think that it was right that Dan was letting the kids live near.
a high crime area. It was just not a family neighborhood.
Did you, did he move out of the Coral Reef home into the Cypress home?
Years later, yes. Long time later.
No, did he?
Long time later. I told him to do that 4 years ago. It took him 4 years to take my advice. And there's sometimes where it really feels like she's speaking through Sarah or vice versa. It's
Move out of in 1985, in January of 86, did he move out of Coral Reef and into Cypress?
Right, but that was a long time after I looked at the house.
Yes, okay. When he did that, did he leave things behind in Coral Reef?
I don't
yeah,
think
great
so.
point, Dorgan. Because if the neighborhood was bad before, there's a double murder there right after Betty got herself involved. That really made the place go to shit. I think there was one transient killed and a married couple. Perfectly happy married couple.
Okay. So the house was completely empty. He didn't leave any toys, any trampolines, anything at all at Coral Reef when
No, he had to have delivered that stuff to my house because I didn't have a truck and I'm not a moving man and I don't remember carrying it out. But at one point I ended up with our old dining room set and a garage full of humongous boxes of all the kids' books and toys, and all their belongings and sporting equipment and their bicycles and the trampoline. I ended up with trampoline. I ended up with all the kids, what he called junk. He didn't want it at his
I got all
house.
the crap. He got all the good
And
stuff.
Who had custody of the children at that time?
There was no custody arrangement. They were physically living in Coral Reef because that was the only roof we had that they could be happy under and safe under. And then he got a restraining order in October of 85, and he used that as custody because if I couldn't get within 100 yards of the house where my kids were, I couldn't get to see my kids. So I didn't realize it until a long time later that that's what happened. He used the restraining order as a custody order. And that shouldn't have happened.
I just got word
So
there's
at the
10 minutes
beginning,
left in the stream.
When there was no custody order that you were aware of
No.
in 1985.
No.
Were you kept away from seeing the kids by something? Was
Yes, by this restraining order. I was very scared by it because I was defiant and I did go see the kids as much as I could, but I was very scared because he was threatening to, every time I came within 100 yards of my own house to see my own kids, that I was liable to be thrown in jail.
Through 1985 and through the first half of 1986, were you aware of any custody order where you were not allowed to see the kids?
In July of 86?
All the way through up until July of 86?
No, there was never a custody meeting. There was never an agreement. There was no child support meeting. There was no meeting on anything.
Was there, at that point in time, the restraining order, was that also included not to talk to Dan Broderick?
I don't believe so.
Were you ever served with a restraining order that forbid you to talk to your children that you were
No.
aware of?
No.
Okay. In 19, did you try to, after he moved to the Cypress home in
Lola's being
1986,
shy.
did you try to get some more of the furniture
I might have to do
that he
some
had?
camera trickery to get her on
Yes.
camera for you.
After it became apparent that the furniture, or half of the furniture supposedly that he took, he had no interest in. He bought everything new in the Cypress home, decorated, perfect, much fancier.
Was there a time, if you can just answer yes or no, was there a time that you tried to get the furniture that he had at Coral Reef and had moved over to Cypress?
Yes,
And what was the reason that you tried to get that furniture?
because apparently he didn't want it. And I could have used it because I didn't want to spend money buying new stuff. And he bought new stuff and it was in his garage piled up. And he didn't want it, so I might as well be able to get it back. But he said, no, I couldn't have
Oh,
Now, you had a
That
budget
won't
at that time, did you not?
the 9,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you have, any time when you wrote out the budget, did he include money in that to to rebuild the house on County?
My budget was clothes and food and rent and stuff, but there was no budget for lawyers or for remodeling or repairing a house or for refurnishing a house and buying towels and everything new. It was just a monthly budget that you'd use every month, but there was no provision in it for all these extraordinary things I had to invest in,
So there was
mainly
no,
the house and legal fees.
so there was no time where he gave a budget and gave you anything for legal fees?
Never.
Did you come to learn sometime in December, January of 1985 and 86, December of 85, January of 86, that he wanted to sell Coral Reef?
Yes.
And did you want to sell that home?
No, not at that time.
And why not?
Because it was the one asset in the whole world that had my name on half. So I knew he could cheat me out of anything else, but I didn't think he could cheat me out of that because my name was on half. And we are in a split up now, and we are in the process of a divorce. And I figured it was a bargaining table. And, you know, I've got what I've got and you've got what you've got. And we're going to talk about switching and stuff. And that was the only thing on my side of the bargaining table was half of that house. And I didn't want to give it up until I knew what I was trading it for.
Now, there was some testimony about that house being a depreciating asset. In other words, that house in La Jolla was going to, if it wasn't sold, was going to be going down in value. You were going to be losing money. Do you remember a conversation about that? That where someone?
I don't think I was part of that conversation. I think that's what he told Mr. Jaffe that time. No, the house could have been rented for about 3 times what it cost to keep it going. It would have been a great investment to keep.
Now, at the time that they were talking to you about
All of a sudden, it's a
depreciating assets,
great
did they
investment.
talk about selling, for instance, a duplex in Dillon that was losing about twice its value a year?
No, there was no discussion of selling anything else, just that.
Did they talk to you about selling a historical building? that was-
Objection, Your Honor, ask answers. You said there was no discussion of anything.
Stay.
Lola's sitting over there. Doesn't want to be on camera today, or doesn't want to be picked up, it looks like. So we'll just leave Lola sitting there watching me. Oh, Lola. Looks like this may be heading towards the end of today's testimony. I'm just going to get a little ahead of it. If that's the case, if they start talking, then I'll put them back up. Sort of a sidebar. I think tomorrow, obviously, it's got to be Betty.
Disagreement.
All right. Well, there's no disagreement. I haven't asked a question, John. Go ahead, ask a question. I'd like to show you a document to see if this refreshes your recollection as to
We are very near the end.
any of these assets, as to whether there was talk about.
Less than 2 minutes in this particular video, so maybe it's an abrupt end and it just cuts to the next one. But there's your warning for that. We'll do a quick wrap up before we're done here.
Any of these being depreciated.
Objection, Your Honor, she's answered the question.
Well, you can see the refresh.
About what, Your Honor? She didn't indicate that she had no recollection. She said no, there was no discussion.
I'm just gonna show her, and if she says there was no discussion, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Just read these to yourself, discussion about those and fine.
Last time he said read them to yourself, she read it out loud. It's like,
Should I answer?
Yes, was there any
Can I
discussion
curse?
about those at that time?
My name didn't appear on any of these properties, so he wouldn't have had to discuss anything that he did with them with me. There was no mention. I didn't even know about half of these things.
The at that time, did anyone sit down and give you a list of family-owned assets and ask you whether you wanted to sell any of them or not, or what you wanted to do with them?
No.
I think the big question left is it's going to be defense rests or if it's going to be recess till tomorrow. And Boston cream pie edged out the
John, I'm going to go into a whole new area here.
Okay. Recess for the day.
Yes.
recess it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition over the weekend not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor let anyone else discuss it with you, nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. And be extra careful not to watch, listen, or read anything about the case. Have a nice weekend.
Okay, so this is trial will be picking up on Monday in real life. This is still defense's case. Betty still taking the stand. So, like the lawyer said, we're going into a whole new area to start. Oh, that looks emotional. You may be wearing the same sweater for the testimony, unless that's a grab from today. See where
You're
they
still
start.
under oath from last week, ma'am?
The different stenographer. The stenographer gets a day off. We got to have a long weekend or something. So we have a whole new person in as the court reporter. Looks like the lectern is much closer to the witness today. Right. And Betty, yeah, she's still wearing a peach top with a sweater. Maybe a slightly different sweater, but same sort of sweater look. Interesting. This is where we'll start our watch tomorrow. That's at 4:03:27. Cut over to this. We'll bring up Lola on the side screen. That'll be my splash screen instead of going big today. We'll give everyone a dose of Lola to get over what we've seen. There we go. Some contentious testimony today. You know, we knew Betty defending herself. It wasn't going to be a lot of stuff that a lot of people wanted to hear, but he got to give her her due. It's as objective jurors, we're all giving her her time in court. So her time in court continues tomorrow. We'll be looking at it at 3 p.m. California Chino time. Chino, California is where Betty Broderick currently resides. The next is up for parole in 2032. She'll be 84 years old if she makes that parole hearing. She last was up for parole in 2017. 2 of her children testified on her behalf. 2 said leave her in there. Did such a poor job at that particular hearing, they gave her a 15-year review period for her next one, which is the maximum review period which they can give. So she didn't do well there. I think we've had a good time in chat. I see there's still active chat going on. Ada B, Billie Jean, Tam Namaste, Dorgan. Hell yeah. We've got some late joiners. I think some people are going to be watching the stream and catching up towards the end. Detective Wobefit, if you make a Boston cream pie next week, by all means, post your results on the forum, and we'll take a look to see how that looks. L-O-L-A Lola. Oh, I did say something earlier about 99 Luft balloons, too. Let's see if I can remember that. 99 poor Luftballon. Sabelstein dan Stobelstein. Subelstein kon Stobelstein. Captain Kirk and Doddledine. Something like that. I'd probably do better if I had the lyrics, but I probably didn't do much better with the lyrics. You guys have been absolutely fine. There's been a lot of active discussion, and despite that, you guys are still fine. So if you guys are fine, and I'm Dan D, together, we're fine and dandy. There was a chat to take a look at. I don't remember. True Crime Tales said that they'd be back to post the link, but didn't. If you're interested, have a search on lives. There was somebody in the chat earlier talking about someone going live later, right around now, with Celeste and David news. So if you want to stay online and check out another creator, I haven't checked them out at all, but that's out there. I know Daniel Chavon, who joined the chat earlier, has a great tea spill-in video with Sarah's response to Ashley, I believe, or Ashley's response to Sarah, something like that. In any case, that's been uploaded in the last 24 hours and is worth a watch. I really liked Suma's breakdown of the Judge Jackson ruling, so that one's maybe 24, 36 hours old, still worth a peek. You guys are fine. I'm Dan D. Tune in tomorrow, 3 p.m. Chino time, 6 p.m. Ocala, Florida time. We'll be taking another look at Betty attempting to defend herself. The chat will stay open for